Sup, homies? Back again, back at it with the chill island oasis of truth and reality. Right now is a special treat. I put a whereby link if anyone wants to pop in and say what's up on the stream, just for something to do. Uh, I'd appreciate it if you try to come in with a topic or something like that. Um, but yeah, I put a little message here. Call in at whereby.com/chillreality to come on voice chat for the stream. Multiple people are allowed in at once, but I can't promise a great internet connection the whole time on my end. This is true. Um, and to add to that, um, blah 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 blah. You know, but no. To add to that, um, I don't want to get too caught in like a long form type thing, but I'm kind of gonna play radio host and just if people pop in, well, I don't know. We can play it by ear, but I'd rather people not be bogarting the stream, if you know what I mean. But great minds think alike. Host Eric on Talking with Famous People is streaming right now. Of course. Well, anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm just chilling. Trying to just play this song right now, actually. And of course, Eric is also playing guitar. Here I see. So funny. Literally, I don't know how long he's been streaming for, but that's so weird and funny. Wait, I can see. Hold on. Oh, okay. He's been streaming for like an hour. But still, I'm playing guitar at the same time as him. That's pretty funny. Swear to God, I didn't see it first. I swear to God, I didn't see it first. What's up, Jonathan Basanti? How you doing, my dude? I was just saying it's funny how I was playing guitar and learning a song, and I've been putting off the stream for like a while now, as I'm wont to do, in case y'all haven't noticed. But basically I turned it on and I just saw Eric is streaming too, and he's playing guitar right now. I'm like, lol. Hashtag synchronicity. What is annoying you, my guy? And as you can see, I'm still playing my guitar upside down. But Fly Guy did make me consider, putting time in to learn it the right way. I just feel like the distinction between a quote unquote real guitarist and quote unquote playing guitar is just, I don't know. It's a little bit pedantic and rude, but because I realized I came away from that conversation thinking two things. Well, it took me a little while to sort through it and realize what my problem is. I was thinking, okay, like I understand, but I feel like I came away from it still feeling not sore on it, but like just kind of like, but what is it about it that is annoying? So I just was thinking earlier, like, it's like the thing that is annoying about that is that wasn't the question. You know what I mean? Like the question wasn't, um, am I a real guitarist? The question was, um, is it worth learning the guitar the proper way in pursuit of better quality? Now the issue of skill is fair enough too, but anyway, it all wound up being fine. It's just like I felt like that's I think what it is, because I'm like, yeah, exactly, like that's not what I asked, or like that's not what I brought up. But I think that's the only reason that I would be like, hmm, annoyed about it. But it still got me thinking, like, it's definitely worthwhile to learn guitar the proper way. You know what I mean? Jonathan Basanti says, FETE frustration. It's cool though. True. Nice. Well, you read my mind, bro. You said you should pop on and talk about it. That's something to do right now. If you want to just hop in, go ahead. But yeah, I'm trying to we'll try to keep it moving and stuff, but oh, the guitar stuff. I mean, I don't know. Do you have any like thoughts on it? Why don't you pop in anyway? But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to be strict about this because I want to keep it moving. You know what I mean? Just for the sake of the stream, play radio host a little bit.
Yo.
What up, hold on.
Can you hear me, man?
What up, my dude? Yeah, what's good, dude?
How the hell are you?
Not too bad. Just chilling.
No, I mean, I said I was annoyed, but I'm not like freaking out over here. I had a disagreement with Eric, and
I was curious.
just but the guitar thing. The question that I have is, do you have limitations because, like, do you have severe limitations to play it upside down?
I wouldn't say severe, but there are limitations. Like, and that was also another reason for taking it seriously, like taking what Fly Guy said seriously. Because I said it first. I mean, I think it was two things. I was like, one, I don't tend to look at it as something where I'm like proud of it to show professional guitar, like if quote unquote professional guitarists like, well, okay, actually I'm gonna ask you a question as a guitar, you're a guitarist, so um w- you don't know, so you don't know that it's limiting.
Oh, I've never tried to do it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't immediately think, oh,
I could see how it could be limiting.
yeah, because my thing, if there's any
You know,
sorry, what? Can you hear me?
I was just saying I could see how it
Oh,
could be limiting.
oh, okay. I didn't know if you said. I thought I heard you go like hello or something, but no, or like just a
Oh,
little
I said
something. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess because I tend to think, because I know that it's a little bit limiting, that if there's any like insecurity on my end, it would be because a guitarist would know, oh, so he can't play so and so and like stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, all right. um,
Yeah.
I mean, then you're just dealing with the reality of being pretentious.
The
I'm
reality
pretentious
of what?
before. You're just dealing with the reality of people being pretentious at that point, and it's just I've been it before. You know, it's not savory. You know?
Oh yeah. I
I
think
mean,
that
it's like
yeah. Go ahead.
it really is as simple as if there is no there's an intended way to play a guitar or any instrument, and if you can make something new of that and it works good, you know,
And it works. What was the last part?
if it works good.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. Yeah, because it might be That's what I thought you said, but I thought it might have broken up. But yeah, because it's good. Exactly. Like it's good. The thing is that like it's good enough. So that would be reason enough to like learn the proper way. You know what I mean?
And the thing that also got me about it is you specifically mentioned you're not your aim isn't to be a master guitarist.
That's
You
true.
specifically mentioned that, you know,
Yeah.
if like if you were trying to be a master guitarist, then yeah, it would make total sense to be able to play it with the strings strung that way, and also the way that you have them strung, and also in a bunch of different tunings,
Right.
and
Yeah.
also in a bunch of different styles, and it's
Yeah.
it, virtuosity. Like, okay, this is actually something that I've been looking at because I listened to some music today. And Boba
Nice.
Fett's always going on about, oh, Mustaine and the solos.
Right.
And that's Megadeth,
Yeah.
right? I was listening to some Megadeth earlier, and he is that talented. He's
Yeah.
that good.
Yeah.
However, can't listen to it without going, okay, you had a really cool riff there, and you went in a correction. You went in a direction that I wish you hadn't.
Oh, really? Yeah.
You know, that's when it's like it's the same problem that I have with Dream Theater. It's the same problem that I have with a lot of progressive metal stuff. Is that like they come up with something cool? It's like, okay, you had something really cool there. Do with it, work with that, and really manifest it rather than switching it up right away into something different.
Yeah.
And it got me on this thing about Beethoven.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I don't know if you know about Beethoven, but apparently Beethoven was alive. He was fairly controversial because a lot of people criticized his music for being repetitive.
That's interesting.
And of course, looking back at Beethoven now, Beethoven is this, you know, masterpiece, genius, composer, character in history who's, you know, so many of his compositions are considered some of the best pieces ever, you know. But people back then, a lot of them thought he was repetitive.
That's so strange. Yeah. He was like the pop. He really was like the pop musician of his times.
I guess so. If you consider that to be what pop music is, repetitive. I mean, you could put it that way.
It's just that people have said that. I feel like Beethoven and maybe Mozart, people will be like, "Oh, they're like they were the pop stars of their time." But
I actually don't like Mozart that much.
really, why is that?
It's just like it's so flowery. It's so over the top. Like again, and I think this might just be a me thing with how I work. But again, Mozart is this masterful fucking um he could play piano like fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is wankery. Like
A lot of it is whitey.
if someone puts on Mozart, I'm not going to complain. That's the thing. If
Yeah.
someone puts on Megadeth and I have to listen to Dave Mustaine play guitar amazingly for a while, I'm not going to complain.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not quite the same as like I listened to some Megadeth for a while, and I had an itch to listen to some Slayer after that. And just after listening, like I can't listen to Slayer and not like, oh yeah. It's just
Yeah.
it's that good for me, you know.
Nice, yeah. It's strange how classical and metal can be so similar.
Yeah. I mean that's how they compare it, right?
Totally. Yeah, and it is funny though. I am a bit those aren't like scenes that I feel that but well, it's funny to call classical a scene, right? But it's like those are both I guess you could say genres that I tend to not consider myself super well versed in, so you'll have to forgive if I'm sort of just like,
Oh, I'm not an expert either by any means.
yeah, it's like even with it's almost embarrassing, but it's like even with Beethoven and Mozart though, like I'll be like, I will have to hear the pieces and then be like, oh, that's Beethoven and Mozart, and like,
Are we alone in here, by the way? I can't actually because I'm in the whereby in a different page. I can't look at the YouTube chat. So, are we alone right
oh,
now or what?
oh yeah, we are.
Okay.
That's yeah, and it's just us on the.
That's a problem. I was just curious if there was chat going on.
Oh well, on the chat. Oh well, right now actually, it went from like 2 to like 5 people. So,
Oh, okay.
so that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, but
And
as far as
actually,
yeah, go ahead.
were you going to say something?
Oh no, just something like yeah, it's just me and you in the whereby, but like on the
Okay.
chat, yeah, now it's like 5
Oh,
people.
also, by the way, I wanted to mention about that. Did you pay for the pro version of Whereby?
No.
Okay, so this is important. If someone else tries to call in, because you are using the free version of Whereby, if someone else tries to call into the they'll put a time limit on the a 45-minute time limit. So if someone else is going to come into the call, I have to jump out because it can only it'll only let you do 2 people in a call for free.
Oh, well, I changed
even
it
though
to
you have the room set to 100.
oh, so it just
Yeah,
doesn't.
it'll allow you to put as many people in as you want, but it'll only let you do it for 45 minutes.
Oh, true. Well, thanks for letting me know that because I mean that kind of works though in a way because like I said, I guess trying to like keep it moving like that, but
Yeah, it's totally fine, and I don't mind popping out if someone else wants to jump in.
yeah, I feel
But
like
what you might want to do is the whereby room so that if someone tries to go in, you know that they're going in,
lock it. Yeah.
and that way I can jump out so they can jump in.
Oh, okay. You think locking it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that might be a decent
if I'm
idea.
understanding how it works properly.
Well, what they wind up having
Or
to do is knock, which is just like
what,
appear and
what
then
I would recommend actually is just I mean you've locked it. I don't know how the locking mechanism, but if you change it to instead of the 100 size, it means that
It means that what?
You know, if you just set to 2 instead of 100, it means that someone who wants to call in can just say they want to call in the YouTube chat, and then you can tell me, and then I can boop out so that they can boop in.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Just to have it be
just trying
knocking.
to TE the situation before it cocks up.
Yeah, for now
You know?
it will just be. I'll just have it so people knock, and the 45-minute thing. I guess it works out okay because I don't plan on having it be. And like I said too, it's like my connection. I feel like isn't that great. It might be a little better now though.
Sure.
So it's just a kind of like a beta experiment. Beta, not a beta male experiment, but a beta.
Beta male. A beta.
You do it pretty good. Oh, now that you're on stream, man. I don't mean to dude, can you do your Jordan Peterson? Because it's so good.
Well, I don't really think that would be appropriate.
I don't think
that would be appropriate for the situation.
No. Yeah. It's
I mean, it seems ridiculous to pull out the Peterson voice all the time for no reason. You know.
You know.
It just I can't help but notice that people enjoy the impersonation so much that I've been pulling it out too much.
Too much, yeah.
Well, I mean, how much is too much, right?
How much is too much? That is a good question. For as much as the demand, do you find that supply and demand is a big factor here?
Well, I mean, that there's I mean, I can supply demand there is.
It glitched a bit. What was that?
I can supply as much as you want. It's how much demand there is.
Right. Well, let's just say there's high demand. So, I'll be Ben Shapiro. Okay, so it's Ben Shapiro versus Jordan Peterson.
You do Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, it's like, oh, thanks. Yeah, it'll be Ben Shapiro.
You do a fantastic fucking Shapiro.
Thanks. Yeah, you to get into character. No, yeah, we need to. This is Ben Shapiro versus Jordan Peterson, and I'm like, well, I need to hold on, just no. Oh,
don't hurt them.
The thing about. Don't worry, I won't be hurting myself anytime soon. Just that's the problem with the left today. They're constantly hurting themselves, constantly falling down and hurting themselves.
I mean, well, I could look at the right and say the same thing.
There you go. That's no, yeah. That was good right then. That's because you had to get into it. Well, because because that's what happens. The practice. I'm always telling my wife, practice makes perfect. So, it's corny, but it's true.
Well, I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, and I thought that you would agree with me on that. I thought you would. I figured that you. I did test INTJ after all, and you guys.
Well, you're not one.
Yeah,
you're not.
Well, you're not. Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical of these things, but the description matched pretty good.
Well, that's a thing with human psychology, is that we can see a description in general, and we can to ourselves, and we can take just about any description and take a moment in our lives, and we can apply it to ourselves.
Absolutely.
With just about anything. Just about anything at all.
Absolutely, 100%. I believe they call it the Forer effect. People tend to believe.
Right.
Sort of going to Obama really quickly. People tend to believe.
No, we're just fapping at this point, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good though.
I wanted to mention something, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
That I thought was really interesting, because I came I make this comparison as well. You compared music and art the other day to food.
Nice. Yeah, it's so true.
I also
right?
do that.
Yeah.
I compare pop music to sugar, and I compare more difficult music to protein.
Protein, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
see. I
harder to
can see that.
digest.
Yeah. Some stuff is more
It's
rich in vitamins and minerals too.
yeah. Well, I mean, it has more meaning,
Yeah. Literally.
and that's hard. It's difficult. It's very difficult.
The thing about music, yeah. The thing about music. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's meaning. I mean, it's maps. You might even say it's maps of meaning. Yeah.
I
No.
don't think you have any idea what you're talking about.
Nice. Yeah. Who's some
I've never
other?
heard Shapiro and Peterson debate. I don't
I
think I've ever heard them talk to each other.
yeah. I think I may have seen them talk to each other at least once. But is that? Am I making that up? Is that a dream? Is that a dream that I had? No, but
I don't know.
let's see if it exists. Immediately, Jordan Peterson's thoughts on transgenderism. It's just the first thing. It's just him and
That's going to be a hard nugget for people.
Yeah. It's just
I think that Peterson is INTJ.
You think? Yeah. You don't think? I can see it. But
I think he's ENTJ.
Oh, ENTJ. Okay. Because yeah.
No, I don't think he's ENTJ.
Oh, you don't really? Oh shit. Okay.
I think he's FE polar. I don't think he's psi-polar. I remember talking to Peter about the situation. Like, what Eric argues about it is that he had himself put into a coma, etc.
Yeah.
To deal with his benzo addiction, and that's something that only an SI-polar person would do. And to my understanding, when I've talked to Peter about it, basically he was in a situation where he was really desperate to get whatever help he could get.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyone of any type, if they're desperate, are going to do that kind of thing, I would think.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And because I tend to think, oh yeah, like that's good evidence of the polar SI. But you're right. It's not like that's just something that could happen to anyone, really.
Yeah.
I think the idea of it though is like, oh, he's going on world tours and stuff like that, and he's getting burnt out. Like, I think that's sort of an ENXJ thing, right? Like burning the candle at both ends. What do you think about that?
I think that it would be ENXJ like
to do that. Yeah.
If I were to be in a position where I could be making a ridiculous amount of money by world touring, I probably would as well.
Yeah.
Especially if I thought that, not that I agree with Jordan Peterson on everything, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But especially if I thought that I was doing some good, and Jordan Peterson almost assuredly does.
Yeah. You like I feel like
I just want to say I'm not anti Peterson by any. I'm not anti him. I can agree with him on some things, but go ahead.
Sorry, that was just my speaker there.
You're good.
Yeah, the okay, well, so what do you think? Why do you think he's polar FE?
Well, I mean, first off, I feel a lot of it in common with him, and so do other INTJs that I've talked to.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I've seen him. I've seen him be put into situations where he will see things, and it probably doesn't occur to him how the person is going to take it.
Really? Maybe I that's some tendency or something of people to like put what they he always comes off to me as very like considerate in a way. But that's a
Well, yeah, I mean, he's can he's 60 something years old. He's extremely well read. He's a psychologist. He's had a lot of time to grow and gain wisdom and etc.
well, I think the main thing is actually like a big meme of his that I really like and think is funny, where he'll do that thing where he's like, um, where like someone will ask him something. I don't know. It doesn't matter what it is, honestly, but it's something. If he doesn't think that he knows enough about it, he'll be like, "Well, actually, I'll have to think about that one." Not that that's fe, but it's just kind of like
Oh, that's something that INTJs will absolutely do.
it's like I know that amazing thing he does when it's like he does like a dramatic pause and it'll just be like, "No, I hadn't thought about that yet. And now I have to, and now I will have to consider that." And like,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's not necessarily FE. It's just an interesting thing that he does that to me always comes off as like, oh, that's incredibly considerate. But that's not really like that. You're right. This could be just an NTJ type, especially an INTJ type thing.
Well, I mean, I could see I could see other types. Um, I could see other types doing that, but that's something that you'll hear me do all the time. So if the topic gets to
Yeah.
something, um, if the topic gets to something and I don't know enough about it, I will say like, okay, I mean, my gut feeling on it is this, but I don't feel knowledgeable enough to give you a comfortable answer. So I'm not gonna. I don't feel an expert enough to be divulging expertise on this or something like that.
Yeah.
And if you give us something that we really haven't thought about before, we will sit with it and be like, I have to consider that.
Yeah.
At least I think I will.
Yeah, I think it's just
And
funny.
if I don't say that I will, I probably will.
Yeah.
I'll probably be sitting there alone at some point, and then the thought will pop back in my head, and I'll go, hold on, I might have turned down what they said that time, but I want to unpackage it and come to a fuller understanding of what I just turned down. You know?
No, yeah. I just can't help but think it's not you. You seem pretty mindful of like that
I try.
kind of thing. But it's like, yeah. Um I wonder how you feel like, and I'm sure I've asked you this before, but like, well, I definitely asked Peter, but do you feel like you have to like do a lot of making up for polar FE? With in some way,
For
or
sure.
that you've had to work on it?
For sure.
Yeah. So like, okay, so do you feel like you're good at reading people? You don't feel like you're good at reading people?
Um, I actually do think I'm pretty good at reading people. Is a lot of it is I'll say something and in real not realize until directly after that I just fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like in real time, I'll do something with the best of intentions and just like see the color drain out of someone and be like, fuck, I just did it.
So would you say
Yeah.
it manifests in being like blunt in some way?
Um, it can.
Because that seems pretty.
It can manifest a lot of ways. It can manifest as bluntness. It can manifest as stiffness. It can manifest as kind of an awkwardness.
True.
Yeah, you have to remember that. Like I just said, Fe polar is paired with Fi third. So often Fe polar person doing Fe polar thing, the best of intense little innocent child that mind. They just don't understand how they just how to say it. Said something they weren't gonna be able to say without hurting someone's feelings.
Yeah.
And when
Um,
it comes down to that, it is a situation of like, well, there's a way to avoid either mention it or I never mention it. What's better, you know?
hmm. Hmm.
Hopefully figure it on their own. Well, hopefully haven't hurt themselves by that point.
That's true. So you're basically a firm believer, and I'd rather say something now than forever hold my peace.
Well, no, that's exactly the point. It's still an insecure, still a concern of like it do this in the moment or not to do this in the moment. How badly it's going to hurt this person if I don't flat tell, look, you're going to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
You know.
So it's like you do
Well,
weigh it
no,
out.
this isn't a good idea. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like you do weigh it out and in your head. It's not like you're just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna say whatever. I don't care. Because sometimes I think that might be a common misconception about polar FE people. You know that
I
they'll just
mean, I can only speak from my experience so much. You know,
yeah.
I can't speak for everyone else who would be FE polar. You know.
Yeah, I imagine some would manifest as like better than others. That's why I was thinking like, well, you're pretty like solid with it. But I could see you being like giving kind of a blunt assessment, but not being but after like full consideration and like still thinking about how the person's going to receive what is said. It's funny though,
Yeah.
because you said Jordan Peterson is like uh not thinking of things like that. So you've basically had to just work to think of
No, I
what.
didn't say he did not thinking of it. I said that I think he can do the thing that I will do, where he is trying to help and
Oh yeah.
he'll give advice, he'll say something, and the person will just never be able to do
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Um
it. I don't necessarily think that going FP. I shouldn't have said think he's FE or think I think he's INTJ. I think that he's
oh yeah.
um,
Oh
but
yeah, he
I
would
think
not be.
TE parent makes a lot of sense for him.
Mhm.
I mean, we're it, he has a book which is advice on life. It's this many rules for life. Like,
Rules for life. I know, right? Sorry, I feel like it's being a
um,
little robot-y, and I'm hoping it's not too like bad for the stream. But yeah, I heard it. I like got everything you were saying.
okay.
It's like only like a um TE type person you think would kind of like have the audacity to have their book be called that or something like that.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that. I just think it does make a lot of sense that it would be a TE tools and TE second person
TE
to
tool, yeah, totally though.
it, that does make sense to me.
Yeah, right. As opposed to NI tool. But honestly, I could kind of see both with
And it
him.
also is a thing of he that
He
I would come to.
he comes to conclusions you would come to, did you say?
Yeah.
Nice, yeah. I could see that.
Um,
That
and I've seen him do interviews and stuff. I've seen on camera where say the kind of that I would say, and he'll say it the way that I would say it, and see the person take it wrong, and
mm,
he just this inkling my like, oh no, debut,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he got better with it over time, though. Like,
He's a damn good speaker.
yeah, well, he became so like at first I feel like he probably ran into that more. Because off the top of my head, I can't really think of too many times where I've seen him like really like except back when he was more, provocative or whatever. Like when you would like say, it's a good one that's like not a lot of people bring up, because everyone brings up that one time where he was like outside and everyone he was talking about the trans thing. But I thought a more interesting one was when he was interviewed by some guy on Vice, and he
Okay.
started talking about like women wearing makeup and stuff like that. Do you remember that one?
No.
Oh man, I mean, that was when he was just doing his Jordan Peterson thing, and he was just like, "Women wear makeup to impress people." And then like
Sure.
the Vice guy was just like, "Well, of course, couldn't they be wearing it because he's talking about in the workplace?" And he was like, "Well, then why do people, why do women do that?" I mean, and I can see like back in the day moments like that where the host gets like kind of flustered and like the Kathy Newman thing too, of course, everyone loves that one. Um,
And also, what that makes me think of is price and complete verbiage. I think INTJs will. So, like, what we stare with to us people, if get into a long, drawn out discussion with Jordan Peterson of why women wear makeup, it's going to be a long discussion. Talks about all shit.
it's gonna be all what?
It's it's going to be a long discussion where he talks about a lot of shit. It's not just going to be, well, it's they're trying to impress people. It's he almost assuredly has a way more complicated view of it than that. And if you were to press him on it and talk to him about it, you would start unraveling the layers of Keith, what he thinks about.
Yeah.
Honestly, they do it to impress people. It's not believable. No.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was hearing what you're saying, but I was just looking at the chat and people are kind of complaining about the audio, which is annoying.
Is it on my end?
Um, well, that's the thing. I'm
Or is it
not.
on your end?
It's like realistically, I think it could be on my end, but it's like my the bars are full on here, and I got everything else closed. Oh wait, hold on. I could close something else out. I just obviously don't want to have you, having it be for nothing. I mean, obviously it's good to talk, but as far as the stream's concerned, I obviously don't want to waste your time.
Also, by the way, whenever you want to tell me to get bent and get out of here, go do it.
Oh yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure at least that it's getting through, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But because it could be a situation where I'm running two things at once and it's it could be anything.
Well, how are you picking up? Are you doing it through the speaker into the phone, or are you doing it like through system on?
How am I what?
How are you putting the audio into the stream? You doing it through speakers into the microphone? That'd probably be a better way to do it.
Yeah.
Like that foo bar, everything.
Oh no, yeah. I feel like it hasn't been terrible.
I guess this is a test.
No, it is. It hasn't been terrible so far, but like definitely not. It was better at the beginning too, I think, and then now it's like kind of just deciding to be shittier. Hold on. If I could do well, I can't seem to be able to adjust it from here, but we can do another one. The system audio thing though, is that an option? Because
The problem with doing that is they'd only be hearing me, they wouldn't be hearing you. Unless you were to have some way to both pick up the system audio and your microphone. Or it would be better to just you speak to the microphone or gain on the microphone up or
yeah, there are like a few
put
things.
Headphones around the microphone. That's not going to work.
Yeah, there are a few things. They're like I just haven't seen any other option. It doesn't give me another option, so I'd have to probably download something to like.
Just are you working through a laptop?
Yeah.
Try some combination of turn in on the microphone / turn speakers up / move a microphone closer to speakers. Or move speaker closer.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not speaking. It's just the laptop speakers.
I mean, if the case, then could technically move the lap screen closer.
Sorry. See, now it's
As long
roboting.
as we can see.
It's like roboting a bit. Did you say that again? I'm sorry.
Wait, if you have a laptop, you can technically close this a little bit so that you can see it and the microphone is closer. You know what I'm saying?
So that the microphone is closer, I can like
close the screen.
Oh well, yeah, that's true.
Instead of 110 degrees, you can open it at like 80 degrees.
Yeah.
Now, problem is it moves your face.
That's the thing, right?
It's completely working. Okay, so in that case, video, try to turn the speaker volume up.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Well, it's not necessarily the volume. It's just more the connection to hear you clearly.
Is it like am I roboting or am I sounding like distant?
No, it will just glitch a little bit, and then it'll be, and then occasionally it'll be like do that little robot thing. But then sometimes it's clear. It's like, and it was better at the beginning, but right now I have like my connection is
be
good.
better if you used your Bluetooth speaker for your computer, because it probably gives off a the problem with that is going to go.
You think there could be something with the Bluetooth speaker?
Well, I mean, the only person to hear the echo is me, so I guess I can just deal with it.
Oh, there's an echo. Oh well, you are.
No, I don't know that there's an echo. I don't think that there will be an echo.
Oh, okay. Should
I'm
be
just saying
fine.
on my I can do it.
Yeah. I know. I kind of wish someone else should come in just to test it, just so that we know it's like me. I wish someone else would pop in. Because then I'd know for sure, It's like I have the full internet connection right now.
I mean, I've got full bars over here, so I don't know why it would be a internet thing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
On my end, at least.
Yeah, that's the thing. I keep going from I just alternate from 2 to 3 bars. Do you think that would be enough to be like to fuck it up?
I'm not the slightest.
I didn't know if you might. I don't know. You seem pretty good. You seem pretty good with technical shit. But I don't know.
I'm all right.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's good enough for now. It's just I don't want to. I just hate to like have you say some good stuff and then have it just be like fucking not taking. Obviously,
you'd hate to hear some deep, meaningful dialogue coming from my direction.
Well, yeah, to have it not. Yeah, to have it not get fucking caught.
Right.
I'd be annoyed, but that's why it's like, yeah, this is just a test. That's my disclaimer right now. This is the beta version. Beta mail. Yeah, they're doing it. You could do a JLP too, which is pretty funny.
It is a liberal stream.
It's a liberal stream.
You see, that makes it a B, man. If it was a conservative stream, it would be alpha.
Be more alpha. Yeah, that's not bad.
No, you're saying wrong. It's alpha.
Alpha.
No L in there.
Just absolutely no L. Are you Alpha male. That's not bad. Hold on, let me just peep the chat. Someone
There's a
goes
very black and white. There's a very black and white log coming out of that man.
black and white what?
Logic.
Oh yeah,
Very fucking black and white.
I know, it's crazy. The only thing that, well, it's like there's a lot of things obviously that, like, I like him, but um he's just like, I definitely can get annoyed sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I'll just be like, man, like if he just like upped his game like a little bit, it would be like, it could be
Well, I mean, he doesn't seem to be hurt.
I know people love it. I mean, it's,
How many subscribers does he?
I don't even know,
How
probably
many?
a lot.
I wonder how much money he makes. He's probably doing well for himself.
He probably is. I mean, if they I'm just trying to think. I mean, because I've watched like a good amount of him and like I've thought about this a decent amount. Like, but
Yeah.
it's like I'm trying to think of like what's a one place to begin. Well, it's the rhetoric thing, right? It's just kind of like, and it's definitely infuriating when he does that thing of like, if anyone says anything other than yes or no, it's like, it's there's
It
no
is a
room.
simple question. It's a no answer. It's a simple question. It's not a simple question. It's not at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, my favorite one is definitely, I mean, I've brought this up before, but like it's definitely like one of the good ones is like, do you love white people? And it's like, that he's just trying to like get you, it's the whole thing basically. And there is a grain of truth in it that it's like people will say anything other than just yes. But it's like, of course, that's a completely loaded question. Like, and it's not accurate, and it would be, and most people don't, it's just would agree to such a blanket statement, it doesn't matter who it is.
Well, again, I think that I think exactly what I said in the chat the other day. He does it. He does it. Be Weasley. He does it to. He does it to present to a particular audience that will see that and will see it as Weasley if the person doesn't just answer yes or no.
Right, yeah. And it becomes
So if
like,
the person
yeah.
if the person wants to go, well, it's more complicated than that, and you just know it's very simple,
Yeah.
right? There's some people who see that and be like, look at ski fuck trying to get out of
Yeah.
questions. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it winds up becoming like, it's like it's good entertainment, but it's like not much more than that. And in some ways, there are things that I enjoy a lot, and like, but like, and I think in some odd way that his heart is in the right place. But like, but he is so stubborn. Like he won't. Do you think he could be ESTJ?
Um, Surprised.
Yeah,
That's what
like
I'm thinking.
you thought the same thing.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's like, it's just like it's so SI, like locked in, like, and then there's like that low key FI vibe going on, but it's just like the
But
stoic.
it's like if he depends on how serious it is.
Yeah.
If he really really thinks that he's being like the arbiter of truth or something like that, then that would indicate to me really bad an eye.
Right. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who, I mean, there's people all the time who call in and they're like, you know, thank you so much, like you've saved my life and everything. Um and it's like,
Could be ESTP, I guess.
yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah, that's true. But I think
I mean,
people,
it's the direct opposite quadra.
yeah, that's true. I mean, I think it's like that people wind up benefiting from that black and white thinking. Like, I think there's true.
But it's
Well, all
No,
I want to,
continue.
yeah,
Continue.
go ahead.
Okay, well, I was just going to say that lately I've been looking at like the Abraham stuff like that. So I don't know much of it. Like when a lot of the times these days, looking at personality stuff, I'm looking at it going, well, how much of this is Enneagram, how much of this is, how much of this is, and how much of this is, you know,
How much of this is what? The last thing you said?
nurture.
Oh yeah, nature versus nurture. Yeah, I know, right? Well, because for
You know,
example, yeah, I mean, do you know about like JLP? Like he like had problems like with his mom and stuff.
yeah. I don't know the details of it. I just know that he had problems with mother.
Yeah, it's all public, you know, it's all a matter of public record. It's just like a matter of how interested people are in knowing the story behind him. And it's like, did you know though that there is a lot of talk that he could be gay?
I don't know.
There was some guy apparently that I haven't read
Oh,
too much about it, but apparently like an ex-producer came out and said, you know, almost like some tabloid vibes, like I was Jesse Lee Peterson's lover.
I don't know.
So there's a growing segment on
The thing
YouTube.
is,
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I'd have to look into it. The
Yeah.
thing of it is that there could be multiple realities there. There could be the reality that this guy is telling the truth, and that has implications as to the character of Jessica Peterson. And there's also the narrative of that person is lying, and that just has implications about what that person is doing and why they're doing it and why.
Yeah.
So I can't. I don't know.
I'm gonna put you in the hot seat. I'm gonna put in the hot seat right now. Do you love God?
Um.
No, that's what JLP does all that.
It's actually really. I mean, it's complicated. So.
Yeah. Do you love God?
Well, it's just like if there is a God, then I no reason not to love him, but it isn't God. I can't what doesn't exist.
Right. Do you love God?
I just understand. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, do you love God? It's a simple question.
It's very simple. Either you do or you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Either you do or you don't.
So if I say something like, well, I mean, if it doesn't exist, I can't love what doesn't exist. I mean, are you insinuating that you don't believe in God?
So you say you don't let. You ever notice how Jesse? Like, something else, by the way. Don't you ever notice how he always sounds like he has like a really bad stuffy nose or something?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like, does he like hype up his accent?
Yeah, that's true. But I always feel like he has like some real like nasal problems going on.
I don't know.
I would just be curious on. I'd love to be his. I'd love to know what if he has sinus problems. I really would. You know
This is
what's
the next big conspiracy, CJ.
yeah.
Jesse
No.
Lee Peterson has terrible nasal problems.
Yeah,
He has
exactly.
he is a repeat post nasal drip offender.
I know, right?
Or
You know
you
what
get
is
terrible stomach aches. Right?
terrible what?
Stomach aches.
Yeah, literally from the sinusitis. Yeah. So true. I know, I've had sinus problems. I feel him. I'd be like, dude, get some fucking nasal spray
If I can
and
just quickly up and Glenn Beck stringboard about how has allergens make the cost somehow makes you in the Illuminati somehow, and also the
Yeah.
CIA.
Allergy
Right?
and the CIA. Yeah.
All interconnected.
I know the sinus problems. Well, you know what's weird about that is that Trump, I'm pretty sure, had or has sinus problems.
I remember hearing about this. I remember hearing about Trump having the
He would like
European version of some it's some like allergy medicine or cough medicine or something like that. Had the European version of it, and certainly the European version has like an upper in it.
Oh man.
According to people
Yeah.
according to the people in The Apprentice, he would just pop it all the time.
He's just popping this like niche medication, like so good.
It's just
This
it seems weird pop this medication for allergy relief when an upper in it.
Yeah, that's so strange. Trump European medication.
Yeah, I remember that circulating around at some point.
Yeah, if I searched
But
like
I mean, it's if I were to make that if I were to make that particular critique of Trump, it could probably make it of however many politicians probably, when they're about to do a speech or whenever they're about to do anything, probably take some kind of something to get themselves going.
Yeah, a stimulant. I'm looking at it's like Snopes. Snopes says that the Sudafed that there
That's
was
what it
like
was. Sudafed.
yeah. Snopes says that it's false, but there's he would always do that sniffling thing though, and
Yeah.
I always thought that could be something. But,
Yeah.
it's just
the
like
pat of the nose.
he's got some nasal problems. So humanizing of him or these people. Isn't it kind of though? It's pretty funny.
You had a stream about you talked about Trump in a stream a couple of weeks ago, and like all you had to say about him was like, he's not exactly likable.
Yeah.
He doesn't exactly strike just about anyone as likable.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, you always just see his like serious ass face, It's like it just seems like every like picture of him, he's just like I could imagine him saying something like, "I'm not here to make friends" or something like that. You know what I mean?
Huh?
Yeah. Which is like,
I mean,
it's not always terrible, but it's just like how he could have. It's like there's just I don't know. I guess it's just bad FE or something. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's a lot of things depending on your view of it, but
Yeah.
No, but yeah, go ahead. I don't know if you were gonna say something there.
Well, I was just gonna say that anyone can take any politician and call them dislikable or unlikable for any reason.
Yeah, that's true. Like,
I can certainly take plenty of Democrats and get on a nice rant that I'm not going to do on stream about all the disagreeable things about them that I don't like.
Yeah, right. Fair enough. Oh, do tell. Just like Jonathan.
And I also, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like pissing people off too much talking about politicians, and especially not Trump, because that's one that's going to particularly get people angry.
I know, right? Well, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Donald Trump is hilarious, and he should be a stand-up comedian. He should be a stand-up comedian or something.
I don't think stand-up is I don't think stand-up is right.
Maybe talk show. Well, at least a talk show.
How about rap?
He could be a rapper, yeah. The rap community, as I'm sure you know, he used to be one of those people. People would reference him like all the time, and then it just everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. No, I'm just kidding, but everything changed when 2016 fucking election there. It was like not anymore. Back in the day, you could find a million lines from rappers being like, "I got Trump money, I got Donald Trump, whatever."
Trump money.
Yeah, just like But it's funny just how he was
That's
like,
fine.
"Oh, go ahead."
No, I just heard a bit of echo from my end over the stream, but I don't know if that. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know if it's a problem or not.
Yeah, I think it's probably just
not a problem until people start complaining about it.
Yeah, you probably just like opened the other tab or something, because I did think about that being a potential like thing, but as long as it's like not causing problems with you or the audience.
I haven't actually looked in the I actually looked at the tab right now.
You haven't what? Hold on. What was that? I got people talking upstairs and stuff too. But
I just said that I hadn't looked in the I hadn't looked the YouTube tab yet.
Oh yeah. Like
I just looked
yeah, there's some talk going on. Talking about Nietzsche.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I have pissed it off yet, so.
No, yeah, I've been like occasionally checking back and forth, and it's like not really anything even addressing what we're talking about.
Fair enough.
Or at least for the last literally half hour. Little bit here about Jesse Lee Peterson, but like amazing, yeah.
Amazing.
Literally so good. But some talk about
does like this is one of the things that makes me think he is just legit. Because he will do like he'll hear someone say something fairly milk toasty, and he'll look at it like he'll hear someone say something remotely liberal or something like that, and he'll look at it with this almost like legitimate wonderment of like, wow.
Yeah, he does get legitimate.
That? Wow, that's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, he does get some genuine wonderment. he like, I've seen it, yeah. It's so funny. It's almost like there is sometimes he's doing it. There are different that's what's truly amazing about him. It'll be like different intonations of amazing that convey different different reactions. So it'll be like there's like the sarcastic like amazing, there's like the kind of supportive amazing. There's and there's of course like what you were just talking about, of course now I can't think of it, but it's like, oh, the wonderment. There's wonderment amazing, awe amazing, so good.
Yeah.
But you
I can't find this anymore. It's
you what?
I can't listen to him anymore. It just doesn't go anywhere. Like it doesn't do anything for me.
What doesn't do anything for you?
Watching Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh yeah, JLP. Well, you've probably
I've seen enough of it that I'm like, okay, what am I getting out of this?
Yeah, I think once you've absorbed like a certain amount of it, I've found that like you get it. You probably get it now. Like I've found he repeats himself all the time. It's not like he's coming up with like new theories and stuff, you know?
Right. Yeah, I mean, really, all it would be is seeing people of points of view that I've already seen before.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. Yeah, that's
having them display the point of view that I already have seen them display before, and have this guy go, "Wow,
amazing." Yeah,
which is basically like, basically all he's saying is like, "Wow, look at how retarded this person is."
Yeah, and it's like
that's it.
Yeah. There was something just the other day where, like, I mean, there's stuff all the time where, like, he doesn't know. There was one time where I mentioned this where he didn't know something from the Bible that was like really obvious, or at least he didn't remember it at the time. If you want to like give him a pass, but it's like it was one of those big ones. And then there was another time where just recently I'm watching him and like everyone else that he has like on the panel who like work with him are like using words like they're talking about they mentioned like Patton, like General Patton, and
Okay.
and it's just it's like a million times like Jesse Lee Peterson, they mention him and he'll just be like, who's that? Like he just doesn't know like so much. And it winds
Interesting.
up, and like the guy, they're kind of like nudging him in like the direction of like what's going on, and like I think he does like understand like stuff, but he needs things literally like explained to him a lot, which is kind of endearing in its own way, but it's also just kind of like, okay, well, but don't posture as so like all knowing. Then not that that's just that would just be sort of an FE critique or something, but I don't know. Again, but it's just like, really, you didn't know
Interesting to me.
it? What?
That's just interesting to me.
I know,
Like
right?
it's this is something that's occurred to me. Um, Knowing the words or knowing every person ever or knowing the history of everything ever, um, it certainly puts ethos to them if they have read everything ever, and if you mention anything ever, they know what you're talking about and they can talk about it.
Yeah.
However, you can still understand on without having the words for it. You can still understand the meaning of having the words for it.
Yeah, that's true.
So um, I don't remember.
You don't remember
Um,
what?
I don't remember who this was. It was someone who was for I think the Republican primary of 2016, something like that. They didn't know what the Syria capital was.
Someone running in 2016 didn't
Something
know.
like that.
Sorry, it was just kind of glitching, but they didn't know the capital of
Yeah,
Syria.
they didn't know what the capital of Syria was called,
Yeah.
and got this whole shit about it and whatever. And I can hear the point of view of, well, he should know what that's named.
Right.
And can like I don't know the name of the word capital. Doesn't mean that I don't have
Yeah.
an idea of what's going on or what.
Yeah.
I haven't heard the guys foreign policy regarding that region. I'd rather not hung up on he didn't know the name. It is the capital city, I suppose.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, it is
and it
true.
also it's another one of those situations where I think it's nitpicky critique of someone who has a lot more shit that you can critique other than that nitpicking. But you know how the media is.
Yeah. It's like I totally agree actually. It's just with someone like I don't know if it makes a difference or what exactly it is that makes the difference. It's just the way that someone like JLP acts, like I don't know, I would just there is something that I'm just like, really? Like that example, that's like how the other side of it kind of works though, I think, where it's like you don't need the words necessarily to get your point across, but like if you don't know like basic things all the time, then like it does kind of like make me question
I mean,
like
that just indicates
yeah.
if you just know basic shit that everyone knows, it's ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, the example I gave, it's not like incredibly surprising that like some I don't know, that like JLP wouldn't know General Patton, but at the same time it's like the three other guys on the panel could like elaborate on it and like do all that, and he's just kind of sitting there like, huh, amazing. It's he does that all the time, and like it's like I said, there's almost something like
He's
endearing
not
about.
there to be an encyclopedic source about shit. He's there to be a personality.
Yeah, that kind of seems to be what it is, you know. And then he's got like his, you know, his team like helping to kind of like prop him up, you know. And it's kind of endearing. Again, even that is kind of endearing because I'll see like the guy on there, James Hake, like he will like you know, then he'll explain it to him real quick or whatever, but it's like in a way of like almost like they're friends, you know, where it's just kind of like I mean, I don't see it as like anything nefarious personally. I see it as sort of just like if your buddy is just like kind of not so bright about some things and you're just like, he's that guy, you know, it's like blah blah blah. And then he's like, oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Again, not that I, you know, don't think JLP has some points, but it's just that thing of like, right, he doesn't know about like names and he doesn't know about these things. Like it's just like
I mean, some people are just bad with names. I need to look at it in particular. Me hearing you describe it and me watching it and pulling it apart are two different things.
yeah. I mean, you would probably have to see it for yourself, but it's like it happens, I noticed probably like I don't know, at least like once or twice a stream. Like someone will like say something that you just know is going right over his head and it's like they have to like explain it. And I think it actually causes for like a lot of like miscommunication, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'll just sort of find myself wishing like I wish he like understood what that person was saying so that there could be a good conversation about it, but he literally doesn't like know what they're talking about. But he won't admit that, you know? I mean, sometimes he
That's
does.
okay.
Sometimes he does though. Well, that's what you might think is interesting because like sometimes he will and he'll use it as like a tact. He'll be like, "So what is that? Like, explain that to me." But I swear he's doing it because he really doesn't know.
He probably doesn't.
Like I'm trying to think of like a good word. You could come up with like a million bits like about what kind of words like that Jesse Lee Peterson wouldn't know. Like cisgender. I just imagine him not.
Probably just gender by now.
Yeah. It's like just like word stuff like that, which is like fair enough, but like sometimes it'll even be words like yeah, maybe not so much words, but the stuff that people are trying to convey. It's like I mean, I don't think he would ever say he wouldn't know what postmodernism is or like how I don't even know how you would like explain that to him. Maybe you could explain it. He would just be like, "Oh, like weird stuff." And I'd just be like, "Yeah, basically." You know?
Well, I mean, it's just, you're you're now just dealing with the limitations of Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, I know. It's just funny to talk about. It's just like, so how can you yeah.
Deep insight about something and relent about it.
Yeah.
Well,
I know, it's just like I wish I don't know. He's just he developed like a philosophy and he just stays with it and I don't think he'll ever like go
no,
beyond it.
growing this philosophy.
Yeah. There's no like going forward with it.
I'm gonna step away for a second. I have to take water.
Oh yeah, no worries. I actually might want to get some coffee real quick. We'll be back with more Chill Island Oasis, Truth and Reality. WFM. Need sound effects and music. Amazing chat. The limits of JLP, indeed. I'll have to think of like some more types to discuss, but I think I'm about to go grab a coffee real quick. Also, if the connection keeps fucking up, I don't know. Let me know in the chat and let me know if someone wants to hop on. Someone else should too, because I'd like to test how the connection is with someone else too, you know. Again, this is a beta run. Beta mail. Um, but the least I could do is have it the connection be decent. So I'm just gonna go get a coffee. One sec. Sup?
You need to diversify your diet, CJ.
Could you hear me talking?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I thought I had the I thought I had it muted.
No.
Oh wow, is it super loud?
Listen to a little bit of the YouTube, and I am roboting a little bit over there.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know what level of technical is going wrong there.
Yeah, that's why I wish at least someone would come in and just like make sure that it's on my end too, but it probably is on my end.
Yeah, does someone else want to call in?
All right, call in to Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality.
Post the whereby link again.
Oh yeah, do it one more time. One more time. I hope I
I
wasn't
don't want to get copyrighted by my perfect auto tune pitch.
literally. One more time. You started singing it exactly like in the studio version.
Yeah.
Yup. I gotta grab some saltines. So funny though. I hope everyone couldn't hear like every last word of what I was saying.
Not entirely clearly. Something about eating saltines, something about being in the basement. Da 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 da. I wasn't paying that much attention.
Oh yeah. All the time. No, just because it's just like embarrassing. Because I'm just like, thanks for getting saltines like to my mom.
Oh.
I was like, oh yeah, they're out of saltines at the store, blah blah blah. Very boring conversation, but yeah.
Seen in the background, the premium brand. Yeah.
What's that?
The premium brand. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's your standard saltine. I don't know that I've ever seen another brand of saltine before.
I don't think I have either.
Maybe that's just a region thing.
They seems like they nailed the market on saltines.
I guess so. I haven't eaten a saltine in years, so I don't know how well they do.
They're good with peanut butter and coffee.
Oh, here's a question.
Yeah.
Chunky peanut butter or smooth peanut butter?
I grew up on chunky, but then I got into the creamy lifestyle.
Oh.
I do still like chunky peen though. I'm just kidding, but peanut butter though.
Chunky peen?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with liking chunky peen, man.
Nothing wrong with a little chunky
Who are you?
Nothing wrong with a little chunky peen now and then. But some cream, I like a little creamy. Creamy peen. But do you
like the natural stuff?
It is the natural stuff though.
Okay.
Natural PB. Natural Skippy.
That's good.
It's on point. But the cream element does it for me. I'm telling you. Are you a chunky fan? Hello?
I don't eat peanut butter that often though.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I like a chunky.
Well, it's definitely more substantial.
A texture to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Get better connect by doing that. We'll see.
Better what?
Internet connection by turning something else off. We'll see.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's a problem or if it's going to help or what. But we'll see.
Yeah, I appreciate it. If it winds up, persisting too much, we can just We can just give up.
I don't know. People want me to leave. Am I getting shit commented yet?
Oh no.
Mm.
It's not even just you. I'm just saying, like, I might have to like figure this out first before it becomes like a real thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's still been good talking though.
Well, it's also, you mentioned before that you weren't intending initially for this to be a thing where people call in.
You mean the show, this quote unquote show in general?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, well, I was willing to entertain it. I think especially once we did the thing with Bobby Brown, but that just went on for way longer. You know what I mean? I mean, way longer than like probably. I mean, that was a special occasion, but but like
That's the thing to call it. Yeah.
sorry, what? Yeah, exactly. Like that's go ahead. Can you say that again?
I just pulled. I didn't say anything.
Oh, true, true. Okay. But anyway, like, yeah, it's just that kind of thing of like, well, but if someone wants to pop in now and then if we could get like 2 people at once. I mean, 3 people technically with me, but just like, "Yo, what's up? It's fucking James from Minnesota." Need to get the outreach.
James from Minnesota's pretty hype.
What was that?
Saint James from Minnesota sounds hype.
Sounds pretty hype. I know, right?
Yo, this from Minnesota.
Yeah, he is. I know. It's always I know. I like to imagine just like some ESTP with like a bad backwards cap like calling in, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, "What up?"
I mean,
Hits, you
Flow
know.
State to call in.
What's that?
Flow State been here?
That would be great. No, he hasn't been.
That guy can talk.
Yeah, dude, he goes in. I subscribed to him recently. He's got some pretty good stuff.
Certainly entertaining.
It's funny too because I mean, I can totally see him being an ESTP, but I actually like don't I mean, I kind of feel the vibes where he's coming from. But I think in real life though, like I could see him being ESTP. It's just that he has like
Oh, yeah.
he really can talk though, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Not that ESTPs
ESTPs
like
can talk.
can't. Sorry, what?
ESTPs can talk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like not like I guess not that that's necessarily surprising for an ESTP, but maybe a little bit. I mean,
I don't imagine. I'm hard pressed to imagine an ESTP that doesn't talk eloquently.
no,
with passion.
an ESTP.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
hard pressed
really?
to imagine an EST that doesn't talk good.
That is true. You could imagine an ESFP maybe.
ESTs. Not. I don't. I'm hard pressed to imagine an ESF that's not gonna. That's. I mean, I'm not talking about. How do you think I mean when I say talk?
Well, I guess like having that well, put it this way. I just think Taylor, for example, probably just has really good NI. But and then well, it's like TI and NI, but it's like the NI is low on the stack for the ESTP, and they are SE DOM, so it's not like they're gonna necessarily like prioritize. Like I could see them being like, I don't need to explain this shit to you. You know what I mean? I could probably literally see Taylor saying that, but he's on YouTube, so it like
Yeah.
changes. So it like changes the vibe. Obviously, it's like because he's literally doing a video about a topic and telling you like it's gonna necessitate words, but but like but I don't know. I guess I don't know that many ESTPs. I mean, my uncle is probably an ESTP, and he's not really a man of many words, but he does get kind of rowdy. He's not like, I mean, he's what you'd imagine an ESTP to be. It's just like, I don't know that they prioritize being like verbose per se, you know?
I don't know if verbose is the right word for it. Like I would consider someone like Eric to be verbose. He uses words that I look at and go, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what he means when he says that.
Yeah.
I'd have to look up a bunch of definitions.
Yeah, like he's definitely sorry, go ahead.
I just finished.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know if I cut you off. It's just it's just like again a little glitchy, but not too bad. But Eric is verbose indeed.
It's like I would imagine any ESTP be able to speak clearly and passionately in something that they believe in.
Yeah. I think I need to meet more ESTPs.
And especially commandingly.
Yeah.
Or emotionally. It depends on the flavor. We're talking depending upon person, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
But I mean, I'd imagine ESP to talk good too. I'd imagine ESPs to especially have a great ability to emote and to say things passionately and to be funny and think quickly and in the moment and
true.
yada yada.
Yeah, true. It does make sense that I would think I would just see I would see ESTPs as probably being more concise than verbose. Would you agree with that?
Um,
Which
maybe.
yeah. Which is to say
I think
which
they'd definitely be willing to be blunt.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, and concise and is a good thing too. I mean, I like I think that's a good aim to try to be able to get your point across in as few words as possible. What do you think about that?
Um, I've heard a lot about this recently.
Yeah.
Words you have. It's like the quote that keeps coming up is according to Einstein, you need to be able to explain it to a 6-year-old.
Right.
One of the things that I resonate with is speak the language of people.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good
So
quote.
speak in language that people can relate to. Speak in language that people can understand.
Yeah, for sure.
So that might mean that you need to use more words. You might not be using the loftiest words, and you might be using less words than you could use when you could, or you might be using more words when you could be using less. But what matters is that the fullness of the message gets communicated.
Yeah, for real.
To as many ears as possible.
Yeah. Um, it is so funny though because like I think I've touched on this before and like not to harp on him, but like the Trump thing, like he would always do that where he would be almost too short. And it would be like, "Oh man, like I mean, sometimes it's necessary to explain things in a way that, communicate." I think it's like basically what you're saying though, the fullness of the message, like, um, and then sometimes there would just someone like him would just be like, it's like not communicating. It's like that's an example of some of maybe
Trump's
speaking.
aim isn't to communicate good.
Yeah.
You know, Trump's aim is to do the media game the way that he always does it.
Yeah. He's pretty insistent on playing that game too. However, I do think there was a virtue there in the conciseness, but it was just sort of like mishandled on in many regards, I guess, but mostly on like what I think as like FE grounds and stuff. Or I'd just be like, okay, that requires explanation. Like, why would you put it like that? You know what I mean? Like,
There's also an amount of, uh, um, funnily enough, vulgarity in the way that Trump speaks that I can actually appreciate.
yeah, yeah, it is a vulgarity though.
It's like there is some place, though I don't agree with Trump. There is some place in the political sphere where the best course of action is probably to just be vulgar.
Yeah, literally, it's like
I'm not
that.
going to agree with how Trump implements it.
Yeah, no, but that is so true because it wouldn't necessarily even just be like the simple things that he would say. It would be like the more vulgar things
It's
where
like, did you watch did you watch Zennial watching the State of the Union last night?
no, but I need to. I just saw that that was like going on.
It's like a lot of what he says there. If a politician that I agreed with in many regards, it's never going to be perfect. But if a politician that I agreed with in many regards spoke the way that Daniel spoke, to an extent, I would appreciate it.
Oh,
So
right,
if
yeah.
the politician would have the balls to just say like, "Fuck you! This person is stupid. This person is lying. This person is this what they're trying to do. Don't have good intentions." Da 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 da.
Hmm.
Some amount of that is probably necessary.
Yeah, as long as it's actually necessary, totally. Because it's like, I mean, I need to watch. That's the thing. I thought about that before I hopped on here, and I was like, I should probably watch the State of the Union just to even have my own thoughts on it. What did you think? I
It's
mean, yeah, go ahead.
what I think about
Oh, well, yeah, I thought you were gonna say something, but also, yeah, I mean, I'm interested, like, what did you think about what he said?
Genzennial or I.
Oh, well, at least Biden. I mean, if you wanna speak on Gen X, I know you can too, but I was just
I don't want to speak on the State of the Union until I've really digested it.
yeah, true, fair enough, that it was only, last night. Um,
But what I will say in addition to that is um, a politician that you shouldn't agree with or one shouldn't like uh, acting polite and getting brownie points for looking professional ain't helping matters.
yeah,
It's the the knife that's twisting in your back is being held by someone smiling instead of someone grimacing, right?
that is true, yeah.
There's some amount of vulgarity in ethics that ought to be revitalized.
Vulgarity and what? Like the Trump vibe?
Some amount of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, some amount of vulgarity in the political realm is welcome. I
Yeah,
think.
exactly, though. I totally agree because and, like, that was another thing that, Trump spoke to that I was like, "Well, that's the thing. It's not just communicating simply, it's it's communicating with an almost a degree of vulgarity." So
Oh, it's the pathos end of the equation. So
yeah.
if you have something that not only are you angry about, but you know everyone is angry about, or a huge chunk of the population is angry about, and you say to that person, "Fuck you, you're lying."
Mm.
That's going to be a lot of happy people that you had the balls to say it. You had the balls to say what they wish they could say.
Yeah, for real. That's why people that whole thing of, like, "He's just saying what everyone's thinking." That meme. Remember that meme?
No,
Oh, really? I heard it all the time. And then like that was like one of the major.
I'm not brushed up on meme culture, man.
I'm using the term meme loosely though. It's just that like I remember like just a lot of people using that as their like pro Trump reasonings would just be like, he's just saying what everyone's thinking, which of course naturally causes much debate as to what most people are thinking.
Well, yeah, and also it brings up the problem with populism, or a potential problem with populism.
Yeah.
If you have someone that acts like they're the people's champ when they are not.
Yeah, that's a major critique that that my dad actually has always had, and that I think a lot of people do, which is like essentially, um, it's like he has been elite, you know, so it's like it would be kind of like disingenuous to consider him the people's champ that so many people were, and I think it baffled a lot of people because it was like, what? This guy has like, real estate and buildings everywhere, and like he's incredibly rich. Like he's not like some Midwestern quote unquote hillbilly or whatever. He's not like from the roots. He's not like roots whatever. I worked my way up the ladder and you people or whatever. And it's just like, no, he's like a guy from New York, you know?
It's very, very lofty and unrealistic to think that this person who's been that guy forever has only a fucking change of heart.
What was that last bit about having a change of heart?
It's unrealistic to think
Sorry.
that guy has had a change of heart all of a sudden.
Oh yeah. But you mean these days or?
No, I mean in general. When you have someone who's lived their entire life as this one thing,
Oh yeah.
it's very, very unrealistic to expect of that person to have had a change of heart.
Yeah, right. It's like, I mean, I do
Perhaps in a
wonder.
movie.
What movie?
I said perhaps in a movie.
Oh, right.
Like,
Yeah, like, well, there was that thing though of sort of feeling like that maybe also that Trump was like anti-Hollywood too, which was kind of based, I guess. But see,
it's well Splonger. It's right Splonger.
It's right, Splonga, dude. You remember that? Good, nice.
Right Splonger.
I know, right? Because you gotta add that accent on top.
Own it, CJ.
Spronga. I know, because we want to make a new term. Master Bobby missed that. He's here, by the way. He's in the chat. He missed the bass chat.
Hi, Bobby.
We were deconstructing bass and like really like getting to the bottom of it. It was pretty good, actually. Just the different. It really pointed out to me the variance of no joke, like the variance of like responses that people get from that word, like but it does mean so much. It does encompass a lot. And there's so many levels to this shit. Like it's just like yeah, makes me think of that. I think you pointed it out, Jonathan, just like J-Rag and stuff about meta irony. Ooh, that's kind of a good topic. If you don't mind me switching it up. So that guy, have you seen his videos these days where he's doing like advice? Okay, so essentially he makes a video, one of them, it's all mental illnesses, and among one of the like more almost dangerous seeming ones lately, or he did one that was just like advice for schizophrenics, and right, so then you turn it on and it's just like he goes, hello Michael, and it's just like, are you here to, and it's like echoing and there's like whispers in the background and it's like all, yeah, and it's like it's just moving, yeah, and he's like, you've got to do, yeah, he starts going like, you've got to, he's like, what I'm telling you is that you can right all the wrongs in the world, like I say, do it, Michael, do it. And like that's the video. And so that's the video. And so my like first thought, well, first of all, with all of them is that I'm like, this is hilarious. But I did also think, and there were a lot of comments about these things that were like, this is genuinely irresponsible. Like
Yeah.
someone could click on this.
Well, like, you want
Yeah,
to talk about if satire is or isn't responsible?
right though. He's pushing. I feel like he's pushing the envelope though a little bit.
I mean, um,
He had to.
actually, I haven't. I'm brushed up on all of his recent content, and Peter did actually link me a video of his the other day,
Oh yeah,
and
nice.
he joked that the title of it was "Hey, I'm FI Polar."
Yeah, true. He probably is an ENTP.
Oh, he's such an ENTP.
Yeah, facts. Mm.
Um,
I know it's like I'm watching. Oh, the one about anxiety is really funny though. That one actually had me laughing my ass off. He's like, "We're gonna do a box breath, okay?" And he's like, "One," and the whole time there's like strings, like suspense strings, like hitting. Ah! He like looks, and then it's like the music. There's like heels clicking in the background. You know, like you not no like footsteps, heels clicking. You know what I mean? Footsteps on the ground, like, "Ah, what's happening?" And then there's a jump scare at the end. It's like, oh fuck,
no,
so funny. But it's like, but yeah, you could say though, there's an element of being irresponsible in that, you know, especially the schizophrenic one.
I mean, if we're gonna have if we're gonna be free about speech, we're gonna be free about speech,
Yeah,
and we just have to work with that and make it work.
yeah. Um, I agree. Do you know Bo Burnham?
Sure.
I don't know why, but for some reason I feel like this J-Reg guy is like on some like uh post. It's like doing what Bo Burnham wishes he could ever do, like being as edgy. It's like I don't know, Bo Burnham meets Sam Hyde or something, to put it crudely. But not even. It's much more political than that. It is much more. It
Does
is
he
much.
make music?
He does a lot of songs, and
Yeah,
but also like, did you see Bo Burnham's Inside?
I saw bits of it. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like all about like mental illness and like existentialism and stuff.
nice.
I know, right? Hashtag based. I'm just kidding, but it's actually not bad. It's
Well,
just
I mean, it had a lot to do with the um, psychological impacts of isolation.
yeah, yeah. It definitely, as it goes along, it becomes much more clear that like that's
I
really what
didn't
it's about.
watch all of it, so I didn't listen to all of it, so I can't speak on it. I don't know.
Oh, true. Well, to put it simply, it gets way more dramatic, like kind of dramatic as it goes on.
All right, should I listen to it?
Well, I would say I would recommend watching it. It's worth a watch. It's just him and
Okay.
it's just this dude, you know, in his it's cool because it's genuinely like from the point of view of you kind of are seeing him making it like in real time, and it kind of feels like um at least to me that's interesting. Like he's triggering lights and stuff on in real time, and he's doing stuff that I think from like a creator's point of view is cool, especially from like a minimalism point of view. But is it entirely my cup of tea? Not always, but there are things also that he references that are pretty um like uh he's kind of all over the place in terms of like what he says, but he literally says some shit about like, oh, like elite pedophiles, but he's like joking, but it's also like then he'll say something about like that seems vaguely like leftist though, and then he'll like talk about stuff that's like not that the elite thing. It's just interesting. I was just kind of like, oh man, he actually has some like hot takes.
It's also like the JP Sears guy.
What's his name?
JP Sears,
Oh yeah,
like
I know,
this
right?
redheaded dude.
Yeah, I need to peep more
Yeah.
of that. Yeah.
I'm not as into his material as I am into J-Reg.
Yeah, JP Sears seems a little too goofy
He's
for
not as
me.
funny.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, J-Reg's way better. It's but I can appreciate that this JP Sears guy like exists.
Um, yeah, sure. It's just like I don't know. I mean, we're dealing with this. We're dealing with this topic, and you seem to really harp on a lot about this, or you seem to really have it in you that creators need to be responsible with the material um, that they release. You know,
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I have definitely been more on about that than like it's like thank you know, it's like appreciate it's obviously like getting through to you. Um like yeah. I mean, well that's been on my mind. That's been like a major concern of mine in recent years. I guess.
it's just that the thing about it is that the approach. Like, okay, if we have free, just go about it in a manner of like moral responsibility. Be careful with what you say, because then I mean, isn't that not censoring? Isn't that not self-censoring, which kind of defeats the purpose?
I mean, I know what you mean, but I tend to think of it more as like, well, I guess I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like I have like one easy, simple way of thinking about it, but one way of putting it, I think would be to use the words aiming and cultivating. You know what I mean?
Go into more detail.
To be honest, I think maybe like there is a certain amount of like impulse control or something that ought to like go into to art and stuff, you know? Like, let's say, like, one day I'm feeling, like, really pissed off and I just wanna, like, write a scene in a script about a guy blowing a bunch of people's heads off. Well, it's like, is that really the scene that I want to make there? If there's any, like, sense of morality there. I don't know. It depends. That's a kind of a stupid example, but you know what I mean, like crudely. Like then I would consider it as being like, well, what am I actually aiming towards here? Like, okay, like I was pissed off that day and feeling a little irresponsible or something, you know? But like, is that really what I want to cultivate and like aim towards here? Like, no. Not it depends. There's a way to you would need more explanation than just some guy blowing a bunch of people's heads off. But like,
Well, it just gets into the why part. Why make a movie like that? What would be the intent?
right, like that's why it winds up becoming much more like detailed. It comes down to I always use the words framing and discernment.
Okay.
Like so it is like it is not it's not simple, you know. It's not easy or simple, I don't think, but I think maybe it's like worth a certain attention like pay it's worth having a certain amount of attention paid to.
What is?
Like having like moral integrity to like the piece of art you put out.
Okay.
Um, but it is weird because it's not like I if just talking about personally, like I'm just saying like it does depend. There is room for well like the other night when I was talking about like Joker and stuff and I think I was talking to you mostly about it where I was saying like
Yeah.
where I was saying like I lost it, but it was something like well, I lost it, but it does lead into an interesting conversation because you said something about
Well, you were touching on it at some point. You
yeah.
you were talking about it, and you had said something to the effect of, "Why does it have to be the bad guy who gets run down and then does some fucked up shit? Why can't it be the guy who has mental problems and, comes up and becomes a hero even through those mental problems?
Oh yeah, well that was definitely my like hero champion.
And my counter to that is
Yeah.
that happens all the time. It might not be, it happens all the time.
In art?
In movies and yeah.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. It's not like
Batman is a character that, the direct opposite of Batman, overcome mental illness, become a quote unquote hero.
Well, yeah, true. Actually, good point. Batman overcomes trauma to like in order and becomes
PTSD.
Huh?
He has PTSD.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm just saying I just
and
like
Wolverine too.
And what too?
Wolverine.
Oh, really? That's pretty good. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, but that's his whole shtick. He's all sorts of like depressed and fucked up and whatever, and he's overcoming that shit.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't say that it like never happens or something. Like and is that I don't read comics really. Like I never really got into comic books.
It's not just like it's not just superhero movies. It's like it's all over movies. Like someone who heals from an illness.
Oh yeah, well, it's like that does happen. It's just like
I would say that the scenario of rooting for the villain happens way less often than someone overcoming illness or overcoming adversity, becoming a hero.
Overcoming it. Well, yeah. That's definitely true, but it's just like I feel like the stuff that always gets the most artistic merit is like, or like so-called artistic merit comes from like the anti-hero stuff and that's just like turned into like now let's just do the villain and like then they did that with like Disney's Cruella. Like what the fuck is that?
I didn't watch it.
No, I didn't see it either, but it took me 2 seconds to be like, it's just female Joker, but like for kids. It's just
Fight
like,
Club.
hmm?
Do you like Fight Club?
Did you ask why do you like Fight Club?
Do you like Fight
Oh,
Club?
do you like Fight Club? Oh, okay, yeah. I do, but do you like Fight Club?
Oh yeah.
Nice, yeah. I do like Fight Club. It's not like I don't find flaws with it though.
It's like that's what, in a nutshell, I was just saying, like you have the main character who has this disorder, and by the end of it, he understands it and attempts to topple what his alter ego has done, fails to, but
Well, exactly.
he gets better by the end, and he's trying,
Yeah, but like, spoiler alert, he literally has to shoot himself in the head.
So what?
It's fucking badass, but
that's actually that's making a big sacrifice to try to prevent evil, right?
true. I know, but like, but like, then they watch the towers fall and shit.
Self-sacrifice, no less.
Well, then they watch the towers fall and shit, and it's just like, oh fuck.
Like I said, he tries. He couldn't fully stop what his alter ego done, but he did manage to kill his alter ego.
True.
And yeah, sorry, spoilers. Shit. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I know. And I said spoiler alert, so if hopefully people will understand. But okay, he does like yeah. Well, all right, you've seen Taxi Driver, right?
It's a good movie.
Yeah, you've seen it. Yeah. I think that's a better I think like not to just like totally switch up on you, but like I do think it's probably a better example because uh it's a little to be honest, I guess it's a little less complicated, you know? Um cuz like I mean Fight
I
Club is
mean,
like I'm not saying Taxi Driver. I actually like Taxi Driver more to be honest. But I think it's like more simple, you know? Uh like
I think that at the Fight Club, the more entertaining romp is Taxi Driver, but Taxi Driver's been it's a different kind of movie.
yeah, that's
It's
true.
about an anti-hero, of course, but it's different,
Oh yeah.
different pacing, everything.
Yeah, very true, but like honestly, all I want to mention again, spoiler alert, but I really want to mention the ending, which is like my favorite part basically. And this isn't going to get and I won't get into like what exactly goes down, but essentially you know that he does a good deed for I mean it is even though it is very violent and everything and I mean in essence you can say he did a good deed. He basically becomes a hero, but then in the last shot we see him like adjust his mirror and it's like this awesome like kind of chill inducing shot of like him looking and like kind of being paranoid and like shifting the mirror and then the credits roll, right? So it kind of says
Well, it's
like
like you know what they say about um, when you meet your hero. Dot dot dot.
yeah,
You know.
I mean, very true, but the point really being that like it's like this guy could snap I hinted at this the other night, but basically it's like this guy and Scorsese and Schrader have like elaborated on this saying like, yeah, like this he's a hero now, but maybe not next time. And so I think that's pretty interesting. You know what I mean?
Well, it it gets into portraying people as good or evil or heroes or villains when the reality is that every person is a complicated mess of everything that person is.
Yeah, true.
And different people are going to view that person and calculate it different ways.
Yeah. I have to admit though, when I read that Scorsese and Schrader gave that away, I was a little disappointed. I was kind of like, why not just let him be a hero, you know?
Well, because exactly that. like,
I know. I
like,
can see
uh,
both sides
like
of it, but you know what I mean. What are you gonna say
and
though?
even if he didn't end it that way, you would still have the movie to look at and be like, we know what you did, we know why you did it. You didn't do it because you had these amazing intentions. You manufactured some kind of like heroic intention. I was actually thinking about The
Mm,
Incredibles the other
that
day.
is true. Yeah, good movie.
The Pixar movie.
Solid movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean it's a Pixar movie, but
Right.
the thing of it's the villain is the guy
Mm,
who manufactures crime and he manufactures evil so that he can overcome it and be the hero.
interesting.
And there's a lot
Yeah.
of meaning in that,
There's a moment what?
right?
Sorry, can you
There's a
repeat
lot
that?
of meaning in that. There's
Oh
like
yeah.
very deep meaning in that.
Literally, Jordan Peterson analyzes The Incredibles.
He probably should. He probably could. He probably would.
Literally. I know the fucking syndrome. He just talks about syndrome the whole time.
Is that his name?
The villain, yeah.
Syndrome? I didn't remember. I just remembered that he was the big
Yeah.
haired. I didn't. I just remember what he did, not what his name was.
Oh yeah, I just remember because it's like I saw that movie so I feel like so many times growing up.
It's like that. It's similar to the best warrior knows when not to fight.
Mm. It's a pretty good quote there. Do you feel like
It's. I mean, there's Sun Tzu in that.
mm-hmm. What's the relationship though to the Incredibles?
What the relationship is you have someone who wants to be a hero so desperately that they manufacture evil to overcome it. You have someone who wants to be a renowned warrior or renowned hero so desperately that they're willing to put people in danger so that they can go and take that role. It's like
Right.
it would be like a war hero who's a war hero for all the right reasons.
Yeah. But how does Syndrome do that? I'm forgetting because I remember it as he was just put off by, like you said, he meets his hero. He winds up he's
Well, what he does is if I remember properly, he like
yeah.
makes robots and shit to do crime so he can swoop in and kill robots.
Oh yeah. Okay. Wait, yeah, let me look at the I guess I need to kind of refresh my memory on this a little bit. I'm gonna just like look at the plot here.
Okay.
Right. It's like because I forgot about like the literally the origin story, right? We actually get like a we get a proto Joker origin story in The Incredibles.
Yeah.
He goes, well, let me try to just like sum it up. I mean, essentially,
Well, what sets him off is that he wants. I think he wants to be Mr. Incredible's sidekick,
yeah,
and Mr. Incredible kind of puts him off. He says he basically goes, well, "Listen, kid, get out of here.
yeah,
I don't need your help."
yeah. That much I remember, but I just forgot about like the fake, the like the staged you know heroism. That's pretty funny. It's like one day after his supervisor Gilbert Hoff prevents him from stopping. Oh yeah, that's the part's badass. The Incredibles is pretty good, but no, this
The
isn't it.
whole point of to my in my thoughts, the whole point of the analyzing evil thing or looking at the backstory of villains and making you identify with villains is to understand what can and will twist somebody, what can and will twist you, what
Mm.
what to do and what not to do.
Yeah,
Which
I
is to
mean,
say, don't do things that people don't do things to other people that are going to make them into evil little shits.
yeah, I mean, I just don't think. Oh, that's what I was gonna say earlier. It was like, I just remembered now. It was basically like, I just don't think it should be every fucking show on TV and every movie. You know what I mean?
Well, it is more interesting.
It does tend to be that, or for yeah, but it's like why? I mean, it does tend to be, I guess, but only in the sense that like it tickles our like
It's
curiosity
the
or
dark and
something,
unexplored.
huh?
It's the dark and unexplored.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
it tempts you to look at the dark in yourself.
mhm. It's like um it is necessary, you know. I mean, and there's a lot of like a lot of my favorite stuff does that. I guess like it was just like when Joker came out and stuff, I felt like I was noticing like a shift in the culture, you know. I mean, do you feel like you feel like you haven't seen that really?
What? How do you mean specifically?
I don't know. It's like I just said, you get Joker and then now you got Cruella and it's like for kids and it's like and it's a woman who's evil and but what? Let me guess, she got attacked by dogs or something, probably. I guarantee you. And so now it's like, dude, I guarantee you, right? And it's like, and so she becomes Cruella. She like murders dogs or whatever. Like, what the fuck?
Well, again, it's like again, my point still rests. Like, as assuming it's good film, assuming it's believable, and assuming it really communicates the fucking point of, look, people can get fucked up. Don't fuck people up.
Well,
If there's any time in life to communicate to someone that they should consider the way that they treat people to try not to fuck them up, it should be when they're young.
yeah. I mean, I guess it just comes from like
If you
may
wait till they're older, now you're hoping that you can unravel the blindness to that.
yeah. I know, but I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was young, like I pretty much would just like immediately identify with the protagonist. You know what I mean?
Um, well, I'm an INTJ. I'm weird.
You're an INTJ
Um,
what?
I'm an INTJ. I'm weird.
Yeah, true.
I'm not saying that I would
No,
identify with villains, but I would think of things like, why is this guy so evil?
true. Yeah, when you were very young.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. I mean, I think it took
I
probably
think so.
to be honest, I think it probably took me like a decent amount of time to like really consider that. I mean, and it was actually funny enough, probably something more like The Incredibles, that would have that even would like that keyed me into something like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, what do we mean by young?
Uh, I don't know, like 5 to 8 years old. How about that?
I mean, like when I was young, I
Yeah,
watched the movie Chitty Chitty Bang Bang a lot. Um,
yeah. Isn't there a lot
that
of
was
that?
just that was just what I watched when I was little.
Yeah,
And there was a lot of like I'm sure that there was Dr. Seuss in there as well. I watched Star Wars a lot. Um,
well, yeah. That's oh well. Star Wars is probably pretty big for. So you were pondering good and evil at like 5.
well, I mean, it was certainly in there.
Well, that's what I mean. You can't help but like to read. I mean, to watch.
And also, I mean, when I was that age, I was pondering siblings and parents as well.
You were pondering what about siblings and parents?
Just about any and everything.
Yeah, I think. I mean,
So I mean, you have siblings, you know how it is. Not everyone gets along, and way I was the one going, hey, well, you guys aren't getting along, and neither of you are right.
yeah. What did you say? I know. Do you say I know how something is? Because if some.
How having siblings can be. Siblings
Oh,
will get into fights, parents will get into fights, parents and children will get into arguments and fights and whatnot.
oh yeah. You're saying like I know, like you know how that can be, and it's like yeah,
Yeah, you know how that is. And
yeah,
when
of
you're
course,
when you're looking at these things, like I know for me, like I was the
yeah,
youngest, so I was looking at people that were already older than me,
yeah. True.
and
I think yeah. Go
just a
ahead.
complicated thing of like you guys aren't getting along, and none of you are really right.
Right. Yeah. So that's like some peacemaker vibes right there. But like, I mean, I just didn't. I guess because I was basically an only child until I was like 8 years old, and then I had my little sister. Uh, I think I don't think I think it was delayed. I think thinking about actually it's pretty funny, isn't it? Because you might because that's it all kind of checks out, doesn't it? I think I was selfish for a much longer time.
I don't know. I don't know how much of the like only children are selfish is true. I don't know how much of that is. Um, I don't know what percentage of it is. I don't know what percentage of it is the parents and the way that they parent. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is though that like thinking about what it actually meant to be like good or evil I feel like it didn't occur to me in any like real sense until I was probably like fucking embarrassingly older, like probably like 10.
I mean, my memory of those years is fairly foggy.
Sorry, can you
Actually, I
repeat
don't know
that?
how
It
it
was a
is
little
for
glitchy.
you. Like, do you remember your like early years vividly?
Some
Because
stuff
I
I
don't.
Oh, really? Well, sometimes I
No,
remember stuff vividly, sometimes I don't, but not super
like
vividly.
I have little tidbits that I remember very vividly.
That's mostly me though, too. I don't really I mean, there not so much though the younger years, like the real younger years, like but when I was like it's kind of similar though, like somewhere between like 8 and 10 years old, like bursting into like more true consciousness.
Well, yeah.
But it's funny though, because that is also when I had my little sister, and well, you know, when we had my little sister, however you want to put it. But it's like I don't know if it's sorry, what?
Did you have some part in that, CJ?
I know, right? Like I'm just thinking how weird that sounds. I'm like I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, because well, it is funny though, because it's like I do remember it, and like and it was definitely like part of, but it's just like around that time I think too, right? Like that where you're like 8 years old and you're like kind of like more conscious, like oh, and then it just kind of progresses from there, and you
What
become
I was just thinking is how much of that is related to type. Like I wonder how vividly the different types remember their early youth in comparison.
yeah.
It's like I wonder if NI moms remember when they were little kids very well.
Yeah, well, there it does seem to be more common though. Like it's like I feel like it would be an NI dom that would say like, yes, I remember like being like 2 years old, like pretty well.
I wouldn't think so.
You wouldn't think so?
An NI dom? No, I wouldn't.
Oh,
NI
really?
has
I thought that
SI
was what you were
too.
saying. Oh, you think that's
No, an
SI? Yeah.
SI dom. I was saying
Ah,
like an ISTJ or an ISFJ.
well,
I would think that
yeah,
maybe because they're SI DOMs that they would be able to remember that kind of stuff very vividly.
yeah, more, yeah. You might be right. I mean, NI though still, but like SI in a more, I guess that makes more sense. Yeah, no pun intended. But I guess I think of SI as just being like, yeah. I guess I
Took me a
mean,
second.
yeah, no, yeah, it's so funny. Just like SI, um, is so like concrete though that like I don't know. I guess it just I tend to think of it as like, oh yeah, well I could see some like NI DOMs being like, because like I don't know. My dad claims he like, I mean he doesn't know much about type, but he like types INFJ. He might be he could be anything though from like INFJ, INFP, IN. Sometimes he even is like, I think he uses TI though. But anyway, the point being like, he's like, oh, like I remember very, very young, like up until like being basically like being born. And I'm like, what? Like you're making stuff up, which is probably, and it's like, it's probably a dream, but I don't know. It's funny though. But like some people, I just feel like, and I just feel like it's like INXJs might say shit like that. Be like, I remember everything. But it would be more SI, I guess, technically, if you think of it in just like
Well, that's what
pure.
my thought was. Unless I'm not an INTJ,
Yeah, no, I mean, you're
that's
kind of
not
right
my
though.
experience.
That's what.
That's not my experience. If that's what INXJ is experience, that's not my experience.
Yeah, I'll have to let us know in the chat what INXJ's relationships are to memories. because I don't know many INXJs, and like I said, like you always have to be. I'm like, yeah, I don't even know if my dad's really an INFJ. You can never know. INFJ is usually the more, uh, you know, you're like suspicious of if they actually are that. So, but
Yeah.
I guess second being INTJ, to be honest, right? Because it's like,
What are your? Well, it's typically the um introverted what is it? It's NI first or NI sixth. So INTP, INFP, INFJ, INTJ.
those are the most rare.
I don't know if they're the most rare, but they seem to be the types that people commonly mispass.
Oh yeah, can you say those again? It's like INTJ, INTP, INFJ.
INTP, INFP, NFJ, and TJ.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
either NI in the fifth slot or NI in the sixth slot.
Yeah, that's weird. The six slot thing, too. Um, yeah, those are the most commonly. I think those are the most commonly mistyped, though.
And I
And
guess maybe ENTP in that mix.
yeah,
I have
definitely.
some thoughts on why that would be. Do you have any ideas?
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing is like probably people's fancying of I mean, to some degree, you might say that those five types are the most quote unquote intellectual, or at least that's what people seem to think or
Well, that's what
frame.
the stereotype is.
Yeah. Well, that's how it's framed though, at the very least. So that would be one thing that I would say for off the bat, which is just like the way it's framed. It's like, oh, of course, I want to be. It's kind of funny though because they are a little varied, but yeah, I would say INTJ, INTP, INFJ, INFP, and then basically ENTP as a bonus of like the top five.
Um,
But yeah, what do you think about that?
I don't. It has to be some combination of factors. One of them being those are the ones that people sexify.
Yeah.
But the thought that I've been kicking around that I have about it is that if you take an online test and you answer it in the way that someone who lives at this point in time is going to answer them, you're more likely to get introverted type, or more likely to get an intuitive type.
At this point in time, that's true.
At this point in history, yes. So if you have questions that you ask a millennial or a zillennial or a Gen Z, right? Things like, are you very social? Or do you like going to parties all the time? Are you gay? Are you da-da-da-da? Are you, the shit that you on the 16 personality test or whatever? Going to generationally scale people towards those types or weigh people towards those types. It's just like
Yeah.
if you ask someone, "Are you creative?"
Oh yeah.
Chances are 9 out of 10 times they're gonna say, "Oh, yeah, I'm very creative," or like, "Do you have deep thoughts?" "Oh, I have very deep thoughts." Everyone's gonna answer yes to that.
Well, that's true. It
It's
does
just
come down to the test.
they're questions that don't necessarily reveal type, and also when applied to this particular generation, are going to be more likely to get introverted types. It's like
Yeah.
when I took those tests, in my mind, if I answered the questions quote unquote correctly, I was almost certain to get INTP or INTJ.
Yeah, I feel you.
which is baffling to me.
Really? I can see it. I mean, I can see why.
I do not see how I would ever see Bowler.
You don't see what?
I don't see how I ever get SE player.
Oh, well, I see this you're touching on something interesting though, which is like the 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 like fleshed out theory versus the like archetype, you know? Cuz like
Sure.
cuz I definitely think as much as like all of these like, you know, quote unquote experts like, you know, I get it. Socionics is much more like convincing. It literally like makes a science out of it and a lot of seems pretty accurate. But like sometimes though if you just like trace it back to the like like answering the questions on the test, like I mean, like it just makes sense to me at least that you would get maybe like INTJ or INTP. Maybe INFJ, maybe I uh on a particularly whimsical day, maybe you could get INFP. I don't know. But I don't know. It would sort of come down to how they're measuring the test, right? But it's like for some reason I think of the archetypes of them and I'm just like, yeah, you know, it makes sense. Like uh the way you would answer the questions, probably.
And it's also a thing of people people who are living in this technological age, I think, are living their lives in such a way that they might misconstrue themselves for some of the descriptions of those types.
That's true. I mean, if you read about it beforehand or something, or if you or I don't know, maybe it does it
Well, it's like if you're dealing with horror to some extent, and you have someone who is part of their generation and the lifestyle technologies of that generation. So like
yeah.
if you have someone who, you know, is doing the things that uh, a typical Gen Z person does or a typical millennial person does, like stay in and sit at their phone and, you know, sit at their computer
Yeah.
and look at art and listen to music and da 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 da.
Yeah.
It just seems to me like it just seems obvious. Um, you know, intuitively lean towards those types when you look at a description, even though it doesn't actually describe how that person's function stack works.
No, yeah, definitely. That's definitely also true. The relating to the descriptions. Like that's what I mean. There are so many reasons to like to all of it cuz then the more you read these descriptions, you're like, yeah, that is me and like and it just cements itself further. But the test, I think if the test is good, like I don't know, it all comes down to the like the quality of the test and like how many times. I would say, I mean, personally, the how many times you tend to get a certain result on multiple different tests. I
Right.
mean, do you find that you get multiple different results or do you usually always get like the same thing on different
No,
tests?
it's always INTJ.
It doesn't matter what test you do.
Um, I mean, I've done 3, 4, or 5 different tests, and it either it's a um, either something that tells me I'm INTJ, or it tell me that I am a certain enneagram and likely an INTJ, or it's a likely an enneagram, which is likely an INTJ, or really it's been the attitude psyche stuff. So that
Yeah.
is likely enneagram, which is likely the enneagram of an INTJ.
That's true too. Your Enneagram checks out on that. I feel like they match up. But like
Certainly, it also might be an INTP or INFJ,
Yeah.
but don't that I'm an INFJ or an INTP.
You don't think you're either?
No.
Yeah, if you had to choose one. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. And it's like, it sounds like you've kind of like gone through the work to like narrow it down. And I don't disbelieve you. So,
I mean, I'm gonna keep doubting it, and I'm gonna keep, it's gonna keep puzzling around in my mind. But
yeah, I feel
now
like
it
it's good
is.
to, yeah, I feel like it's good to like be open about what the possibility is.
Well, it's like I'd rather do that than say that I'm a type and start like hyper identifying with the type and all
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah, that's true. So, cause wait, yeah, how long have you been into this stuff for?
Um, I learned about it a couple of years ago, but I didn't really seriously start like really digging into it until like the beginning of last year.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Be
So,
like maybe like end of 2020, like really looking into it.
right, yeah. So,
So I'm fairly good.
yeah, that gives you like a major advantage to like not get too sunk into like identifying with it. Cause I've
Guess
got,
so.
what's that?
I guess so. I don't know.
I think it does because I mean, like, I mean, I've been into it for like a long time now. And, there was a time where like every test I would take, like, I mean, and by a time, I mean like 5 years ago, like where I would just like take multiple tests and like always get ENFP. And like, so it's to some extent I started like, I think attaching to it a bit. And then reading about the INFP and being like, well, that could be me too, but I seem to like talking to people too much. Pretty
Well,
simply.
everyone likes talking to people.
Yeah, I know, but I mean like I mean really like talking, like anying and like going off with people. But like but my point being like that like fucking INFP, I was just like, but anyway, I didn't really like think of it in any other way. I mean, and then I would go on like whereby and I would go on, I mean, I've talked about this a lot where it's just like, yeah, and like basically no one would ever really like challenge me about it. But like, um, I feel like on in recent, like even as recent as like starting to do my streaming recently, it started like occurring to me again that like, oh yeah, like people who know about type like aren't necessarily gonna agree with me. Like, and then I was like, it got me thinking like, well, this kind of brings me back to the whole thing, which is like maybe don't get so attached, to like certain labels. Cause like,
And of course, it's also a thing of where are they getting their information from?
oh yeah, I mean, there's just like so much to consider about how people approach it. It's
It's like
ridiculous.
I watched CS Joseph, this guy ENTP, the other day,
Yeah.
and I'm watching the thing like, how the fuck do you think? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, for real. Like
Like,
it's but hold on, I just want to make sure my connection is like decent. But like at the very least, I mean, I think like throughout my whole life, I've probably taken like at least I've probably taken upwards of like 10 different kinds of tests, if not more, to like try and figure out my type. And I'd always get ENFP and like one time recently I got ENFJ, which was weird, but I always get in the middle on introverted and extroverted. And then I think there was
what
a
test
time
was it?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, there's so many. I mean, obviously the
Okay.
first one that I came across was like 16 personalities. But
Oh,
but then I would do stuff on like IDR labs and then I would do stuff on even like I open psychometrics, I think I've done, and like there was one website called like there was mostly an Enneagram website. That one gave me ISFP. And I was like, what the fuck? It's like so
I
it's
don't see you as an ISFP.
Me neither. No, that was like the most ridiculous one that I've gotten. That one I was like, okay, I don't know either. I think this test is not very good or something. Um but it's always been like pretty consistent. The interesting thing that is though that well, it's actually not that interesting. It's pretty simple. The only reason I would always get just barely whenever I would get ENFP, it was always just by a little bit. And that's only because of the quote unquote ambiverted vibe. So like um so that being said though, the testings have been very consistent. And then Eric, at least for a time, corroborated the INFP thing, but only for a pretty arbitrary reason. So it's kind of brought me back to square one, which is like, whatever. I don't care. It's like it
Let
is
him type in.
huh?
Let type you.
I should just do like a session with him, yeah. Um he thinks now
I'm sure I can't see I can't see the chat, but if Winston's mom is around, she's probably able to say, "Hey, I'll pay for it if you publish." Right?
yeah, she told me to be honest, she told me that, but I feel bad. I don't want her to pay for it. But I might do it. I
Um,
I would do it though. He thought from the chat in the chat recently, he thinks I'm the mystical INFJ. I'm like, wow, okay.
I could see it.
I think it's not out of the realm of possibility, right? I'm like, right, that's why I'm always putting it down to the NFs. But my point honestly comes back to like what you were saying, which is like it doesn't really matter. Like it's two things. It's like if I'm gonna take these tests, it's pretty reliable that I'm gonna get this result. And secondly, I do think I got kind of attached for a while and like recent and but I'm saying almost like you have like that opportunity at the very beginning to just like not fall into that. Cuz it's not like I fell into it horribly, but it's just sort of like
I mean, I did fall into it,
really
but not hardcore.
right, yeah.
Like there was some amount of you know, guessing for what is that I'm what am I working with here? What all does this mean? And um, I mean, like first like 16 personality, I got the INT overwhelmingly, and something like 50% JP, 49, 51. And when I got INTP, it'd be like 52% P. And when I got INTJ, it would say 52% J. It's
Yeah.
just you have a system where you have questions that are aligned to perception or the P, and you have questions that are aligned to the J, which is a dumb way of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It,
Oh yeah,
if
exactly
you
that.
understand,
Yeah.
you understand how the fucking functions work, it doesn't make sense to do the test like that, where it weighs like that. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
That's the other major thing. Like how many of these tests are actually judging based on the functions? It doesn't seem like a lot of them do. I mean, not really. They always do it on that scale. It's like, E versus I, fucking so etc. It's just like V.
It's like if I'm from 51% this today and 51% that tomorrow, it means that you're saying I'm in this quadra today and then this diametrically opposed quadra tomorrow.
No, literally, it's
Based
like
upon
thanks, thank you. You've told me nothing, right?
on 2%. Yeah.
Right. It's like I've effectively learned nothing now. Cause yeah, but I will say though that like even on those, I would usually um fairly okay, so if you're gonna judge it that way, I would always get it like in the middle on E and I, but like everything else was usually pretty um one way or the other. Would you find that you got more in the middle for both on all those?
No, I mean I pretty much got mostly introverted. I pretty much got mostly intuitive. Pretty much mostly thinking, although some feeding, and
Yeah.
then it would be like 50-50 per for the shipping or receiving.
For judging and perceiving, yeah. That I know. I think especially if I took it now, I would get a better judging score, but it would still usually be for me. It'd be in the middle on I and E, and then it would be like, well, introverted versus
It's just like
extroverted.
for your situation, it's giving you 50% on IE. So you're looking at like, okay, same quadra, INFP, ENFP, same functions. What's the order of them? What am I? Whereas I'm looking at it and going, okay, 50% JP,
Oh yeah,
this polar end of the quadra or that polar end of the quadra. It's just
I see. Yeah, because
a
INTJ,
bit of a
INTP.
system flaw. INTP is alpha versus gamma.
Yeah, that's what always that's what always is funny. Like when I talk to people about it, I'm like, but you have to understand that like it's actually a huge difference, you know? like like
Enormous fucking.
yeah. Like if you go by socionics, so I think you're right. I think it honestly could be like a system flaw. I mean, but it at least I mean,
Well, it's a system flaw testing.
yeah, yeah, at the very
In
least,
that
yeah.
point test.
Yeah. I mean, I think but you are pointing at something interesting that I always think about, which is like, okay, but like um the function thing, it does make sense, like why how an INTJ works versus an INTP, uh, being so extreme in that regard, you know, with the functions. But I almost tend to wonder, like, well, maybe it's not even really that extreme, and that's a flaw or something. But I think it's probably more correct though than like say just being judging versus perceiving. Like that's just fucking kind of dumb. But you know,
Yeah.
socionics like tries to make sense of it and it does pretty well, but it's just kind of like, yeah, like you're saying, it's like, oh fuck, massive fucking differences in the INTJ versus INTP functionally.
There's all sorts of shit on. I still need to dig in and actually like do it at some point and stop being lazy and dig in and start reading some of the stuff off the socionics website because there's loads of shit on there.
Yeah, but I will say it's a lot. And like that's what's kind of like held me back.
It's
even like
intimidating.
even like years in now, like I just still will look at socionic stuff and it'll be new to me because I just it's a lot to try and really take in. I have to I just take it in doses, like I don't know.
Anyways, we've been talking about 16 personalities forever, and we should topic change. Also, I have to go take a leak.
Okay,
Do you need some
word.
coffee?
What's that?
Do you need some coffee?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's what I'm about to do myself.
All right,
All right,
break.
word. We'll be right back, fam. One sec. What up? What up?
Yo, yo.
About you trying to catch up on the chat?
Yeah, I did. I already looked back at it.
Oh, nice. Okay. Just go back here. I've been like looking back and forth, but not absorbing that much just blah, 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 just because
Well,
we've been
there's some
talking.
kind of shenanigans going on in there.
Um, let me see. I basically have the gist of it. Elishiva agrees. Cruella is fucked up. Um, um, nah, but at least the thing about the killing dogs thing, I don't know. I don't even know what her deal is in that movie, but Got Pot is here. He came on when I did a stream that was literally aptly titled something like me smoking weed, chilling or whatever.
Yeah.
And so some Got Pot fellow came on, and I don't think they were a problem. But it seems like people were not sure. They thought he might have been someone else. Hold
Oh, I
on.
don't know. I can't see all the way back in the YouTube chat. It only loads up so much if you reload the page.
Yeah. No, but yeah, me neither. But let me just get super caught up. Just like INFJ vibes, etc. What's up, K-Pow Confetti? Um, Yaler. Got Pod is fly. Right, yeah, no. Got Pod is not Fly Guy. At least I don't think so. Because they came on before. It was literally like the stream before I mentioned it in TWFP, and like people from TWFP started coming in. So
Yeah, hi.
right,
I was one of those.
nice. You were one of those.
Yeah.
You went though. I thought you were on TWFP though. You were on
What?
T. You no. This guy wasn't from TWFP.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I was one of
I thought you
the
went.
people that came.
Sorry, you were one of the people that came in from TWFP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. No,
Got
that's.
recommended and I came on. I was saying I was one of those.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. Most people here are, but I just don't think Got Pot is. But oh no, yeah, it's like I love all you guys. But
Do you love all guys?
yeah, Neela, all guys. Do you love men? Which like sounds
But
kind
do
of
you
gay.
love them?
Yeah, of course I do.
Do, okay, so do you understand that means that you hate yourself?
How does it mean
And
that?
if you hate yourself, then that means that you hate
Oh shit! Me genuinely reacting to him. Are you serious? I'm like, oh no, I didn't think about that.
Well,
If
I
you,
mean,
I really wonder how Jesse would respond to like people who are like, no, I I wonder how he would, not to get deep and dark, but I wonder how he would like talk someone down from killing themselves.
ah.
You know what I mean? Because I feel like he would just make it worse.
I mean, we could turn it into a comedy skit. Right?
Don't you think he would
You
just
realize if you kill yourself, you mean that it means that you hate your wife.
you hate your wife? Yeah.
What?
Yeah. No. True. Exactly.
My wife is dead. Yes, but I've been
So that
dead for
must mean
5 years.
you have no. No. Yeah. Exactly. I just have a sneaking suspicion that he might not say the right things. Just my um
I don't know,
intuition.
man. I've never seen him do it. I've never seen what approach he goes. I don't know how he's gonna do it. You know.
I think it could go one of two ways. I just feel like, you know, I could just imagine, but I could also just imagine him being like, "If you kill yourself, you're evil" or whatever, you know, and then like just making it worse.
It'd probably be. I mean, it'd probably be. It could be. I don't know.
Actually, though, maybe
Something in the line like this is a sin,
did
and like if you do this, you're gonna go to hell because that's what happens.
yeah? Did you
Something
say
like
it could
that.
be helpful though, or did I make that up?
What
Like saying that?
to be helpful to say that
Yeah, I don't think you
to someone
said
who's
that.
about to kill themselves?
Yeah, did you? I thought I heard you say helpful, but
No, I didn't.
yeah, I think so.
I
But
don't
it's
really think that approach is helpful for someone who is suicidal.
right though. That's what I mean. But I do wonder. It could help in a sense though to be like,
I think that if someone is about to jump off a building, the chances are they need someone to listen to them.
oh yeah, well okay, that's if someone's like on the fucking ledge. Yeah, I would not. Can you imagine Jesse Lee Peterson like with a megaphone or whatever on the ground? Listen, listen. You don't want to do this. You're evil. You're full of hate.
you have to you have to wrap a. I don't have anything to live for anymore. Wow, amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, exactly. Amazing. So you really don't think no, so bad. He's like, "You really don't think you have anything to
Wow,
live for?" And he's just like, "No." And he's just like, "Wow, amazing." And he just jumps.
amazing.
So sad. He's in awe, dude. He's just in awe that someone would even say that.
It's not good press.
No, but it's like he could literally it could go either extremely well or extremely badly, probably. Like, "You're right, I don't wanna do it because it's bad." But then if you're, like, on the and on the ledge, like, maybe don't get him in there.
Here's some mini candy. Who do you think would make a great, talk you away from suicide? Who do you think who would be very good at that?
That's a good question. Never thought about that. A good a good
And
person
you
to
can make it funny if you want as well, right?
I know, right? Um, mm, well, I wanna give it's I wanna give, like, the right answer, you know? Do you have anyone in mind?
Ooh, that suggests NI.
I don't know. Yeah, I know, right? Maybe. I almost feel like I don't know, maybe FI though. I don't know. I didn't
Maybe.
th
I don't know.
well, could be both. Yeah, I don't know. But still.
Can you give me a goofy answer?
Yeah, just like
Gilbert Gottfried.
right? Just a
Can you
goofy
give me Gilbert Gottfried trying to talk someone off a cliff?
all right. It's like, "Don't do it." You know what? I'm trying to think of well, because I wanted to think of first I started thinking of like who would be funny, then I started thinking of who would be good, then I started thinking of who I would want to do it, then I'm just thinking like, well, who's like who's the right answer though? Like, who would it be, like, really?
I mean, one thought I had was like you go to do it, and then Stone Cold runs up,
Stone
takes you,
Cold
puts you
Steve
in a
Austin?
stunner,
Yeah,
and they wheel you off.
with you up. Yeah, literally. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I know, I don't know that much about his mannerisms, but I know he's a wrestler, so it's like, that would be pretty hilarious. Fucking Oprah
You
Winfrey?
have The Rock, Oprah Winfrey. I wouldn't go with Oprah Winfrey.
The Rock, though? That's funny. Oprah Winfrey. Nah, not Oprah. Who
I don't know. Maybe I mean if you got unless they had like a hatred for Oprah Winfrey, if someone was about to jump off a cliff and they like phoned in Oprah Winfrey, it would probably occur to them to pause for a moment and be like, "Holy fucking shit! Oprah Winfrey is trying to fucking call me out of this."
Yeah, you're like wiping away tears, like this is fucking dope. Thank you. Thank you for calling me, Oprah. She's like, no problem, honey. Just keep on keeping on, and I gotta go. She's like, nah, but like, I would think like, it does get me thinking though of like, sort of like a beautiful, like strong black woman being like, oh no, honey, you don't want to kill yourself. You know, I
Well, why
would.
you make her sound Latina?
It's not. It's no. It's like
Oh
honey.
no, honey.
It's like a grandma. I didn't try to do that, but I could
Oh,
do it.
black grandma.
Yeah, black
We just
grandma.
won't get into making racist jokes, right?
Oh, I just think maybe a black grandma
Black
could help.
grandma's gonna kick the shit out of you. Is what's gonna
Literally. Boy, get your ass off the cliff, off the
get
edge of the
your ass
cliff.
up. I'm gonna whoop your ass.
I'm gonna come over there and whoop you myself. I'll be on the way down. I'll be whooping your ass on the way down. That would make me laugh, and that would probably save my life. There is something to that, though. I think, like if
and then you actually come down, and she actually fucking kicks you.
actually take her down with me, take a life with me. So sad. No, but there is something to that. Having the woman there, having like a like an older, like a black grandma to, who's like that? What if Morgan Freeman? Maybe Morgan Freeman could help. You don't want to do
Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman would be effective.
I think he would actually help.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a whole lot in life you have to experience. I don't really know how to. I haven't practice my Morgan Freeman.
You have to speak in the back of the throat.
Yeah, it takes some real
Morgan
like
Freeman.
effort. All day. I can't. All day.
I can do it. I mean, if a decent Morgan Freeman, it's not amazing.
Do a Morgan Freeman.
Do a little
what should I say for us? Speculating on like nature and like maybe God, if you want to incorporate that.
I can tell you a story about when I was a small child.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think you have the vocal register to do it.
I grew up a redheaded orphan in Panama. That was back in the time that they were building the Panama Canal. Okay. I didn't help. 3 years later, I was shipped off to Burma. I don't know anything about Burma, and I don't remember a year living there. Next, I lived in space for 14 months.
14 months.
It was on the spaceship that I lived a simulation of my actual childhood. I don't know. I can't think of anything.
That was epic. Wow. The description there, that was like, I was into that. I was like, where's he gonna go with this? So good.
I don't fucking know.
I grew up a redheaded orphan in Panama.
Redheaded orphan in Panama.
Orphan. Yeah.
Orphan.
Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. People are popping off in the chat. We got Fly Guy here.
Oh shit. What's up, Fly Guy?
What up, Fly Guy? Hold on. Has Got Pot been on TWFP before? No.
I don't recognize the name.
Nah, me neither. I mean, not from TWFP.
What are they freaking out about? What happened?
Nothing. But Fly Guy is here to come shake things up. Something about... No, not really. There's some anti-pot type vibes from Fly Guy right now.
Anti-pot as in like anti-weed or anti-got pot?
Oh, well, like literally anti-weed. You might as well keep smoking pot after you've started. The damage is done. That's such a Fly Guy thing to say.
Fucking Fly Guy.
I know, right? Fly Guys, but he also says CJ's criticism for Joker. Wait, because for some reason I guess Joker. Oh wait, okay. First, Master Bobby says, "I've got a bone to pick to with people who think Ledger was over the top as Joker." You said that, Jonathan, didn't you? At
Yeah,
times. Well, at times you did at least.
No, it's just at times. No, I mean, look, Bobby Ledger did a fantastic fucking Joker. It was just at times it was a little bit corny.
Yeah, like when he does his like licking lips and vibes and stuff. He's just like,
yeah. You know what? A really good fucking scene is the part where he is in Arkham Asylum, and the dude is sat in the room to spectate him, and he starts going like, how many friends of yours have I killed?
oh, good lord! I know that whole scene is
reveal
amazing.
the truest parts of themselves right before they're about to die, just as they're about to die.
Yeah.
You want to know how many of them were cowards?
So
that's fucking good.
I know, isn't it? It's crazy. Oh, that's the kind of thing though, see, that they wouldn't even say in fucking Joker, dude. It would just be like Joker being like, the thing about depression is that it's really sad. I'm glad you appreciate that. But like,
wow.
But like in the now, I mean, obviously I'm exaggerating, but it's like
getting the feeling, yeah, that's an exaggeration.
Yeah, it's like maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. No, but it's like, but in The Dark Knight, you get like legit, like even if there's parts that are like kind of corny, it's like still like searing, like that part where he's like fucking. I mean, I guess you could say, well, it's because it's super fucking evil. Him saying that.
It's also like I need to see. I still haven't seen Joker. I still haven't seen Joaquin Phoenix Joker, and it's also the entirety of the thing, because you have with The Dark Knight, you have the whole scenario. So you have the scenes with Heath Ledger Joker, and like the grittiness and griminess and
the grittiness and griminess
of what? And of course, the scene bleeds into the next scene, and the emotion from that scene bleeds into this scene and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that adds to it. But still haven't seen Joaquin Phoenix Joker.
Don't bother. I mean, you should.
No, I want to see it.
You should check it out though, because it's pretty memorable. I mean,
I will see it. Oh, sorry. Go.
Oh no, it's just like it's memorable and like worth analysis.
He kept talking about Man Bites Dogs. I looked up Man Bites Dog last night.
Nice.
I only watched a little bit of it, and then I went to sleep. I'll need to finish it at some point. But it's just, I wasn't like, does it get worse? I only watched first like 20 minutes of it. It wasn't. It didn't have an English sub. It was a. I don't know.
Oh my god! You need subtitles. Like, it's on HBO Max.
I was just. It's just. Do the content of the words really matter? Is it important? Yes.
It's funny because you got me thinking about it now, like without subtitles. I mean, I'm sure you got like you meet him. He's got a nice family, and like he's like goofy. He's like smart and he's goofy at the same time. He likes to soliloquy a lot.
He felt like an ENTP to me.
He probably is, actually. Good point. Yeah. I hadn't so much thought about what his type is, but he probably is an ENTP. Yeah, ENTP serial killer. And it does get worse though. It gets a lot worse.
Okay, fair enough. Because I only watched the first 20 minutes of it, and the thing that I got wasn't the hitting.
It wasn't hitting.
Weird.
Can you repeat that?
It's just odd pacing, odd, like, bam, gratuitous violence, bam, sitting in a cafe.
Yeah.
with violence, bam, talking kids and playing with a fake gun and gun.
Yeah.
It is actually a cinematographic filmic effect because obviously you see the scene with him playing with the kids, just sitting there like, oh, about to see someone shot.
Yeah.
Let's see someone get shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you need to watch the whole thing to like get a full sense of like what it's trying to communicate. Like, but some
I'll need to
people,
watch with real stuff as well.
yeah, you should watch with subs too. Because to be honest, a lot of the shit that Benoit says is like really funny.
Okay.
He's also really horrible.
Oh yeah.
But like he says every he's
Sorry, just the first scene where he's throwing the first body into the river in a body bag,
yeah.
and he's just sitting there like, come on, get up
Yeah.
there, come on, and then he throws it into the river, and it just hits the water like.
Yeah, the thing that gets me is that it hits the fucking like beam before it hits the fucking water. The first time I watched it, dude, I was like, "Ooh." You know what I mean?
That's a good black comedy.
Yeah, it's oh yeah, oh, I mean, I could talk about it forever. It's so disturbing though. It gets worse. You got to keep watching it. It's
Okay.
well, what it's funny because this guy, he's kind of annoying. He's like a British critic named Mark Kermode, and he's kind of pretentious, but he does have pretty good narrations about. He'll like introduce films for BFI, like for like BFI, like British Film Institute, and he like would do a show, especially like with about like extreme cinema, and I kind of love it. It's corny, but it's cool how it'll be him talking about it, but in like a badass like a room. It's like industrial with like with like a gate and like like lightning, and like he'll be like one of cinema's most brutal films. It was like
Cinema's most brutal films.
yeah, it's a little less.
Cinema.
Yeah, literally. He's probably ENTP though, so he's just pretty like he's like haunting. He'd be like one of cinema's most haunting films. This comes from a Belgian duo. It's a little
Some Belgian shit.
yeah, some Belgian fuckwits. But he said a pretty good
No,
quote.
that's Australian.
No, yeah, that turned yeah, no, I turned it turned into
Fuckwit.
Australian. No, I know, but all I wanted to say was like he literally says a pretty good quote, which is like he says like um in which it's so like it's just like it's kind of corny, but he's just like in which like I don't know, humor turns to horror or something. He says like and it like makes you like I'm butchering it, but like no pun intended, that film is very butchery. It gets worse. It's and terrible.
I
But
believe it.
yeah, but he says it's like it basically makes you like choke on your own laughter, you know? Like
Yeah.
cuz it's like as it goes it gets worse and worse, and like the film crew become like kind of more involved, and like um it just makes you it's pretty clever because I noticed that there are three distinct like moments within each act that make you think like, okay, if you haven't stopped watching by now, okay, then this. And then if you haven't stopped watching by now, and then this, you know? So I'd be interested to see what you think by the end of it. Cause the ending is also
Okay.
pretty fucking badass too. Like, um, but some people do definitely think it's stupid. And some people think that like it doesn't there was one review of it that said like it fails to properly implicate its audience, even though that's what I feel like it does. It's at least trying to do it.
What is it
Um,
trying to do?
well, I saw one amazing review of it that was pretty good, and I think I want to actually quote it verbatim because this was what I felt like after I watched it. Hold on one sec. It's literally on the Rotten Tomatoes for it. Of course. Um, fuck, I have mixed feelings about Rotten Tomatoes, but there is a good quote here from someone. Um, Also very funny how it has a 74 critics and a 90 audience. The audience, like, critics were obviously much more willing to be like, this is a little bit much, but the audiences are like, "I don't know, I fucking loved it." Which is also kinda weird because but and also could go to show that maybe the message doesn't come across as properly as it could. But one person says here damn, it's actually not. It's actually probably on the Wikipedia. Um, essentially he says, what? Really? Oh, here it is. This guy went hard. Well, this is sort of like this like it just this makes it sound I don't want to like because you know how reviews are, but it's like because it plays it up. This guy obviously loved it. He goes, Kenneth Turn from the Los Angeles Times highly praised the film upon its release, writing, Man Bites Dog defines audacity in our short, seductive chamber of horrors. It marries nightmare with humor and then abruptly takes the laughter away. Intentionally disturbing, it is close to the last word about the nature of violence on film. A troubling, often funny vision of what the movies have done to our souls. The deserving winner of the International Critics Award at Cannes. Fuck yeah.
That's an interesting statement
Yeah.
because what that made me think was when violence happens, it often like it almost captures something about when violence happens in real time. It just
Yeah.
fucking happens.
Yeah. Can you believe that opening?
Yeah,
It's just like
really, it just fucking happens.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it gets interesting though. Did you get to the part yet where he's at the restaurant with the guys and then he pukes?
no,
It cuts to this it's like that's when it starts to get like disturbing to me because it's like
okay.
cuz it's funny though because like I hate puke and and like that got me even and but that's it's weird because he's having this he's giving a it's not that deep, but it also kinda is because it also is like a moment of weakness of his, like I read someone say, that was pretty on point. But it's like, um, he's, like, soliloquying, and then it cuts to this, like, very odd, like, almost dream sequence that kind of, like, breaks from the format, and then well, anyway, you should just watch it. But he does but then he, like, pukes from, like, bad oysters or something, and then he's just kinda in the back of the car like, but, like, it is the first time, though. It's just funny. The point of it is that after some really horrible shit goes down, he's like, "Alright, like, peace out, guys," to the filmmakers, but then and the filmmakers are like, "Yeah, like, we gotta go." And then it kind of marks the beginning of them getting more involved because the Benoit, like, the killer guy, like, basically makes them feel bad for, like he's like, "Do you guys wanna, like, go to a restaurant or something?" And they're just like, "No, like, we're just gonna, like, do our own thing, basically." And then he's like, "Oh, okay, well, I guess" he's like, "I mean, I can just walk." He basically, like, fucking FE almost like ENTP, unhealthy ENTP, like, FEs his way into them coming with him to go get something to eat, and when they do, he gives this, like, bizarre soliloquy and, like, it's he also seems drunk, but he says that he had, like, bad oysters and he pukes, but he's in the back of the car, though, you see him and it's like, oh, it's kind of like a moment of weakness, like, um you start to see too that like as some people have put it, like he's basically like a pseudo intellectual. Like he's not really um like yeah, like he has like a lot to say about a lot of stuff and it is really funny, but like you get to realize as it goes on, like yeah, it goes much more from like this guy the evil becomes apparent. I just really like that quote about the like what
The interesting thing that I thought about that is murdering someone is not enough to make him vomit, but
yeah.
bad oysters is enough to make him vomit.
Yeah, that is a very interesting good point. Because there in yeah, like there's stuff later that funny enough though, weird horribly enough, there is more vomit at the end. It's a pretty fucking insane movie. Like it's like it's no wonder it's NC-17. Not that that makes it, but it's just like it's pretty fucking black metal. It's a black metal film.
Actually, I listened to Black Metal earlier. Boba Fett recommended a band called Burzum.
Yeah, nice.
They're like I don't remember. I think it's they were Swedish or they were Finnish. I don't remember.
Dude, hell yeah.
I listened to the first album and it was interesting, but the audio quality was so terrible that
yeah, I haven't heard
so terrible.
Yeah, I haven't heard that much from Burzum. Only that one song, Dunkelheit.
I haven't listened to it yet.
Huh?
I haven't listened to that one yet.
Oh, okay. So their first album, I just want to make sure I have it right. Oh,
it's just like I hope because the thing is like it's not necessarily my cup of tea, but it doesn't bother me to the extent that I won't listen to it. I was sitting there thinking to myself, well, if this was in a higher quality where we could actually hear the bass and it wasn't so drowned out, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the mixing might be bad on the early stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean,
or the quality.
The sound engineers with the budget for this very niche
niche
genre.
Yeah. It's like
in 1992.
Yeah. It's got a badass cover though. I'm just looking at
yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. The one the big one is usually people I think know most is like Philosophem. Like Philo.
I think I remember. Yeah, I think I saw that.
Yeah.
I'll need to listen to that one.
Yeah, but like I said, I've only heard Dunkelheit, and it's from that album. Apparently, it says here a music video was made for the song Dunkelheit and received airtime on both MTV and VH1. LOL.
Oh.
That's like surprising.
That's make.
That's what?
That make.
Did you say that's mainstream?
That's making it.
Oh, that's making it. Yeah, literally. I know, like
1995. You know.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, back when like it's so crazy that they would even play it, but like Varg Vikernes is pretty fucked up though.
Is one of their songs, or is that a different band?
Oh, he's the guy from Burzum.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I mean, like, put quite simply, Varg and them are like legit satanic, and like Burzum is like a white supremacist now.
No. Interesting.
Yeah, I know. It's like I know there's some harsh words, but it's like and Varg also killed a guy, like back in the day.
Right.
They burned churches.
All right.
Just saying.
Oh, shit. All right.
Yeah. People, I know, I'm just like laying it on you, just letting you know. So Varg Vikernes wound up actually having a YouTube.
I mean, it's not going to prevent me from listening to music. I'm not one of those.
No, I know. It's just they're definitely problematic. Fucking Varg Vikernes like is now he like had a YouTube called Thulian Perspectives, and he basically talked a lot about race realism. But like, yeah, I mean that's the long and short of it though. He killed his bandmate though. But there was yeah, it was a back and forth though. Like they were all fucked up. And like because there's a guy from Mayhem. Sorry, go ahead, what?
Like drugged up or just sober crazy.
Oh, like just insane. I don't even know. Like like some weird Swedish shit. No, I'm just kidding, but some weird like Norwegian, some crazy Norwegian black metal shit, whatever they're doing over there.
I'm just imagining that this is happening during a fucking concert and the lights are all going, you know, on and off and on and off and on and off, and there's some
yeah, literally
going on.
No, literally
something in a death clock.
Yes, Deathclaw, Metalocalypse is great. Did
Yeah.
you did you ever watch the true Brendan Small magnum opus home movies?
No.
Ah, excellent show. Probably one of the best.
Oh wait, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Dude, yeah.
It's like it's an interesting animation style.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
um,
yeah, it's even you might even say it's downright I don't know if alienating is the right word, but it is a little bit it's pretty wacky, but it's a very cozy show though.
yeah.
Like
I mean, it's
um
on Adult Swim. It's
yeah.
intended for people in their 20s who are smoking weed.
Yeah, true. But even for that there's like a really almost like I don't even know how to explain it. There's just something really like comfortable and cozy about it though that like I love. It's like
Yeah,
ASMR. There's like an ASMR vibe, especially like the dialogue, the way that they just kind of like talk normally.
fucking coach.
Yeah, so good. Fly guy, there's some amazing truth and reality going on in the chat right now. Hold on one sec.
What are they talking about? We
Just
should really be interacting with the chat more.
yeah, right. There's just well the bat fly guy goes, wait, okay. Let's just God Pot is coming through with some hot takes. Um, which is dope. Varg. Varg is an interesting guy to listen. Boba Fett says Varg is an interesting guy to listen to, just to figure him out, not to be indoctrinated in his Mia. Um, Got Pot says Varg is a anti-white controlled opposition. He's not pro-white. Fly Guy says Burzum is shit. Can you even call it music? Fly Guy says stuff like mayhem stuff like mayhem is shit. Got Pot saying some more hot takes, etc., etc.
I'm trying to be more open minded about that kind of shit because if you asked me like 10 years ago, I would have said that Burzum was shit.
Yeah, sonically.
Yeah. Um. Well, I mean, from what I've heard so far, yeah, it's a terrible recording quality. So yes.
Yeah. Oh well, recording quality makes a huge difference. Like I touched on that last night. I was talking about early Ariel Pink. I'm like, I just can't even. It's hard to even listen to. Some of the Daniel Johnston stuff is like that. But Burzum is an interesting example because they are definitely metal, but um, they're like on the very niche, on the niche outskirts of black metal.
Well, it's like, from what I've heard so far, all of the vocals are all of them, which is just interesting.
Yeah, there's like,
Like it reminds me of this band. It reminds me of this band that I heard called Ebola.
Ebola.
Ebola. Yeah.
Nice. I used
And
to
that was
have
a different flavor as well.
a different flavor. Ew.
Yeah.
Just like
I mean, it
Ebola
wasn't.
flavor.
I don't know what genre it is, but it's not. It's not that similar. And like it was more like The singing was more like laughter than it was like whining. And
Yeah.
sometimes it was whining, and sometimes it was crying, screaming.
Oh my
But
god.
it's just different. I don't know. I need to listen to it to make words for it. It's something. It's interesting.
Oh yeah. I mean, I need to actually hear some more of it to like get a true picture. But I that his vocals though, I know what you mean. Like just like,
Like Jesus.
yeah, it's definitely
That's how you
like,
really hurt yourself.
it's just pure evil. No, but mayhem.
It doesn't sound so much like evil as it does like suffering.
That's true too. Yeah, I mean, the tortures of the damned. This is a Clockwork Orange. I've suffered the tortures of the damned, sir. The tortures of the damned. He's just like smiling.
I'd have to watch Clockwork Orange again. The last time I watched it was like 12 years ago, 11 years ago, something like that. Have you
He's
ever watched Strangelove?
yeah, actually.
Hells yeah.
It's pretty good. I need to rewatch it. It's a very it's pretty like dialogue heavy. So I want to like
Yeah.
rewatch it and get like a better sense of what's going on. But I definitely thought it was really good. Um, I actually liked.
It's properly hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like Peter Sellers is funny. Like, he does like multiple roles, pretty good.
It's just like just how childish just about every character is, except for like one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of that shit is crazy when the like guy, the main guy who like loses it is like talking about commies and like
You
purity
know
and
what
stuff.
commies drink?
Yeah.
They drink vodka.
Dude, he went full
They don't have
Enneagram.
water.
He went full
They
Enneagram 6.
they want our bodily fluids. That's
Yeah,
what this is all about.
the bodily
Bodily
fluids.
fluids.
Yeah, like the sperm and stuff too. Or like, does he say that? I saw someone say
I don't remember.
someone said something about that's just a hot take that I saw on YouTube. Some guy was like talking about Doctor Strangelove in the he like related it literally to like semen retention. Oh yeah, because the villain says or like, you know, the whatever the basically the villain says like oh like um they can like the women can like sense my power or something, and he just like I guess he just like ran with that, and like it's about semen
I love the
retention because of the
scene.
bodily fluids.
Do you remember the scene where the U.S. president calls the Russian president?
Oh yeah, and he's like, well, I'm sorry you like feel that way, like
He tells him like, so we might have accidentally sent nukes your way,
yeah, so good.
Dimitri, come on,
Yeah,
just sent nukes our way. Fuck you.
yeah, that's
It's
good.
all a
See
big
that?
misunderstanding.
Yeah, that's why I need to rewatch that movie because it's very like smart and like dialogue driven.
Yeah, it's fucking good, but
Yeah, and like I think I because like I only watched it once, like literally with my dad. So it's just like
when did you watch it?
probably like 2 years ago.
Okay, it's not that long ago. Certainly a lot fucking more recent than I watched Clockwork Orange.
Oh yeah, well like Kubrick, I started like watching more of his niche stuff like only like 2 years ago or so.
Full
Cause
Metal Jacket is Kubrick, right?
yeah,
Okay.
Full
Full
Metal
Metal
Jacket.
Jacket's another fantastic one.
Yeah, that's that good shit right there.
Hells yeah.
Um, Kubrick. If I had to choose, I don't know if I could think of a favorite Kubrick though. I mean, it might be Clockwork, but I don't know.
I haven't seen enough Kubrick. I hung out with a girl for a while that um, had like she was all into it, and she had like the whole discography or filmography of Kubrick's.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Well, the interesting thing about him is that I think I was talking about it recently is that like really the only movie he did that was like totally acclaimed was Paths of Glory.
Okay.
But like nowadays, he's just like considered a legend. But like A Clockwork Orange, you know, kind of didn't get that well received when it first came out. The Shining didn't get much very good reception. Stephen King didn't like it. Um, you know, his first movie, Fear and Desire, was written by someone that it's got terrible reviews. Like Eyes Wide Shut, his very last movie, got mixed reception, or at least leaned towards mixed because people didn't think of it as being what it is and what it's turned into. They thought it was just like a bad erotic thriller. That's like what that guy Mark Kermode said too, funny enough. He's like, I'm one of the Eyes Wide Shut detractors. But anyway, like yeah, he doesn't get the like it's that's just what's interesting about like although I guess Full Metal Jacket did pretty well. Even that though, like I could see it being alienating,
What
but
was I thinking of?
but it is pretty well received.
I was gonna bring up something that was a cult classic, but I can't remember what. Can't remember what it was.
Cult classic. Um I mean, Train Spotting, just a wild
Is
guess.
that considered a cult classic?
I guess, yeah, just that was just a shot in the dark.
Trainspotting is fantastic.
Yeah, that was a shot in the dark because it's funny that because that hasn't come up yet. Like we've talked, I at least on my own, I think have touched on like in this stream. I think all the big ones I think of. Oh, you know what else hasn't come up yet? Really, either is American Psycho or any Bret Easton Ellis.
I haven't seen American Psycho.
Oh, American Psycho is
The
good.
thing that's becoming more and more blatant to me is that I have seen like 0.001 films ever. Right?
There's so many. I haven't seen so many movies. I mean,
And it's almost a shame because I love films, but it's just not what I end up doing with my time.
yeah. Well, do you watch shows?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're consistent.
I did watch Breaking Bad. I watched Rome. I watched Better Call Saul. Um,
Nice.
I want to watch Mad Men at some point.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
actually like
any
kind of want to watch
any
that.
big recommendations?
No, I mean, I'm not really the biggest TV watcher, but but I have seen many shows. It's probably a lot of stuff that you already. I mean, obviously like The Sopranos and Twin Peaks are good, but like lately I like this guy. Have you seen the guy on Adult Swim's like Joe Perez stuff?
No.
His stuff's pretty good. It's like it's not for everybody. It's like super gentle humor. He's kind of like it's like old guy type like vibes, very cozy, but I kind of like it. And it's pretty funny.
Sure.
It's funny like because of that. If you know what I mean. Cuz like he just has this very like he's like, "Hi, like I drive, he makes it look like his Buick is like really dope. He's just like, "I think it's great because
Here's one. How about Boondocks?
Oh yeah, I need to watch more Boondocks though.
Yeah.
Um, but
I don't know how much of it I've watched, but I've watched bunches of it.
every time I've seen it, it's great.
Fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, that's actually a great recommendation. I always tell me I'm like I really need to just like watch more Boondocks because every time I watch it, it's great.
Like, it's just a great fucking show. Any like for before someone uh like that's not a good to put this. Like if you have any awareness of like black culture at all,
Yeah,
Boondocks will be fucking hilarious if you really think about it.
yeah, I put it up there with like Chappelle's show. You know what I mean?
You know,
Like as far as like
I Chappelle show is more instantly relatable. Boondocks is it's more satirical,
it's more what?
more satirical.
You think so? I guess it's also deeper too, kind of.
Well, because you have
I mean, it's a different, very different shows, but Like black comedy though, like
He's a deep character. Yeah.
who is?
Huey
Oh, okay,
is a
yeah.
deep.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, that's a great recommendation. Hold on. I'm looking at the chat. Fly Guy says, "Did you talk about There Will Be Blood?" Have you seen that one?
There will be blood. No,
Oh, okay. Do you know it?
no.
Oh, well, okay. Do you know Daniel Day-Lewis?
Um, I think I'll do this. Maybe. Yeah, I think so. Hold on.
He's just like the
Daniel
guy
Day
that everyone
Lewis.
he's just like the guy that everyone is like, "Oh, like best actor ever," cuz like he'd method acts basically. um
Okay.
so I mean, but it's actually kind of funny because like as far as like pointing you to movies he's in, it's like he's very selective too. So like The Crucible he did, he was in like literally There'll Be Blood is probably his biggest role. Oh, he was in Gangs of New York, Martin Scorsese. He was like the villain in that. I didn't see that full movie though. um well, his big break was in
Okay.
My Left Foot, which is like which is actually like I think he has like polio in it or something. The whole point is like he just like goes in and he's always like different. But he went fucking hard on There Will Be Blood. He plays an oil man and he's basically a penultimate like ENTJ villain, you know? Um and the whole thing basically is like how this guy is evil. Like, uh,
Okay.
it's based on a book too. I don't know if you've heard of Paul Thomas Anderson, but he made it. The director, he's like who himself has been pretty versatile. He did like Boogie Nights and fucking what's one you might know? Well, Punch Drunk Love with one of Adam Sandler's few dramatic turns, and it's actually really good.
Don't
Uh,
know.
that's a good one. But one thing
Like
that
I said, 0.001% of films.
yeah, I feel you. No, yeah,
Becoming
it
more and
doesn't.
more clear to me.
What was that last part?
I said it's becoming more and more abundantly clear to me how little film I've watched.
Oh yeah. Well, are you a reader? Do you read a lot of books?
No, I'm more of a article slash informative video slash music consumer.
Oh yeah, true. That's me. That's me plus movies, I guess. Cause like I don't really watch I mean I don't really read. I like, embarrassingly don't read books. Like I've just never I wish that I did. There's so many books that I need to read.
No, I
Um
mean it's a different format. Um, I don't know. I've
sorry, I had to plug this in.
used things like Google and YouTube to extract a lot of information. So
Yeah, it's the times,
I
man.
think that's more, and I think it's more compatible with me anyways because I will. I'm one of those people who I will begin to read and get into it, and then my mind will start racing.
Yeah, I can't focus when I'm reading really. Like I mean,
It's always been that way. Pre internet, it's always been that way where I have to take like double triple time to read because my mind will just start wandering, and then I'll just, back to reality 45 seconds later, 30 seconds later, like, oh shit, where'd I leave?
yeah, like
You
that
know?
always would happen to me growing up. And I would just be like I would do this thing where like I would like read the pages and then realize I didn't
Yeah,
really read it.
you're reading words and then realizing, oh shit, I haven't been noting any of these words because
I'm
I've
not
been wandering.
yeah, it's like I'm not even processing it, you know?
Oh,
Yeah, that's funny.
yeah, I'm the
That's
same way.
go ahead, what?
I'm the same way.
Yeah. That's I know, I wonder what that is if, a type thing. Cause did you say NE or NI?
Phew.
Did you say something about NE or NI?
Yeah, I said something about NI earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I asked you uh, give me random choice for a person to be good at talking someone from killing themselves. Responded with, "Well, I want the right answer."
Oh no, I was talking about like just now, but I guess you did. I don't think you did. Um, but that is something. Um, Fly guy, I'm having saltines and peanut butter. um, he yeah, I did do that. I want the right answer. Yeah, because I went from thinking it was like so many considerations, but I almost think of that as being like more actually indecisive. Not really like
Could be.
yeah, like and like but kind of like NE indecisive, but I don't know. um because I'm like I want
It's like when you're going through that, were you having names pop in your mind and being like, nah, he wouldn't be very good at it. No, there's someone better than that. No, that's a stupid answer. Like
yeah, that's the real
this
question, isn't
person,
it?
no, that's not a this person, no, not them. This person, no, not them. There's someone better. Like, were you going through that in your mind?
A bit. That's what's funny because that's the big question. It was kind of like in the middle. Like for like I just thought of people first. I just felt like I thought of like because we were talking about Jesse Lee Peterson, and so like then I just thought of like Dr. Phil, but I was like, well, that's like stupid because like I mean no, but
Well,
then
I mean, the point of it that you understood was someone unrelated to that, right? Like, what if you got Judge Judy to do it?
Yeah,
This is one that I was thinking.
that's a good one. Yeah. Um, right, but
Well, I don't
that's
know that she'd be good at it. It'd make a funny little skit.
yeah. I mean, and I'd be thinking, funny enough though, these are all like ESTJ types, like that people have said, or at least have said that they are.
Michael Sarah.
That's a good one. Yeah. I mean, just like obviously, just like Adam Sandler would be pretty funny. Obviously,
Um,
fucking
Druge.
who?
J-Reg. J-Reg.
Oh yeah, exactly. He'd just be like, honestly, maybe you should do it.
Yeah, maybe you just fucking do it. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It would be better, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, do it.
No, literally.
Convince me.
I know. And then the other person, and then actually somehow though he saves them because the person's like, "Well, what do you mean? That's fucking fuck you. I'm not gonna kill myself."
Maybe that's the best approach.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the best approach. It's
He's like,
not the best approach at all.
no, but that is funny though. He uses reverse psychology. He's like, you should just do it. You have nothing to live for. And then the guy's just like, yeah, that actually is the worst approach. But still, it would be funny to imagine that the guy's like, excuse me, how dare you? I'm gonna live in spite of you now.
Well, the thought there being like offend the person so profusely that they're like, fuck you. I need to go tell you to fuck off right now.
Or he's like, hey,
Get them off the cliff, get them
all
off
right.
the roof.
Yeah, he's like, you're not helping. And he's just like, I'm not trying to help you. I think you're a dumbass. Fuck you. And then he's just like, well, hold on. That's not. He's an ENTP. It's two ENTPs. He's just like, well, that doesn't hold up. That would be funny though, right? It would be like J-Reg trying to talk like Rick for Rick and Morty, trying to track Rick from Rick and Morty off
I
the
hadn't
ledge.
thought of that.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that.
No, yeah, they'd be sitting there for hours. The guy sits down on the ledge, right?
Yeah.
And he's just like, that claim is disingenuous. Like, fuck you. He's like, fuck you, buddy. You don't need you. Yeah, I don't know. They would have to get their fifis ruffled up though.
God damn it.
Be like, you don't say that shit to me.
What's the chat going on about? What's going on over there?
Master Bobby says Michael Cera is epic. Paul Dano is an underrated actor. He was in There'll Be Blood. Ooh, Carmen's Pimp. I'm reading everything in the wrong order here, but actually, yeah, we missed a good amount. Hold on. Godpod goes, what y'all niggas think about the term Latinx?
Latinx?
Yeah.
No, apparently Hispanic people don't. Not even Hispanic people really identify with it. So,
Really? That's so fucking funny.
what I've heard, apparently people who would fall under the umbrella of Latinx don't even really identify with it.
I'm not surprised. I'm really not. I didn't realize that though. That makes sense. Like it's less it's just like just say Latino or Latina. Jeez. Ugh.
Well, it's an uncomfortable change. Like getting people to call something different that they're used to calling is a weird, uncomfortable change. It's like getting a black guy to stop calling himself black and start calling himself African American.
I know, right?
This is new to me. This is unnatural at this point. You know,
it's new and feels unnatural. The Latinx thing. What? Like what? What? What are you, an alien? Oh,
it's just like not that I care. It doesn't really matter the name that's used. It just making a change when it's like rebranding.
Mm-hmm.
It's just difficult. It's logistical.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you want to call yourself that, go ahead. But like, it's just like everything else. Like, don't expect it to get easily adopted into the lexicon.
Yeah.
Because plus, it just, I mean, to me, it's like it's very obvious that like that, just like African American, it just does not roll off the tongue. Like people don't want.
Well, I mean, if you it doesn't roll off the tongue. What do you mean? Because it's a long word, or because they're not used to it?
Well, I don't know. It's an interesting topic. I mean, because like, well, actually, it's this thing is a little different, but um, this is kind of like probably not even like a hot take, but like I used to think like years ago it occurred to me like if we just used a different word other than feminists, like people would actually be on board with it, you know?
Yeah, there's some this thing. There are some sociological terms that simply because they're named what they're named, they sound like false advertisement.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of an offshoot of what we were talking about, but yeah, it's just like something. It just occurred, or just remembered it.
So it's like by calling it like toxic masculinity, it doesn't sound like what it is. It sounds like something that it's not, and it's that's just when you call it that, that's just a name that's gonna piss people off. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's on the other side of it. It's like there's the fact that it's always the more complicated thing that is the more politically correct term, for one thing I've noticed, right? And then there's also the fact that like basically whatever we were just saying. What was it? Oh yeah, just that there's like inherently off-putting stuff about, I mean, I can only really think of feminist right now, but
It's like
What
you
was the one you
look at the
gave?
lore of it.
Hmm.
If you're knowledgeable about the lore of it, you realize like, okay, this is what that concept is. Okay, great. Why'd you call it that?
Yeah,
That's a dumb name. That wasn't going to go wrong.
yeah,
You think?
yeah. That's actually, you know what, a good. I think. I mean, you'd probably agree with me, and like I know that this this. Some people might not agree with this, but like when people, it's not that when you're a liberal, right? That like it's
You're a beta now.
yeah, it's like the problem is that the left has changed, like in my opinion. I mean, I don't know if you believe that too, but like I mean, the problem isn't that
Well,
liberal still means what it does, you know? Like it's still a
the
good.
left was never uh, a what's the word? Um, the left was never a contained group that all thought the same thing. It still isn't, but
Yeah.
saying the left has changed, yes, many different demographics have changed. Many individual demographics that make up what we would call left have changed, yes.
Yeah, I think
But you can say the same thing about the other side.
true.
It's more complicated than that. So, you know.
Mm, no, no. I'm just kidding. It is. Like it is like that we
It's a simple question.
yeah. It's a simple question. Are you a leftist? Are you a
Are
liberal?
you so you understand that means that you're a beta?
Yeah. So you know what that means, right?
What?
You a beta. Like I mean the liberal thing. I'm not exactly certain, but it just seems like it's shifted though. Like it definitely used to be like the word liberal still on paper is good. Like you know? Like
Well, I don't think that the way that we use the word liberal is what the word liberal means.
would you say the same thing about conservative?
Yes.
Yeah, me too though. TBH. But I
Yeah.
mean, you get the general obviously like you can get the general sense of like what someone means when they say those words, but
Oh, sure.
yeah.
Yeah, I get when it's used colloquially. Yes. Sure.
Yeah. It's just like easy like shorthand. Fucking
I
liberals,
mean, it's
fucking
an accurate
conservative.
shorthand, but you know,
You what?
it's an accurate shorthand. But
Yeah.
it's basically you voted blue, you voted red. That means you this
Yeah. That's
or
what
something.
yeah, I mean, it's like when people yeah, I don't know. There's a lot that I could say right now. I don't know. Like
Well, not bad.
no, yeah, right. It's just well, it's just because it's so juicy. It's just such a juicy topic. But I'm inclined though to just have like yeah, kind of the boring take though of just at least right now, you know, of just kind of just being like, well, most people have just like I most people approach things at least more situationally than people pretend, I think. You know? Like it's like I mean, okay, so like awesome, amazingly hot, controversial vibe. But like, okay, so it's like you could say like, well, I think you know, it's like marriage between a man and a woman is best. But like, what about when your son is gay, right? And it's like
Sure.
maybe I sound like a 9-year-old, like just discovering these topics, but yeah, then it brings it into consideration. Like it's like shit when shit hits the fan, is you still a fan? As Kendrick Lamar
Well,
once
it's
said.
also like, okay, here's a question. If someone does not like the concept of gayness,
Yeah,
but if the son or their family or whomever is gay and is totally fine with that person doing gayness, doing their gay shit, whatever, does that make them liberal or conservative?
Okay, wait. Can you ask me that again? What?
Okay, so if the person personally, like if you have Joe, and Joe personally does not like the concept of gayness, he thinks it's gross,
Yeah.
whatever. And he also is fine with the gays doing what they want to do. Does that make him a liberal or a conservative?
I mean, I guess I would say at the end of the day, he winds up being sort of liberal because it's like it's still. I mean, you might call it more libertarian, but he's not saying I think you should not. He's saying like I don't agree with it, but
Well, libertarian and liberal, they both have the same root, which is in the term liberty, which is to say, though he personally does not like that thing, he is not going to determine that he should, say, vote for someone who is going to take those people's freedoms, liberties, freedoms to do what they want to do away. In that sense, he is a liberal. But in the sense that he is grossed out by gayness, do you call that conservative or not? That's what do you call that? Do you call it traditionalist? Do you call it what do you call that?
um, I guess it
Because
depends.
if you look at the core concept of traditionalism, if you consider traditionalism to be only man woman and that's it, and everything else is wrong and weird, and that guy personally is well
My
that, but votes a different way based on an ideal,
um,
and that's just one thing.
wait, what was the last thing you were saying?
Well, I was saying that he himself, his own standard, is traditional in that he believes this, which is a traditional view towards them in that culture, right?
Yeah.
Based on complicated shit.
Uh-huh.
But Joe votes in favor of liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you call that person?
I still think probably liberal.
Okay.
I mean, because at the end of the day, he's not saying let's like for real try to stop it. You know, like this is getting into dicey territory here, but yeah, it's like um, like I mean, it also depends on the motivations. Like,
Well, I mean, if he was to say no, we're stopping it. It's gross. We're not allowing it. Well, that would be authoritarian, which is anti-liberal.
yeah, that's what I mean, and that's why I'm inclined to think, well, then you're more liberal. I mean, what would you say about that? I mean,
Well, it's like it's a thing of they voted this way, but they have a certain personal value.
oh
One
yeah,
of their
sorry.
personal
So
values is traditionalism of sexuality, but that's in conflict with another one of their values, which is liberalism.
okay, yeah, sorry. I wasn't thinking too of the part where you were talking about literally like voting.
Yeah.
Like they vote, they have that feeling, but they literally vote liberal. Yeah.
And obviously, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess that would be if
I mean, I basically grasp
on
that, but
a
yeah. Sorry,
particular
what?
policy in their state, you know.
Yeah. Like so okay, so like not like, but they vote to keep gay marriage legal.
Yes.
Yeah, I would
Or
say.
if it isn't legal, to have it. Or any laws that might be infringing upon gay people.
Oh yeah, just like
Or
any
whatever.
regular
Whatever.
law.
Anything in the realm. Right?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, that's an interesting it's really interesting because I think it kind of shows like I don't know where your heart really lies, like right? Because it's like, well, like okay, but you still will you can still like allow people to do what they want because of like bodily autonomy and such, you know?
Sure. It's just
Like,
like the thought I just had was like, okay, if Joe there, um, if Joe there had a genie and he could tell the genie to make his ideal worlds,
mhm.
would his ideal worlds be a gay marriage cool one, or would it be an anti-gay marriage one?
Hmm.
I would think it would be a pro-gay marriage one, but I don't know.
Well, that's why I think I don't know. I think like it shows where I don't know. I mean, personally, I always think of it as pretty simple, just kind of like, well, gay people exist. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
like, so it's just kind of like, you know, it's just kind of like, am I going to like go out of my way to quote unquote like stop gayness or something? It's like, no.
I mean, it just went for that. It's probably not the most fucking complicated example to go for. You could probably go for something else.
Probably what?
I just went for something that was easy. You know,
Yeah, would you say something about something else?
no, I was saying I could have probably made an example with another concept, but I just went for something easy, some kind of low hanging fruit,
Oh yeah,
just
you
a
just went for something
common
easy. Yeah.
common social topic.
Yeah.
You know,
No, yeah. That's why, but it's a good one because it's like, I mean, you might say it's like an inherently more conservative idea to like not. Well, hold on. Let's look at the chat. There's like the chat's popping off.
okay,
This is what gets people.
okay.
We got a bunch of gay. We got a bunch of gays in the chat. I'm just kidding. It's actually the opposite. It's like I don't know what everyone's saying. Hold on.
What have I said that piss people off?
I don't think you said anything. Hold on. Mm, no, it's not that crazy. I just was scrolling back, and that's like whatever. But basically, Karma's Pimp thinks conservative liberal dichotomy is like stupid, pointless.
It is.
Yeah, it probably is. But Fly Guy's coming through with some hot takes. Um, he says it's not a thing you're born with; it's a thing you do.
Yeah, it's a hot take.
Yeah. He said that before too. It came up when we were talking about all sorts of stuff one time. Started off talking about like Christian type stuff and he was like questioning that, but then he's a bundle of hot takes because he was like questioning the Christian thing, but then he was also like saying like, well, gay is like a thing you do, which is like, oh wow. A lot of hot takes. But Bobby Brown is saying, well, we know how Bobby Brown feels. He says there's no such thing as a gay gene. He says foolishness. There is no gay gene, probably to Joe. Well, because Joe Rogan. Someone said something about Joe Rogan too, of course, for some reason. Fly Guy said they're probably just somehow working in Joe Rogan. Fly Guy says there probably is a gay gene, but it's a tiny percentage of the people who identify as gay. And then Master Bobby actually is arguing with him about that, saying foolishness, there is no gay gene, quote unquote, probably. Fly Guy says, Bobby, you know hermaphrodites exist, right? And then he also says, I wouldn't doubt there are some freaks out there. And then left, right, Boba Fett. Then there's just truth and reality occurring, but there's finally huh?
Right, Splong,
Yeah, it's blowing up. Oh yeah, but then Master Bobby is like Master Bobby says those who develop as gay, I'd say they oh shit. I'd say they devolved or remain steadily in that state of undevelopment. And then he just goes, why are we talking about gayness?
The word gayness is funny to me.
And then Fly Guy goes, Bobby, isn't this one of your favorite topics?
Yeah.
Got Pod is coming through with some just Urban Dictionary definitions. Nice. Based. But there's some discussion of the terminology. What do you like? What? It's just all over the place. Because it's like God Pod is just sending like Urban Dictionary definitions of like conservative, nice, based.
Conservative.
Yeah, it's a conservative, a name for weak-willed wusses that pretend to be quote unquote conservative. They are often found in the Republican Party. A conservative is a cowardly pussy who sucks up to leftoid equalists for mercy and pisses himself when he gets accused of racism, sexism, or anti-Semitism. Jeb Bush is a conservative.
Okay.
That's kind of like the equivalent of like libtard. I've heard conservative before. It mostly means they're an establishment Republican, you know what I mean?
Okay, well that's not the opposite of libtard.
Yeah,
the opposite
but
of established the opposite of an establishment Republican would be either an establishment Democrat or an extreme Republican.
yeah, that's true.
The opposite of a libtard would be like an alt-right.
Oh yeah, true.
You know.
But I think yeah, okay, so maybe it's not like on the spectrum like that, but it's like I know, right? On the spectrum, you know what I mean? But it's something that well, let's be frank, it's like more far right or alt right types who will use that term. Like they're gonna be like,
of course.
he's a
Well, what
conservative.
they're the ones looking at the Republican Party and saying, "Oh, you're all weak."
Yeah.
You know.
Right, it's like you caved to the status quo, you know, or whatever. Or what at least what they see is a sort of status quo, which I mean, there is a liberal I
Well, I just want to point out the opposite of it's not just that the dichotomy of liberal and conservative is stupid in grouping people politically. Liberal is not the opposite of conservative. Liberal is the opposite of authoritarian.
true.
Conservative is the opposite of changing. So a conservative is someone who wants to conserve the tradition. Don't change shit. Shit ain't broken. Don't change. The opposite of that would be either someone who's progressive or someone who's regressive.
True. The directionality is different.
Exactly. So if you have someone who is saying, well, we need to make drastic changes, if that person happens to be on the right, well, technically conservative isn't the right thing to call them. They're not conservative. They don't want to. They want to keep the status quo. They want to make big changes.
Yeah, you're bringing.
You'd either call that progressive or regressive, depending upon your point of view.
Yeah, you're bringing in that's the ticket. No, but that's the word. I always forget. It's progressive. You know, it's like progressive and regressive. Yeah. Master Bobby says, read my response to Fly Guy CJ, where you replied to him that no, it's not my favorite topic. The word gay also just means lame.
For sure.
Oh.
I don't know, CJ. Do you think that there's a gay G?
I think there might be.
Or I'm thinking like maybe one, or I think it's like probably it's probably not one gene. it's probably a combination of many, many genes interplaying.
Probably. I couldn't even begin to. I don't know anything about this.
It's like I'd be hard pressed to believe that there isn't some amount of nurture that could make someone gay over time.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, I do think there's something going on
But
there.
I'd also be hard pressed to believe that someone who is so clearly gay, we all know someone like this who,
Yeah.
like, from the day they were born, from the young child, we all knew they were gay. You know,
Yeah.
everyone knows someone like that. What do you call that?
Yeah. It is pretty weird, and it's unpopular to talk about because it's like it's because I mean, this is getting into some weird territory, but it's like I don't want to maybe maybe we shouldn't.
It's weird. I don't see why it's weird. I've had family members who it's not an uncomfortable thing. We all knew. We all always knew. It's not weird to us.
Yeah.
It's so over the top, abundantly clear from the way that they talk. Like, oh yeah, I'd be very surprised if I know that this person's straight.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I 100% like we all knew those people. That's what I would ask like you guys in the chat. I mean, for all intents and purposes, but the basic question here is have you guys ever met people where when you were really young like I'm talking like 5 to 10 years old where you were just like this kid's gay. I knew
you have a guy in the family and he talks like this and he's always from the day he was like 3 years.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the reason that it's an popular like topic though is I'm sure you know it's like it's turned into this idea that's like sexualizing children. You know what I mean?
Why?
I mean, I never knew that was even something that people thought until recently, you know?
Is it fucking sexualizing children?
Yeah, like
what do you mean by sexualizing children?
I never thought of it either, but I do get it now because it's like it's not sexualizing it them directly, but it is a sexuality. You know?
Fuck does that have to do with sexualizing them?
Yeah, I think you're getting at the truth and reality here, which is that it's it's kind of an improper usage of the word sexualizing.
When I hear sexualize, I think of like, okay, we're grooming it.
Yeah, way more scary and nefarious. But to think of someone as being but it is a sexual orientation, you know?
Yeah, it's a sexual orientation. Like, okay, take the opposite stance. Like, it's weird to think, okay, this person's probably straight. Is it because of an age thing? Is it because of age? Like you see a 6-year-old, and does that mean that you've like seen evil, or you're sinning because you're looking at your clearly gay 6-year-old?
You're clearly gay.
Thinking, oh, he's obviously gay. Does that mean you've now sexualized him because that's what came to your mind? Are we this fucking fearful of purity that we can't look at our clearly gay 6-year-old and think, oh, he's clearly gay?
Yeah. Did you say fearful
how much fucking pussies are we?
Yeah. Did you say fearful of purity?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep.
It's like if that's some serious purity insecurity. If you think to yourself, this clearly gay 6-year-old is clearly gay, and you're like, oh my god, I've just impure thought. I have just thought that I have sexualized this kid because I thought that they're going to grow up to be gay someday.
Right.
That's just pussification. Grow some fucking balls.
Yeah, I know what you mean though. Like, I mean, because it's not like, I mean, as we're talking about though, it can lead to some like disgusting visualizations or something, but that would only be if like it's not inherently um like you're like I mean, I don't even want to really like say it, but you're not like imagining like it's not a sexualization in the like sense that we generally think of it. It's a really interesting conversation. It's also a very controversial one, but
I don't
it's
think it's that controversial.
it's just like um no, I know, but I do think it's something to do with the affect. I think affect and demeanor. Like certain people
Although
just act
I,
gay. I don't know why it is, but some people act gay from a very young age.
I will say that it does say something about us projecting on others if we see someone who has fully the affect of being gay and we assume that they're gay and they turn out to be straight.
Yeah, I mean, you never know.
It does say something about us.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you never know, obviously.
I mean, the point is, like, I know people who we always knew were gay and they're gay now. You
Yeah,
know,
that's what I mean. It's kind of an
like
inescapable.
I don't imagine any of those people to switch up at some point and be like, no, I'm straight now. I'm gonna stop talking like this now.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I'll point you to like there's an un-PC type of joke that I think sadly wouldn't even be allowed now in the movie Waiting for Guffman. I still need to watch the full movie, but there's this guy Corky, and he's like the theater director. And it's this is kind of a different example because he's not a fucking kid, but he's like a grown man. But it's kind of would be un-PC now because he's like, um, he says, his the whole running joke in the movie is like, oh, like he's a very outwardly gay like play director, and he's directing a play above like a bunch of like talentless like midwestern types, and like that's the movie. But the big thing is like he always says like I have a wife, like I have he's like it's like he's completely like closeted, but like everyone else like knows it.
Oh wait, you said he was openly gay, so he's a closet gay.
No, he's I mean openly as in he acts super gay.
Okay, so he's very clearly gay, but he's very closeted. Okay.
Yeah, which like it but it's played for laughs, whereas nowadays that would probably be seen as like not so good because it's like
It's like I knew someone like that actually. I knew someone who they must be like 70 now.
really.
But he had a wife, he had a kid, and then at some point he came out as gay. And talking to the dude, like I met him when he was like in his 60s. Just talking to the dude, I'm like, how could you have ever thought you were straight? Like, what?
He didn't know or he
I
said
don't
that
know
he
if
didn't
it was
know?
he didn't know or if he was closeted about it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No,
That is the question, right? Yeah.
yeah.
To be gay or to not be gay? That is the
But
question.
it's just weird to me
Oh
because
my
I
god.
met the guy and I'm like, all right, this guy's gay. We all know. And then I find out he has a wife or he had a wife and he has a kid, and I'm like, really? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, that's weird. That makes me think of something Master Bobby once brought up, which was about that actually apparently a lot of women had a problem with Brokeback Mountain because they're cheating on their wives. And it's like, um
It's an extreme situation, isn't it? I haven't seen Brokeback Mountain. They're stranded, right?
no, they're not stranded, they're just gay.
No,
They're just gay cowboys, gay cowboy film.
I mean, it's got to be a bit of a different situation when you find out your spouse cheats on you, but it's with a different gender. Well,
It's
got us something.
it's like thanks a lot. I can only imagine. Just like
It's like
word.
I knew someone like that. I knew someone that they cheated their husband with a woman, and then became partnered with that person, and eventually it came out, and they were in a weird situation of like, okay, I got married when I was young. I got married when they were young. Got realized later on they were lesbian. Got involved woman, and now are this tricky sort of like, well, I have to, I can't do this forever. Can't,
So what exact? I'm sorry, it was a little glitchy. So what was like the situation? Like she
Well, it was a woman. It was a woman who was married and had children. Finds out, realizes she's a lesbian, or
Yeah.
accepts that she's a lesbian.
Yeah.
Cheats on her husband with a woman,
Right.
and is now in this uncomfortable situation of, okay, well, I have to divorce him at some point, and there's no comfortable way to do this, because unless she's going to play the married but a lesbian, and like, how do you play that game? It doesn't work well.
It's like honestly, it's like be don't cheat, like it's kind of that simple for me. It's like, okay,
Yeah, I can respect that, but it's life is fucking complicated. People are complicated. It's not so easy to just say don't do this thing and expect no one to do it. Like,
maybe more
because it's wrong. Like, it's not that fucking simple.
I mean, I understand maybe if like 100 years ago or whatever, like you were like afraid to come out because someone might kill you, but like, or something, I don't know. But like, I know it sounds extreme, but you know what I mean. And like, but I just feel like there's no real excuse to like be having like
what if the situation is you're married, you're a woman, right? You're married, and you kind of you have your life going, you have children and whatever, and it's
and
then you meet a friend, right? And it's just one of your girlfriends, and you guys hang out, and then at some point it becomes aware to you that this person is a lesbian because they're trying to come down on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
What situation is that? And then you realize you like it, right? What situation? Where are we with that?
Wait, you like it that they cheated on you?
No.
Yeah, sorry. Can you
in
repeat
this
that?
in this situation, you're a woman.
Right, I'm a lady.
Right?
Ooh.
You're a lady.
Just kidding, but no, yeah, I get it.
Give me
Yeah,
an OnlyFans impersonation now.
yeah, exactly. Just like yeah.
You're a lady. You're married. You have a husband. You have kids. Right?
Right.
Life is kind of meh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
You have a friend, just one of your girlfriends, and you really like this friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you find out that this is lesbian. And the way that you find that they're a lesbian is they just start coming at you, and they're touching you up, and they're whatever. You realize during this that, oh my God, this is amazing. And you realize, oh God, this whole time I've been a lesbian. And now you're in this situation, and you technically cheated because you didn't exactly say no in the moment. You just kind of let it happen. And what?
Well, I'd say honestly, you have an obligation to like, honestly,
beat the shit out of the girl.
yeah, exactly. Fucking let's smack
fuck
down.
Off me, dyke.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, lay the smack down.
That's a nice, cute thing to say, but that's not situationally acceptable because that's not how it's going to play out every time.
No, what? No.
That's not going to work. This NITE telling you that's not going to work. That's not going to happen.
What's not going to happen? The smackdown?
Just the immediate, like, no, cheating is wrong. Life doesn't happen like that. Humans don't work like that.
No, but that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, did you think I was going to say that?
Well, that's what you suggested.
No, no, I
That
was saying
that they have an obligation to resist.
no, 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 no. I
I
didn't
mean,
say
it doesn't need to be a smackdown. Like it just like
no,
no, I'm not letting this happen.
no. I was actually gonna say you have an obligation to like tell your partner or whatever your fucking significant other.
I mean, that's a bit of an emotional fucking decision to make.
But that also is a. I mean, yeah, the real right thing to do is to resist it,
What's the
though.
logistical time frame for this?
Like,
Like, does it take a day? Does it take a week? Does it take a month? Do you stop talking to the friend? And to remember that the person's fucking hormones are raging because they suddenly realize they're a lesbian.
Well, I mean, I guess they'd probably be pretty freaked out or something. I don't know.
It's hard to expect people to be a morally consistent to a consistent moral frame, and b completely logical when the shit hits the fan. It's impossible to expect people to be completely rational and completely morally consistent when shit's just happening in real time, and it's just happening.
I mean, maybe it's gonna take a little while, but it's just like I guess what would be well, in this instance, it's just like don't go you're it's like she's gay now. So it's like uh don't go longer than like a year. Like, you know?
Well, I don't know what the time frame was for this particular person. I don't know what the time frame was.
It would definitely suck if it was like 4 years later and then it's just like I hooked up with a girl 4 years ago and I've been gay the whole time. Sorry. Be like,
Well, I
"Oh
mean,
shit.
yeah,
Oh
but
shit. This whole time like you just
still,
been."
but the point that I'm making with this whole fucking ordeal is you understand that's a tricky, complicated situation, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm
It's not so
sure.
fucking simple as don't cheat.
Well, you could say I didn't say it. It's funny. You thought that I was saying that I said resist. I didn't say resist, but I was thinking, of course, the first most morally, I would say it probably goes in order like this, okay? It's like first you could say you have an obligation to resist. Well, no, you didn't resist, so strike one. Then it's like, okay, you have an obligation to tell your spouse. You didn't do that either, strike two.
And what if this person is a type 9
Right. Well,
Enneagram?
what winds up happening is then you wind up at the three strikes you're out. What's going to be the third strike? I would say not telling them, not leading them on forever.
It's a hard thing to tell a type 9 to do. Type 9, go to your spouse right now and tell them.
If they went as far as to not only hook up with someone else but to find out that their sexuality is the
Remember,
opposite.
they didn't seek out, this person didn't seek out hooking up with the person. The person just fucking did it and they liked it. So it's kind of unfair to call it hooking up.
That no, it's consensual. It's hooking up. It's not like they were held against their will.
Yeah, but add that layer of nuance to it. Because when you just say they went and they hooked up with someone, it paints things in a different light
Oh jeez.
as to the situation.
Oh jeez.
Oh geez, nothing. You know I'm right.
Yeah, I mean,
God damn it.
I
We're at the
mean,
fucking isle of reality here. Don't bullshit me.
I know what you mean. I mean, it's like, yeah, well, okay, so I'll be real. It's like I can see there being shame involved, but like, and not wanting to like, or trying to preserve your spouse's feelings, or yes, like in your example, you have a wife and you have, or whatever, you have kids, you have,
You have kids and everything, yeah. So you're also dealing with the we're breaking up the family shit as well.
So, and it's like you don't want to break up the family.
That might give someone good reason to try to hide it.
Well, that's true. If they actually weigh out the situation and feel like, I mean, I would say though that maybe I don't know. I think the issue should come up though with the significant other. I mean, it's difficult, but I think at some point it should probably be done. I mean,
yeah, I'm not saying that the person I'm not saying that the person like hid it from the spouse forever and like eventually it got told, and I'm just saying that's a difficult situation to be in. Like, how the fuck do you tell your spouse that you've been with them for a while and you've had kids with them, and have you now come to them and be like, look, I'm a lesbian?
I mean, it's kind of like it's this is a really interesting topic because it's like you mentioned the 9, and it's kind of like um it's like better late than never or something I'm thinking of, but that's not really the right saying. But it's kind of just like, but like fuck that, you know? I imagine your kids. Okay, so your kids are like 4 years old, right? It's like better to just like do it now than like be like wait until they're 18, go 14 years being gay, and then just like secretly like hiding that.
Well, I wasn't. Remember, I was never saying that this got like hidden up for a long time.
Yeah, I'm just saying that would like change it. I think
We're going from don't cheat in the first place to tell them sooner rather than later to
oh yeah, sooner rather than later. Yeah,
tell them 14 years later. So
that's the proper
like
saying.
5 different scenarios here.
No, that's the proper saying that I was thinking of. Sooner rather than later. That's better, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I mean that could be tricky as well.
It's definitely tricky. It's, you know,
like when is the best time? Don't do it on Christmas.
Yeah, how about not Christmas morning when all the kids are like opening their gifts? Honey, I had a gay
Open a
experience.
box of chocolates that I'm a les.
What was that last part?
Open up a box of chocolate that says I'm a lesbian.
You're true. It's like, how do you nicely have that conversation?
There's no nice way to go about it. There's conflict there that needs to be resolved. It's just a matter of what's gonna be the way that you're gonna resolve it.
Yeah, but still, better sooner than later.
Anyways, I have to go leak. Do you need coffee?
Yeah, we gotta do a refill. We gotta do a leak/refill break.
You need to be back at a second screen.
I know, right? Some elevator music.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that, but I'm gonna take a look at the chat too.
Yeah.
So yeah, no worries. But I'm trying to people. All y'all are talking about. Again, if you guys. Well, I mean, at this point, we've been going for a while. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go, but I'll post this another time if anyone wants to hop in. Whereby it would be fun to get more people involved. Elishiva, is that how you pronounce your name? Thank you for being here. I agree with everything you're saying. Not cool. Sorry, Master Bobby. You wanted me to address something, but then we got on to another. We were talking about that a lot here. Something about flamboyant TJ. Yeah, I can do a pretty good like gay guy impression, or like a woman impression, which is hopefully not a bad thing. Nah, you know what I mean. It's pretty funny though. Because Master Bobby says if a kid acts sissy, the question would be, where's the dad? Is the dad present? The boy not acting masculine is a lack of proper development. Eminem didn't have a dad, but his uncle was always present and taught him to be a man, how to be a man, with a capital M. Godfather just gay, lol. It's like a straight up chill. Otherwise, the truth and reality time to go gay. Well, yeah, that's why we need more chicks here. Seriously. God Pot coming through with some hot takes. But yeah, Ella Shiva, I agree with you here. Hello, Lady Lou. Thank you for being here. I agree with what you're saying too. For real. It's like you gotta be open with your partner. Okay. If it works. But yeah, interesting topic to consider. Some humans do work like that. I've been in a poly relation. Oh, this is Ella Shiva, sorry. But yeah, Ella Shiva says some humans do work like that. I've been in a poly relationship, left because it wasn't my thing. But some folks truly do not condone cheating. Open communication. It's all about open communication. White guilt. Good stuff. Hooking up is hooking up. If that friend knows you are monogamous with your partner and makes a move, damn, that is shady. It is shady. But TBH, the dude is probably already cheating on the wife, and the scenario probably doesn't matter what she does, etc., etc. Fly Guy says women's want tickets, says their hardwired biological need to reproduce. Well, at least you're consistent. You basically say
you're saying you're a lesbian. Amazing.
Amazing. Truth and reality occurring in the chat. I do want to get a coffee in a sec, but I think we're pretty much caught up. I mean, I think Ella Shiva, check out what Ella Shiva and
yeah, so Shiva was saying, well, that's Elise. Elise was saying that you know, the person that cheated with the woman is shady, which yeah, maybe, sure. Again, it's complicated.
Yeah.
It's a complicated scenario.
I mean, that's why it's like I'm inclined to just say like cheating is cheating, you know, but it is complicated.
And it's also tricky when, you know, let's say in this situation that the person, even though she knows that the girl has a husband, she's like falling madly in love with her and can't help herself.
Yeah, you're saying that's a different situation?
No, I'm saying it's perfectly applicable to the situation. It's just, you know, love does things to people.
Well, that's adding a whole other thing to it. If you're talking about falling in love. Right?
No, I mean, I didn't say, I guess I didn't, I mean, I painted the picture of she has a friend, it's a good friend, and they're becoming good friends and best friends, eventually her friend. So, I mean, it's kind of implied, but I never said it.
Well, okay. I just thought of it more as like finding out she's gay.
I mean, I guess there's also the situation of like the girl is evil and wants to fuck up this chick's life, and so makes her think that she's lesbian.
It'd be a good movie. Okay, wait. Why don't you check out? You can interact with the chat here, and I'm just gonna go get a coffee.
I can't interact with the chat that well.
Oh well, I just want to go get a coffee. So
just get coffee. Go.
I was just gonna say like you should just talk to the chat. Hold on.
Just go get coffee.
Yeah, just 1 sec.
lesbians don't exist. Lesbians don't exist, you say? All right. Yeah, got pot. Did you know that Microsoft actually got its name from a small soft penis? That's our. Boba Fett. I was listening to some of the Megadeth album Dystopia today. I want to say, hold on a second. Yeah, it's the song Fatal Illusion, Boba. Okay, no. This song Fatal is not as good as it could be. Okay? Fatal Illusion starts with this like fat, awesome fucking riff. And at some point, it just, instead of building on that riff, it just suddenly changes. And now it's fast song all of a sudden. And it actually is cool, but the pacing is all fucking wrong. And they had this really fucking cool riff that instead of building a song around, you just slapped it on the fucking intro.
Yo.
Yo.
I hear you guys talking, but I have to interrupt to tell you to sing you guys my parody of the Doors' People Are Strange, and it's called People Are Gay. People are gay when you're a gay man. Faces look homo. Yeah, exactly. Faces look homo when you're a gay.
Women are yucky.
Yeah, nice.
When you're a homo.
Nice. Women are yucky when you're homo.
Dicks are nice when you're a queer.
when you're queer. Faces come out of your rear.
Faces come out of your rear. Penis goes into your rear.
Oh no! No!
Penis goes into your rear.
When you're queer.
Bow, 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 bow.
That'd be awesome if that's like if Weird Al made like funny shit. He did make some good shit, but if it was rated R, Weird Al Yankovic always stays like in the PG realm.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like play stuff.
It's like what stuff?
It's just playful.
Yeah. I know. I can't even think though of like a parody artist who like. I mean, I guess there's a lot, but there's like a lot.
I remember Louis C.A. talking about seeing a guy doing stand up. And it was a guitar performance, a spoof of "Sitting on a Dock by the Bay" by
Oh yeah,
Oates Redding.
yeah, I know that one.
Not caught gay.
Yeah, sitting on a cock cause I'm gay. I remember that from the bit, and Ricky Gervais like he does the whistle.
Does he do whistle?
Yeah, he does
Ricky
the
Gervais is the
whistle.
most ridiculous laugh I've ever heard.
So good. Did you ever watch the Ricky Gervais show when he did like a cartoon version of him and Carl Pilkington?
Yes.
That's good shit.
Yes. Those two are hilarious together.
That's good shit. I love the Ricky Gervais show. So good. Hold on though. Let's see what's popping off in the chat here. What am I filming in? Yeah, it's just my literally my parents' house's basement. It's not even an apartment. Truth, a lot of truth and reality. Noish. Elish Eva says, y'all are the reason why I don't usually tell dudes I am bi. Because fetishizing it hardcore, lol.
Oh, God.
I feel like it does get fetishized, but that's why don't you just tell
How do you
them?
mean fetishizing it?
Yeah.
Seems how do you mean fetishized? Fetishize seems a strong word.
Yeah, you asking me?
Ask, please.
What?
I mean, I don't know from the I don't know from your experience, but like it seems extreme for to react to someone thinking that two girls having sex is hot. I call that fetishization. Or are you talking about porn?
Yo, I just heard it. Someone said earlier that you kind of sounded like Flow State, and just now I heard it.
Do I?
Yeah, you just sounded a little like him.
ESTP confirmed.
I think that's the thing, man. It's all ESTPs talk like that.
Yep, ESTP confirmed.
Confirmed.
Well, I do sound like my brother because he's my family and he's an ESTP.
That's pretty funny. I just hadn't heard it until
it's probably
right
not
now.
a coincidence.
Yeah. But anyway, you were basically saying like, I mean, yeah, but were you asking me about what what I think about it? Because
no, I was saying it to Elise.
Okay.
Just like what does she mean by fetishization? Because to think of two girls to think that that's attractive. I mean, if you're a dude like chicks. If they're straight, they're gonna think it's attractive.
Yeah, because it's like you don't know.
It seems very triggered to call it fetishization because someone said chicks hot. You know, but I don't. Did she respond?
Well, not yet, but I mean, she also talking to. Well, it's weird because what is this? Okay. Godpot says, "So you tell men you're lesbian," and then Ella Shiva says, "Oh, that's funny. I want this as my ringtone, lol, about the singing." But she
Well,
says,
no, that's not what she was saying. She was saying that she was resistant to telling men that she's bi because of fetishization.
"Yeah, but check it out." She says, she goes, "I usually do tell men I am lesbian unless I trust them." And then
Okay.
the only other thing that seems to be a response to, I think, what you were saying was her saying, "Test it out."
Well, I can't. I'm not a chick.
Yeah. Well, wait, hold on. I mean, or it might have been talking to Godpot because Godpot goes, "Law." Well, Godpot says lesbians don't exist. So okay, why do you trust a man?
Yeah,
Because
I
he's
noticed that.
yeah. And I don't mean just mean looks wise, blah blah blah. And then so maybe she was
Karma's
talking
been
to him.
both me and CJ are from Massachusetts.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I've mentioned that maybe once or twice before, but not that many times. We're both an MA.
Yeah, we live very close to each other. That's why I keep asking him about jamming.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's come up too. Yeah, I know, which we need to do for sure.
And then
But
once more, like for
huh?
one foot heels, but I said for one my foot heels, but when it get warmer, you're
Yeah,
probably
fuck yeah.
within biking distance and get a bike.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I
I
mean,
know
like,
you had said the bike thing. I know. I wish I
like
drove, but
you could be more like 3 or 4 miles away, maybe 5. It would probably only take me an hour and a half, maybe an hour. And once it's warm, that's not really a problem.
yeah, I know, right? Well, if it's gonna take that long, it's like, yeah, but we could make a day out of it for sure. Like you could just come through, but it's like,
I'm
is
not
that a
just gonna show up.
no? But
Like,
isn't that a kind of a pain in the ass to bike like an hour and a half?
well, you got to do what you got to do.
No, yeah, but my point is like we can make a day out of it or something, you know?
Well, I mean, it'd be cool to keep doing it.
What's that?
It'd be cool to keep. It'd
Cool to what? Sorry.
be cool to keep doing it.
To keep doing it? Sorry, it's glitching. It'd be cool to
Sorry,
what?
it'd be cool to do it. Yeah,
Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, yeah.
especially if click.
Oh yeah. Oh, you mean after the fact of like chilling?
Yeah,
Oh yeah. I can already tell. I'm
like
sure it would
yeah,
be.
like if we like hang out and make music, everything fucking works. Why would we do it just the once?
Oh yeah, true. That's not even. Yeah, I wasn't saying we would just do it once. I was just saying
Okay.
like I was just saying like, you know, we could like chill for a fucking while, you know? We can just like jam. We can just fucking jam out all
Oh,
day.
you mentioned day of like hang out all day.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Cuz
Works
literally
like a Saturday and a Sunday.
yeah, exactly. We'll just fucking pop off.
I mean, if I'm asleep there, like weekends out of it,
Oh yeah, we could probably. I mean, we'll talk about it.
just sleep on the couch. Then
Yeah, it's like I mean, you could do that. Yeah.
yeah, I'm fine doing it. It'd be you in that. It'd be what you want in that regard.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like we'll see. Just because like I mean, I got like the whole fam here and everything, but it's like, but it's no problem at all having you come by for like a while and like, you know what I mean?
Although fucking chances are the way that these end up staying up for like fucking 30 hours straight.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, that's fine. Yeah,
You know,
that's also fine. You know?
just kind of,
Yeah, absolutely though.
yeah.
I know it'd be cool if we could like get some kind of recording shit going. I just don't have. I need to like get some software on my laptop. Get some good recording software. Like, of course, we can just jam too. Doesn't matter.
Oh, it'd be really fucking cool to record.
Yeah, right. That's like that would be the I
It's
like just
like a
ideal.
fucking product. You have a
Yeah,
SoundCloud, right?
yeah. Ooh, yeah. Do you have a SoundCloud?
Oh, it's like a mashing of. I haven't actually like legitimately recorded music. I never. It just never ended up happening.
So it's like so you have one, but there's just like nothing on it.
No, no,
So,
I
or
never
something.
had.
Oh, okay,
I
yeah.
just.
You just don't
I
have one. Yeah.
never really got into like trying to record.
Oh, okay, right. So you just don't have one, yeah. Because it's like you can just have a SoundCloud without recording, but yeah. Um, yeah, I know. It's just like I know, I just have like GarageBand right now, so I kind of want to get like Logic Pro or something like that. So much going on in the chat though.
Yeah, I'm reading what Lady Lou is saying.
Yeah, Lady Lou says, imagine you're a woman talking to a friend who is a het guy, that is hetero guy. You say to him, "Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I'm bi." He says, "Oh, that's hot." Suddenly, you're flattened from a human to a kinky image for the guy. That is more or less how I understand many bi women have experienced
that
it.
just seems very melodramatic to me.
I mean, it's a little bit like reductive because then Fly Guy says right after, "Sorry, Lady Lou, all women just kinky images for us at best," which, like, obviously, I would assume he's being sarcastic or just being serious. I don't know, but that is what it winds up. I think it can be reductive, but I'm not. I don't disbelieve. I'm in the middle on this actually. I mean, I think it can. I think it can happen, but
Well, it's just like it's very possible that it's just an FE polar person going, eh, that seems matic to me.
yeah,
You
it
know what I
could be.
mean?
Yeah, there's a different, and then
Because the
there's
thing is that I can see
you can what?
some feeling that way. It's just my frame of reference. I look at it and go, oh, sorry. It's like I
Boo!
don't
How
know.
how dare you? I'm just kidding.
It seems very.
Seems very what?
There's a lot that I have. That's like a complicated thing. I'll need to sit on it.
Right, you're
But
pulling a Jordan Peterson right now.
that's very complicated. It's very complicated. We'll need to reassess that.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. So good. I just want to get caught up though real quick because like there was a little bit more here because like Carrot says
yeah,
people being out and about their sexual orientation, of course, are going to be viewed sexually. What do you expect? Not the point. Also, men do just. Oh wait, this is El Shiva. Sorry. Um. Also, men do.
it's not classy to just fucking Christ, Carrot. It's not classy to tell someone your sexuality.
It's not classy to tell someone your sexual behaviors if you have no interest in being intimate with them.
Is that really your sexual behaviors? Like telling someone that you're straight or you're bi or you're gay? Is that telling someone your sexual behaviors is kind of different to like I like fisting. Like that's a sexual behavior.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. That's funny and a good example or a good comparison because it's like no, I think you should
Not
tell.
that I'm against someone telling me that. I don't care.
No, I mean I think you should
But
tell someone.
like
Personally, I think you should tell someone right away, like what your sexuality is. I don't. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know actually.
yes.
What?
Hello, my name is DJ. I straight
No, I know.
I
Well, because that's what I thought.
do imagine. I do not enjoy.
I can't hear some of what you're saying, but I can only imagine what you're saying. Yeah, I do not enjoy.
Sorry.
Yeah,
The robot.
yeah, a little bit. It's probably my fault with the
Oh
basement, but yeah.
well.
But it's like it's I know, but I got the gist of it. Like it's like that. Well, that's because that's what I thought. It's like, well, it does sound silly, but I don't know. It's not anyone. Carrot says it's not anyone's business unless you're getting down to business. That's a, that's fair enough, right? Limfao.
Well, it's like, what if I and a dude is clearly hitting on you, and you're like, I'm a lesbian, and so you're not planning on getting down to business there.
Yeah.
But I don't think that that's the situation he's talking about.
No, I think the fisting thing was a good example because it's like,
Well, it's like, okay, like if you're having casual conversation with someone and you're just saying like, well, I'm a lesbian and I do that and the other, like,
I would.
tell someone story, you're well a lesbian in that story, and that has nothing to do with the story. Like,
Well, yeah, obviously, there's levels to this shit, man.
if you're just talking about it and someone brings it up and the person's like, actually, I'm bi, so yeah, I'm actually into chicks. Like, what? Why is that so unclassy? I don't know. That seems puritanical to me. I just think, man.
Yeah, it's like I'm just thinking in the context of like a date, like for 45 minutes in, you go, yes, I do, and I am bi, and I feel like that's not completely unreasonable. But it's also
Well,
like,
I mean, in that context, me saying it, if you aren't intending, like if you're not planning on getting down to business in the situation of a date, you're potentially planning to get down to business. So it's not really valid there.
I'm just saying you should. I don't know. I think the other person should know beforehand. I guess I don't know. I guess I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, think about it, CJ.
Psh,
Maybe you
okay.
should think about it.
Yeah. Okay. Psh, yeah. Okay. No, but like, hold on. How many women? Godpot says, how many women actually prefer a man getting with another man? Shit's going off. You guys are fucking crazy. I love it though. We're all mad here. Master Bobby just comes back and goes, still talking about gay stuff. Nah, we started talking about lesbian
Jeez.
stuff, dude. Get it right.
Yeah.
Nah, some shit came up, dude. Ella Shiva was saying like, what? She doesn't tell people that she's gay. She's that, or no, she says she's a lesbian, but she's bi. I don't know. I'm a little bit confused at this point.
Here's some inequality, right?
Huh?
A girl who's a lesbian, here's some inequality, right? A girl who's a lesbian is both gay and lesbian. Guy, gay.
Wait a minute. You're roboting.
Just gay.
Let me just move.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
say that again.
Never mind.
No,
Never
just
mind.
say it again.
It's a stupid joke, anyways.
Oh, okay. Nah, I moved. I don't know. Maybe if you say it again, you can, but it doesn't matter. Either way, Fly Guy says this chat is too LGBTQ plus for me. Let's talk about furries. That's where I draw the line. We're not talking about furries tonight. Karen Swift says all anyone wants to talk about. No, it's just the Ella Shiva thing. And Carrot. If you're just not interested in dudes, you can lose by like turn the free guys and really drink. I just say no. Strong.
Strong.
Not as much as she's lesbian, but she's bi. So she'll might be confused as well. Yeah, I'm starting to devolve into Jesse Lee Peterson at this point and just be like, amazing. Yeah, exactly. So you gay, but you bisexual? Amazing. No, but it's like I don't even get it. Can someone explain it to me? It's like so you tell people you're gay so that it won't be so that the guy won't fetishize the bisexuality. I don't even understand. Because you would have to be talking to them in a sexual okay, she explains it here. It isn't hard to understand. I clarified the reason earlier. I say I'm lesbian to men I do not know. If the topic of sexuality is being discussed for whatever reason. Oh, ooh, okay. Now I understand. If I know a man's intentions, I reveal I sometimes am attracted to men. I've only dated one man in my life. Ooh. Amazing. I think the thing about that's interesting though. So it's kind of like I don't want she says I have dated several women. Um so basically you say you're a lesbian to men you don't know so that they don't sexualize you. Am I getting that right? Like in that way. They don't fetishize it.
Well, that's not what sounds to me.
That's not you don't think so?
I mean, that's what.
Oh yeah.
When she says that, the intuitive feel that I get for that is different, but fair enough.
Oh, okay. Well, she does also say or assault me. Yes, lol.
Okay, that's the intuitive feel that I was getting for it, right? As a means of protecting herself.
Yeah, I admit that upon reading it, I didn't really think of it that way. My bad. But like still,
my quip with that very quickly is thank you for I don't know, maybe your intuitive feel is very good, but a small minority of men assault women.
right. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Elishiva?
Elise.
Right. Oh yeah, sorry, Elise.
I guess I'm being I don't have an exact percentage.
No, yeah, it's like
A small minority, it might make it
yeah.
sound smaller than it actually is. I don't know the percentage.
Yeah, because it's like I mean, she says now, but my friend was roofied and almost me once at a club. A guy that would assault you probably doesn't. Oh wait, that's Carrot. So she's Elishiva says, so I am careful. So, I mean, it's a good way. It's a good. The LA. It's a good way to find out which guys are worth your time. I guess. I just don't know if it's maybe a little withholding. I guess it depends. I mean, it's your call. I mean, but then doesn't that kind of just take off like well, okay, because like yeah, to not get assaulted. I mean, yeah. She says that was after I
Just
told
like other than who's going to assault you, who's going to roofie you, is going to give a fuck if you're straight by or whatever. He's going to fucking do it.
Oh yeah, that's what Carrot says here.
Oh,
You
she's
see
a
that?
lesbian. I'm just not going to rape because she's a lesbian. That matters.
Yeah, did you see Carrot says that exact same thing?
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a complicated conversation.
Yeah. I mean, she also Elise now says that was after I told the dude who came on to us we were dating, and then he roofied her beer sometime during the night. I didn't drink, so I didn't get roofied. Damn, that's scary as fuck. Um, not saying it is the norm. This dude though, he did want to fuck us both. Trust me.
Like I can't get an Ethernet cable because I'm on a phone, not on a desktop or a laptop. And that could be what it is.
An Ethernet cable, yeah. Fly guy, tisk tisk. Um. Hmm. Yeah, it does seem true though that is probably a complete psychopath if he's gonna be assaulting, so probably doesn't really care. I do not assume most men are like this, but I have had several experiences. So again, I am just cautious about these things. Well, I think I would just say the one thing to maybe consider is just that, personally, if I mean, if a girl says I'm a lesbian, I'm not gonna. That means no. That like, okay, so then there's no romantic pursuit now that's going to happen, right? So
That's something in the. That's something.
sorry, what?
It's so I'd imagine that it's some amount of like a fuckboy what's a fuckboy prevention measure.
Yeah, fuckboy
Something like
prevention
that.
mechanism.
Yeah.
A measure is a better way of putting it, actually. But
Sure.
or at least it's nicer because it is actually almost like a safety precaution. But
Yeah, measure is their word for it.
yeah, because it's like
Tactic.
yeah, I think yeah but that would just be the only thing I would say. Would just be like, well, I guess I would hope that for most like quote unquote normal guys that what would happen if you say you're a lesbian is, oh, like, then that's not gonna happen. Have a good day. You know what I mean? So if you're looking for men, right? I don't know. Definitely not telling you what to do though. It's just like the respect. I would say the inclination there, if you're a normal dude, would be to just kind of like respect that and then move on to another girl. Am I being too blunt here? I mean,
Am I going now, by the way?
sorry, what?
Took the phone. Took the phone with me. That would help with the robot voice. I don't know.
A bit of a glitchy vibe, just real quick.
Itching right now?
Just a tiny bit.
Is it bad?
Still a little bit. I do have full bars right now.
Swag.
Did you say swag?
Swag. I have bar.
What?
I have full bars.
Oh, okay. What the fuck? I don't know. But no, my main point though actually was more like, but then wouldn't it be kind of weird though to then just be like, how long are we talking about thinking you're a lesbian, you know? Like it's kind of like you're sussing it out to see what they're like without that romantic intention, which is understandable. But how do you break it? I mean, how do you explain it then later? Like, I was just kidding. I'm not actually
Yeah.
I'm not I'm not a lesbian. I'm actually bi. And then I'm just kind of like, oh, haha, okay. Like, but then I mean, I guess if you explained it, then maybe, it would be like, oh, okay, I guess I understand. But
Well, I mean, like, look, if you're planning on having, if you have any romantic relationship, then you probably shouldn't tell him that you're a lesbian. Like,
that's what I
hopes
mean.
that he becomes friends with you, and then at some point you say, by the way, I just say it because I want to keep you guys away.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. Mixtures can occur there.
Yeah, I was just thinking mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. Just like nice. You thought I was like threatening.
It's just a tricky kiss.
But then also like I guess it's not so bad though if you explain it, to be honest. It would just but I'm sure it would just be kind of like
Well, it's like, I guess it's one thing if you have a guy and like, give friendship with him, and eventually gets to the point of being like, I wish you weren't lesbian. I wish you weren't lesbian. And you intuitively know that because he's not going to say that shit to you. And then you drop it on him at some point that you lied to him the whole time to keep yourself safe. Unless you like very quickly after realizing that he's not a dickhead, you tell him like, oh, by the way, I just said that just in case. Then I guess you could go with that approach.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Dog.
But,
boom, fist bump.
I don't know.
Bro 5. Bro 5. I'm just kidding.
Bro 5, bro.
No, but like,
Fuck,
yeah,
bro.
I mean, it's just like I would intuitively think, yeah, tell him soon though, sooner rather than, again, back to this idea, right? Like sooner rather than later though. I mean, unless you're in like a group, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like maybe you're in a group of friends and like,
no, I'm thinking what she's saying, and I'm seeing how it could be applicable. It's fucking me.
Yeah, I'm fucked up over here. My simple male brain is exploding with
brain.
What did you say?
Lizard brain, smooth.
Yeah, just smooth. So smooth. Just like no wrinkles whatsoever. It's all that
smoke. Those people with bone in their brain.
Who is born in their brain?
I believe it's
who?
Uzbekistan? It's the Borat national anthem.
What the?
The Borat national anthem.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. Dude, I'm upstairs and it's like I have full bars and you're still glitching a bit.
That's just the location, but the right to be because the description.
I just want, again, I need someone else. Can someone else come on to like test this out?
Yeah, does someone else want to? I've been talking to him for like 4 hours. Does anyone else?
We've been carrying this whole thing, Jonathan.
Yeah. Well, you don't exactly need me. You do it without me for fucking 20 hours.
Kudos, my friend. Yeah. I mean, facts. It's more,
but yeah, if anyone else wants to join, fucking
we got Peter.
Drop them the link again, CJ.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it again. Peter raises his hand and goes, yo.
Yeah?
Yeah, he just said at CJ O'Connell, yo. I think he was kind of glitchy for me though at points too. That's what, and like I do think that Bobby, when we had Bobby Brown on, he was kind of glitchy, so it could be me. Peter requested to join.
Is Peter going in? All right, I'm gonna head. All right, Ross, man. All right, I'm gonna head. Start the countdown.
Mute. Sorry, I'm muting it for a sec on my end.
I did muted YouTube.
Okay,
20
hello?
minutes. That's my birthday.
Yo, dude. Sorry, I turned down my volume too. What were you saying?
I just said 5 hours and 21 minutes, almost my birthday.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wait.
1 minute.
Oh, nice. Happy advanced birthday.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, I'm checking out.
My old pitching.
I'm just looking at the chat. Oh, well, a little bit, but it's not too bad. I'm still walking around upstairs, so I would think that it should
You had your room set to 2 out of 100 people. So there was a split second where all 3 of us were in the room, and that started your suicide clock.
Oh no. Yeah, I see it now. R.I.P. Hold up.
Yeah, I'll send you my room.
Oh, okay. You got a nice. Yeah, true. All right, let's. Well,
There you
see,
go.
that's the. All right. Well, I guess if there's a timer, group
40
calls.
minutes.
Can you do group calls?
Do call if you open up multiple guys.
Okay.
That's the way to get around it.
Okay.
But I shot a link to my room. Close this one.
You're still a bit glitchy. I heard what you said, but it's still a bit glitchy. And now I'm thinking, like, okay, like it must be on my end. I just don't know like what to do about it. I mean, all I know is that there is. Oh, Peter dipped. All right, well, just send the. Oh, there it is. So if anyone wants to go into Peter's room too, we can try it out. And I'm wondering if it's a memory problem on my end, because it's been telling me I've got a lot of memory taken up. Yo.
There you go.
What up?
So how's the roboticness?
How's the what?
Well, I guess I would say bad.
Yeah,
how's
exactly.
The roboticness?
The roboticness. Yeah, I know. It's like it's just still not great. That's why at this point I almost wonder if it's just like my memory on my laptop or something.
I don't know. I mean, I have over the airway form Ethernet internet, but I am on a desktop with hooked right up to the router.
Yeah, this is the main question: is like how much until it turns into like not a coincidence where it's like just on my end.
Well, I live 3 hours away from you, and you live 3 minutes away or 3 miles away from.
That's true.
Which is funny.
Well, me being upstairs clearly doesn't make a difference, so I'm just gonna go back downstairs. Although I don't want it to get worse, but it's still not this. It seems to be exactly the same no matter where I go in my house. So either it's a memory problem or, I mean, I can also try going upstairs at some point, but I can't do that now because everyone's upstairs sleeping. So we'll try to make do here, but I just would hate to be asking you too much to repeat yourself or anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, who would want to wake up their parents to like, I don't suck dicks?
Yeah, literally. Well, let's try it out because sometimes you come through pretty clear, sometimes you don't.
Let's try it out.
What's that?
Laughing because let's try it out.
Oh yeah, no, let's try it out. Yeah, I just mean talking on this in general, but yeah. I know, right? My parents are like, "Shut the fuck up, you and you crazy."
Yeah,
talking about dicks. Talking about dicks all night, sucking dicks all night. That I act like my parents sound like that at all. I don't know why I did that voice. But yeah, how long have you been? Me and Jonathan just like put in some time. What was that?
That was me coughing.
Oh no, but you said something. Didn't you just say something?
Oh, I said that was just a fictitious parents.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's my caricature of just any parents just being like, it's 1 a.m. talking about sucking dicks online. What's wrong with you? What's the matter with you? For some reason. But anyway, I'm playing radio host. So what's on your mind, Peter?
Well, there's shit. Vinegar.
Prison vinegar. Hell yeah.
Yeah. It'll be a conversation. We owe the pre-conversation a conversation. And I got my attention got thrown off from seeing do you have Italian parents? And I was like, yes, I do.
Nice. That's funny because oh, I don't. Maybe he was asking me because I made that Italian voice, but it's funny because I was thinking you're Italian when I said that. So I'm. It's just funny because I'm Irish as fuck, but like, and I made it sound like I have Italian parents. But you are Italian. You are Italian. You actually have Italian parents, huh?
My dad, he's Sicilian, full blooded. My mom, she's a French Canadian, Pennsylvania Dutch, German, Irish, Scottish mix, whatever.
Oh,
But
nice.
it's just easier said Pennsylvania Dutch, I guess.
Yeah. That's cool. I know my family's kind of boring in the sense that both sides are Irish. Super Irish. But I think there might be a little.
Not they're from different clans.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. It's like Irish and a little bit of Scottish, I think, and a tiny bit. I used to think that there was a tiny bit of Italian in there, but apparently that's not true. Because like my grandmother said that
just
she
sucked.
had complicated family stuff, but Dutch. You said Dutch. You have Dutch vibes going on there.
Pennsylvania Dutch was a term for Irish Scottish blend.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's very specific. Yeah. All right.
Back in the Quaker days.
Quaker days. I'm just checking out the chat. I guess Master Bobby dipped out. Peace, bro.
What about Mr. Bobby?
He was dipping. He dipped out, I guess. Oh yeah. Anyone else want to join? No. Yeah. I changed that. Man, it's like I said I don't want to do calls all the time. I didn't say I want to never do it again. And also, to be fair, I probably won't. I might just because I was talking to Jonathan for so long, I might want to just stop soon-ish, Peter. But like, we can talk for a little while.
Yeah, I was just here to do a mic check.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because like no one else is coming in. My point of doing it was like hoping that someone else like I was hoping maybe you would come through, Master Bobby. But
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
work. On the hour two, I got a meeting, I guess. Anyway,
You got a meeting?
of some sort. It's not necessarily a meeting, but in a way, you could call it one.
You have one coming up?
Yeah, but not for another 55 minutes.
Oh, okay. That works out well then. Because, yeah, I was probably going to have it be a low-key winding down type vibe pretty soon. Because, like, it seems like only you and Jonathan are the ones that want to talk. So, noted. But we'll keep it a thing, you know? I mean, I don't mind it being a thing sometimes. Kami9 is back. Good to see you, Kami9. She says, I'm Irish. Nice. That's badass. Because I'm Irish too.
There you go. And my buddy, he's got a last name lineage of Galbraith, I think.
Oh shit.
Something. He's half Irish.
Yeah, that's Irish as fuck. Based. Both the Irish and the Italians are pretty fucking based, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. It's humble, so it makes it good, you know.
What is being based?
Just being badass, you know.
What is being based?
I mean, in this context,
okay.
I guess just like badass and like aggressive. Not even, but some.
You
But
want me?
is
Get
that?
my type 6 out on you.
Yeah, exactly. There's something. Irish and Italians, though, are both very like I feel like known for their tempers or their dispositions. According to what?
Duck Saints, I'd agree.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's always the Irish and Italians and the mob and shit too. Jamie9 says I was born in Cork. Wow, that's amazing. My family's from Cork County. That's what on our side. Amazing.
There you go.
Wow.
Is it a decent bottle?
Haha, but literally. Right, Splonga. Lady Lou says I'd be willing to sometime, probably. Elise says Celts and Romans did not get along. That's true, though. There is also a lot of fighting between the two. It would appear. I don't know too much about the Celts and Romans thing, but I feel like that happens though. It's like, what do you expect? You got two fucking bulls charging at each other, I guess. I don't know. Just in terms of your, you know, classic mentality or whatever. Raging Bull. Speaking of the mob, just thinking of Scorsese. I just can't help but think of like Goodfellas, you know, the Irish Italian mob and stuff like that. So I don't know. Celts and
I'd say,
Romans.
regardless of anything, it took a shaking up, like an etch a sketch or somewhat of a reset. Master Bobby over here is a lot more intensive.
What's intensive?
Less energy intensive, Master Bobby is.
Oh yeah, let me see what he's saying here. When is it somebody
Oh, I'm just saying in general, regardless of what's being said.
What? It's not. He's saying
A lot more cool to the touch.
what's? Can you repeat that?
I said he's a little more cool to the touch. The metaphor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're glitching a bit. SMH.
Okay. Cool to the touch.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there you go. No, I get it now. But he goes, but yeah, he's saying, "Oh hell no!" That was my reaction to that when he first mentioned it. At Jonathan Bazan, too much energy is required through that talking. Plus, got work in a matter of hours, and I need sleep. Seems like y'all are more so extroverted with all the hopping in calls y'all be doing.
Sounds like Master Bobby, in an objective personality sense, play last.
Could be. I don't know, but I mean, I don't think you have to be an extrovert to like join or whatever, you know.
You're allowed to have a comfortability with it.
What did you say? Did you say it helps if you have a comfort? It could help you have a comfortability with it or something.
It's the opposite of what it was. That same thing.
Oh, you're saying the opposite.
I said if you're less extroverted than you're to, and you were saying if you're more comfortable, you're more likely to same.
The yeah, that seems. I mean, could be because like it's a pretty introverted activity, but I mean, speaking, unless if you think of speaking as being extroverted, though, like,
But it turns on the part where you're aware that other people can see you, and those things have to be active.
yeah, I don't think.
Carmen said, "Explain that."
Yeah,
Is they talking about objective person state?
what is this playlist? Oh, play. He asked, "What is this play last thing?"
It's like the animals what they got with Dave Powers, the sleep, blast, play, consume. Play the double extroverted animal, and that's the one that's all information. They're doing group things.
Got pot. Thomas Sowell is amazing.
Master someone.
Can you repeat that?
Bobby don't seem like one that.
Oh,
Bobby
yeah.
doesn't seem like one that would care to do that or sees value in it.
I guess if you conceive of what we're doing here as play, which I guess it kind of is, right? But I don't know.
Well, as they put it, energy with the tribe.
Energy with the tribe?
Interacting.
Oh, interacting with the tribe. Yeah. I mean, he's free to.
There's a 5-second delay.
What was that?
Remember the 5-second delay.
Love it. The delay. Yeah. If it winds up being too much of a problem, then you can just try to get another time. But Carlos Pimps asks, what would be his first? I imagine work.
I don't know.
Well, that's what it sounded like you were saying. You think he's work now, play later mentality or something
How
like
it's
that.
consumed. They consume would be first. First he does is on his own their information.
I mean, Master Bobby says no reset happened, Peter.
And then blast second, and then sleep third.
Oh yeah, I know the thing you're talking about. Work, play, reset, or what? Work, play, blast, something. Oh yeah, that's like
I
a
say
function
consume
thing.
first, blast second, sleep third.
Play, blast, consume. The role of animals in your personality type. I'm just reading this.
Listening by audio.
What's that?
I just have a delay in general because of my internet.
Oh, okay.
No matter who I talk to.
Oh, okay, yeah. The great reset. Got pot. I'm no, I'm just on cannabis, no meth. Consume, blast, sleep, play. Does that sound like you, Bobby? Oh, wait, but
Bobby says he hasn't changed, but he's changed a lot. He's less antagonistic.
yeah, you think you've noticed that? I mean, I can see it. You haven't been arguing with anyone, really, Master Bobby.
No, one of those things is, oh, I have to think about it or I can look at it. Huh.
I mean, I think even it's like even
But go.
no, yeah, thanks. I mean, I was just gonna say, I think the only thing that like Bobby, like Master Bobby's resisting is like again, like even with the like the work, play, blast, consume stuff. It's like, I mean, I think he just like does. It's like he doesn't want to be like analyzed in that way. And I think, to be perfectly frank, I mean, I think he's looking. I think,
Described. I'm not really analyzing.
well, you sounded pretty confident in like you're even knowing like what you think. I mean, I think it's just you could construe it
Well,
as
he's getting a little triggered, I guess, by this, but I mean, he can think what he wants. I don't think the stuff that he's writing, but I don't care to argue it.
yeah, it's fine. And like, I definitely don't want to want to get into this type of vibe again. But like, I think it's just like he sees it as like Peter the diagnostic, like the Peter the doctor kind of thing, you know? Like, oh, here he goes again. He's telling me what I am. You know, he's like, it's your
I'm just calling out what I see. An analysis.
Connery's you're not giving an
Making the
analysis.
description our experience.
I'm not even sure where. I think it just this only came up because why did this even come up again? Because he doesn't want to go on mic. That's totally fine. But then you said that he was play for, you know, it sounds like a play last mentality or whatever. And then and then you pretty confidently were just like, oh, I think he's work, play, blast, consume, or consume, whatever, right? It comes up like you're like diagnosing him, you know what I mean?
Carmen asked about live or poem. I meant by that. That was why I like went on with that, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh yeah, true. He did ask. I mean, yeah, thank you for reminding me. He did ask about it too. So why don't we just move on? How about that? It is something though with anybody. I don't think. I guess I'll ask you, Peter. Do you ever? You probably don't really like being told what. Do you? How do you feel when people tell you what your deal is or whatever? People are like, this is the thing about you, Peter. You do this and that and whatever.
Well, there's a difference. There's a distinction. Is it telling me their perception, their experience from their point of view, FI status, or is it a TI objective statement of this is how it is, which is making a statement of mine, of how I feel and what I think about it?
So, in other words, you just take it as it comes. Like if someone's being subjective or objective
So if
about it.
someone tells me what they think, that's fine. But if they're telling me what I think, then it's not fine.
Oh, true. I think I know what you mean.
If they tell me what they think I think, then that's different.
So it's not so much that you don't be like being told what to do. Well, but you don't like being told what to do either, I'm sure, right?
Depends on how it's said, I guess. If something that's, there's some sort of hierarchy and there's, passing out orders, that's different than doing it in a way that's got attitude behind it.
Ooh, but see now you touch. I can't. I shouldn't do it, but it's like the attitude thing, right? Like, so like Master Bobby when he sees that he like is there attitude behind the Peter Dentachi method, you know? He's like trying to figure that out. And then it comes down to you being
When I
like,
tell other people that,
would you tell other people that?
no, is their attitude from me when I tell other people that? Is that what you're asking?
No, I think it's just he's trying to suss out what exactly your attitude is. I mean, that was why we talked for so long, right? Like it was just like trying to figure out like where, like if you are detached or not, you know.
Oh, and I was definitely detached.
Yeah, I mean, I could
That was
tell.
why I was able to engage in the conversation the way I did.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was. I believe that, but like you just said, trying to suss out. Yeah, it's like it just depends on the attitude. It's but then it also depends on how the other person's gonna take it. So, I mean, I guess it's a two-way
No.
street.
And it'd be better, I guess, a compartmentalized option rather than cat. Would be
It's better to be talked about than compartmentalized. Did you say? Basically.
no, instead of saying I detached my emotions, because you can't say emotions aren't there, but be sure that emotions uh, established, and using that would be better to say the emotions were compartmentalized.
Sorry, you were a little glitchy, but what do you think was compartmentalized?
It's better to say the emotions were compartmentalized.
On your end. Yes. Is that what you're saying?
What was that?
No, like you're on your end. You're saying is compartment. You were compartmentalizing your emotions.
Yeah, separating them. The ones that necessary for the
Right, Master Bobby. I mean, it's like Peter's trying to. He's at least trying to do that. The question is whether or not it's possible. I guess, to be honest, Peter. It's the heart of so many arguments. Is this person coming from a personal point of view, or is this person being impersonal? Would it be fair to,
impersonal.
huh?
Impersonal for the most part. It depends on what point in time you're speaking about. The beginning of it, impersonal.
Ugh, whatever. It's a fucking pointless conversation to be honest. But just let me read Master Bobby's comments here. Guess I'm getting dragged in again. Peter was not detached at all. Peter even admitted it. But that's the thing, Peter. You did admit that it originated from a point of frustration. Yeah. So, but you'll admit it comes from like It started off. It started off personal.
Well, there's a motivation to do what it be.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that and I said then for the public spaces in which I frequent.
Well, I guess the point is moot now because there haven't been any problems on Master Bobby's end. I mean, at this point, it's like, who cares? But let me just
Wonder how it
address.
snowballs here.
Yeah, it's just. Master Bobby says, the whole point. Yeah, are you forgetting this, Peter? The whole point that I called was to get you to acknowledge you weren't attached, and you did acknowledge it. Don't backtrack. And CJ, you yourself said you're no Dr. Phil or moderator. CJ, you wouldn't be a good moderator because you aren't keeping a tight track. You're just trying to be peaceful. It's like it shouldn't have even come up again. Whatever.
No. Well, hopefully he learned something.
Yeah, and it's just like not really worth keeping talking about. It's kind of a boring topic anyway.
Sending up.
Mm, I mean, I would probably honestly go as far as to say that no one is ever truly detached from something like this. I mean, I mean, it's like it does kind of sound like I get where you're coming from, Peter, but it's just like it does kind of sound like you want to distance yourself from it emotionally when it's just not possible, you know? You admitted that it comes from like a place of
Oh yeah,
frustration.
they're still there, but it. Well, I said that it
Yeah.
was from something has to motivate and be the progenitor for the reasons of why I'm deciding to put the energy to engage in the first place. That's some sort of reason that brings that about. Otherwise, it's just random happenstance for me to do what I do, which is likely. So there has to be emotions involved at some point. And being in the room is them in the room and also engage them using they're
The thing is that
they're
like
just not participating.
they're just not what?
Participating.
Participating? Sorry, yeah. Participating? Yeah. I mean, um but yeah, it's just like but if you say like hope, but yeah, it's like master, but like saying hopefully he learned something. It's like it's like no offense, but Peter, it's kind of like there you go again, you know. Do you not see that?
Well, I can't help how it comes off. It's a, and he wrote, he has nothing for me, but it's not learning from me. It's him learning from himself.
Well, either way, um, I don't know. I'm try. I would be. I think I could be a decent moderator. I didn't forget anything, Master Bobby, but um, Peter admits that there was an emotional impetus there. Is that enough? Can we just move on? Because I feel like that's kind of all that wants to be like established. It's like, of course, people come from an emotional place a lot of times. If it didn't bother him, he wouldn't have brought it up.
Just as much as Bobby did.
Well, the good news is that it's like Master Bobby hasn't been doing anything wrong. The issue in question was about him being fighty with people, and he's not doing that anymore. So let's just consider
I
it.
wouldn't say anything wrong. Just, not preferable, but I wouldn't say wrong.
What was that?
I would say not preferable. I would say it was wrong.
Not preferable. Yeah. In order to, I think it's an interesting conversation, and I want to try to move away from it from a personal point of view now, because I think that the topic itself comes down to emotional attachment. And yeah, it's like, it's karma's pimp. Then what is it? It's not just about admitting to being detached with Peter. Okay, so is it about the diagnosing?
You saying me being detached is more, there's more to it than that with Bobby, I think. Or me, I don't know.
Or I'm oh sorry, or I mean not about admitting to being attached. I That's what I get from it, but tell me what, you know, I'm missing here, or I don't know if Peter knows what you're talking about either, but I am just sort of like Master Baba says, CJ, you aren't a good enough moderator. Don't go deep into things. Peter knows he can get away with so much with you. Lol. No, I think it's just like I understand. Oh, this is what I was gonna say. Okay, so it's like I understand the aims. The best way to have good discourse is to be detached, right? But this it seems like this whole thing has come from like this idea about him being Peter being like emotionally attached to the criticism that was initially made, which was, Master Bobby, you have get into fights with people a lot, which in my opinion that seems to just be like an objective statement. However, Peter did take the next step and sort of diagnose you with Enneagram 6 unhealthy, and to be honest, Peter, you did it again. You're saying work, play, blast, consume, whatever. It's like, I think Master Bobby's problem with it is that it comes off as kind of like holier than thou or something. And that's just a problem that I think it might be
He
kind of
made
just,
that statement.
huh?
He's made that statement before.
Yeah, I think that's just inherently something you're going to run into if you're like making claims like that, especially, and like, I mean, it sounds to me like it's just a case of the INTJs. People are gonna get there
Or
so
in the type 5.
the type 5, true, who literally like to detach. I mean, whether or not you want to put credence into that, Bobby Brown, I don't know.
Observe.
What's that?
And the way that type 5s, show love is, I said, the way type 5s show love is by sharing information.
Yeah. Um I just so Karma's Pimp says, to be honest, it is probably all attachment related, but the way you put it earlier came off only as the icing on the cake. I'm not sure. Master Bobby says, Eric made a fantastic point in his most recent stream about unsolicited advice from INTJs. Although he was referring to Basanti, I applied to Peter. Yeah.
That's just T.
Unsolicited advice, though, I think is. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't remember what I was going to go.
Oh no, yeah, that's fine. Unsolicited advice, though. See, that's the key word. And then Master Bobby says unsolicited advice from an FE polar. I mean, he's kind of right, Peter, right? I mean, but at the same time, no, I will say though, Master Bobby, you have been the thing you have been
Proof of concept.
what was that?
Was it just that that's proof of concept?
It's a what concept?
TE over F. Proof.
Oh, yeah. But like still though, the fact is though that like there have been problems with like Master Bobby getting in conflicts with people, but again though it's kind of a moot point now, but it does come off though as like INTJ, like FE polar type unsolicited advice from an FE polar. It's like
I mean, a good way to be, FE polar with it is. So what was that act in on about talking about nipples and gates and that stuff?
Should have missed that. I don't know if Master Bobby was talking about this stream, but I love how the connection is so whack. Because I think because you even did just glitch now. I wouldn't be surprised if he's talking about that. But what was the last thing you said, Peter?
What was the conversation going on when I came here about
Oh yeah.
sucking dicks?
Oh yeah, good question. Well, well, I mean, literally though, because just like to just talk about something else. I mean, like fucking. Oh yeah, me and Jonathan were going off. I think the last thing was something about. Well, we were talking about a girl, talking about Elise, saying she calls herself lesbian to guys before she um. That's a good. What do you think? What do you think about this? A girl calling herself a lesbian when she's really bi to a guy in order to prevent essentially either being not just being hit on but being attacked that's where it got like real, and it kind of becomes like a more real conversation, but like from the point of view is we were just kind of going back and forth about like, well, why it's like I'd say only after a little while. You should definitely tell them sooner rather than later, but I could also see it being a decent defense mechanism, or however you want to describe it. Because essentially what she's doing is quote unquote sussing out the fuck boys. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm gonna say I'm lesbian first and then see how this guy talks to me. But there are like a few problems with that, right? Like the one that I thought of is, well, if you say you're a lesbian, then then I'll say, okay, have a good day, and then leave you alone. So it's like you might wind up, for one, you might wind up I don't know, missing some opportunities. But on the other hand, she talked about a story about getting attacked, and not her getting attacked, but sorry, someone, she almost got roofied, and basically it's like it's you know a defense mechanism kind of thing, like to just be like, I'm a lesbian, and kind of just ward off the fuck boys or whatever. I mean, what do you think about that? Is it disingenuous?
I chimed in saying, I'm not interested.
You'd say to say you're not interested.
Yeah, which one would more likely garner pushback? Challenge of not available, or the challenge being, unavailable in a gender sense where they're lesbian, you're never available.
Yeah. Because I'm just looking at what Got Pot says. Oh yeah, and Fly Guy says, "Oh, CJ who needs an Ethernet cord." Probably. I don't know, because even just now is kind of glitchy. SMH. But could be. I put an extender and everything. Like I said, it could be my memory, like computer memory. But stop moving around. I'm moving to try to get the connection better.
Put your tinfoil hat on.
Right? And then Fly Guy's like, well, never mind. Moving is good for you. True. The disingenuous thing. Et cetera, et cetera. So you don't think that you would rather say, so you think someone should just say, I'm not interested, rather than essentially lie about their sexuality?
Is it easier to do that? Because which is more of a thing that garners challenge? Would it be they're a lesbian and then the person is going to be, a potential candidate, or not interested and the guy can otherwise?
Or I'm not interested and the guy can what otherwise?
Or the guy has a potential chance of conveying otherwise.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. You wind up eliminating the chance, I think. But I don't know, man. I don't know if I feel like the connection is like fucking up, man. And I don't want to like waste your time. I'm wondering if we should just stick to the chat for now. Do you say you had to do go to do like a meeting soon too, or something like that?
Yeah, in 17 minutes, I guess.
Oh, true. Um. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just hate to keep.
Whatever Eric is, he uses hyperbole. Just hate.
Eric. Discussion yesterday with Eric about a concept in another video. During the discussion, didn't think Jonathan Basandi doesn't think it's a good idea for Eric to make type please videos.
Unless he's gonna do them right, you know. Make an actual analysis instead of like a shit post.
Oh yeah. Yeah, does he? Because it seems like I don't know. Does he usually just shit post with those videos? I haven't watched them in a while.
That's what it seems to be more of the not.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I think it could be
a
a
bit with the Melissa's one.
which one? Which one?
The one that he came back on did, you know, he had like a half hour on it, and he watched some videos beforehand.
Mm-hmm. He winds
Like
up.
that one was more leaning towards an analysis.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, but it is funny if it's like someone that's just totally not their type and he just like tears them apart. But I also feel kind of bad. Because like you never know how much of that identity goes
It's
into
just
it.
words, you know. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's true.
It would
But
suck for somebody personally because they're just some random guy's words.
yeah, that's true. And it's like it kind of, but it kind of makes for the best content. Just to like not.
Well, everybody.
What's that?
Everybody likes Jerry Springer.
Oh, right, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking of. I hadn't put it together, but yeah, it's like Jerry Springer. Oh wow, Fly Guy says I'm pretty sure Type Please got TWFP a flag on his channel before, so it probably is not a good idea unless he really softballs it. Really, no way. It's crazy. I sound like Joe Rogan right now, but yeah, it's crazy. I wonder, do you know why that is? Do you know why he got flagged? For hurting
I
someone's
didn't know when he
feelings?
got flagged.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe something before about bullying CS Joseph. He's been tagged for doing, I don't know if it was a type police in particular.
Okay.
Maybe it was that Pierre something, a guy that does makeup that's Asian, for the guy's channel, XOXO, something like that.
Yeah, he says the Fly Guy and Karma's Pimp say that it was they think it was over CS Joseph. Whoa, amazing got pot peace out message. I'm gonna check my email if I haven't already. Yeah, definitely come back again, got pot. Thanks for contributing to the chat here. Comes to them giving their unsolicited advice to others. Yeah. Well, it's probably just something that INTJs need to look out for. But Eric also, yeah, maybe he can be a bit hyperbolic, etc. I mean, yeah, Peter, you and Eric go back and forth a lot.
Oh fuck! For years,
Yeah.
I saw you there at the beginning for a while, and then you kind of disappeared for a bit, and then came back.
Who did?
2018.
Who did?
I did.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay, nice.
I
Yeah.
saw you did.
Oh, you saw that I dipped out for a while or something? Basically.
No, I'm back 2018. I remember seeing you around more often, and you did. And then recently, a few months, didn't see you more.
Yeah, that's funny, and it's like a keen observation there, because I would just go on TWFP and watch Eric's stuff, and then I would go on his live stream sometimes, and then I found the whereby chats with the TWFP wherebys, and then I started going on there and not really going on the TWFP until somewhere around summer 2020 or something. Then I kind of like took a break from I guess kind of both, but not willingly. I think Eric streams though. It is funny though, because then I started going on the streams more again, basically, and then that kind of brings us to now, where I started going on the streams again more increasingly towards the end of 2021, I guess, and then now in 2022, I'm just like, fuck it, let's do a stream, and there you have it. Or I also go on there, and then I'm like, let's do a stream, right? Fuck it, let's do a stream. Fuck it, let's do a stream.
And that's not even a thing of. It's not me taking note or remembering any timelines or anything like SI sense. It's just I remembered I did and then I didn't, and it was just kind of like picking up where it left off.
Yeah, I feel you. Like, yeah, I mean, it's not. It's like that was basically what happened, but for a while, for a minute there, I guess what was the more interesting part was when I wasn't even on TWFP and was just on the wherebys, because it like kind of like became its own thing.
Yeah, Serpentine. The first time I jumped on that, I ended up having the person fly over to my house, and I was like, "Whoa, hi, this looks like."
You first, what happened?
Oh, they flew over to my house for 2 weeks.
Oh, no shit. Who did?
Eva.
Who?
Eva. Her name was Countess.
Oh, yeah, I remember that name. How was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No learning experience. It was
Yeah.
fun. It was, it was what it was.
Yeah. Well, either way, yeah, TWFP is kind of a hub for. I noticed that. I don't know if it's because of like the smallness of the community or what it is, but it tends to, like, yeah, I wound up chilling with a guy, this guy Mark, and then this girl Mary from TWFP, and like in 2020, and then now recently I learned that Jonathan is a town over from me, so we'll probably wind up chilling sometime soon. So it winds up, people are always meeting up and stuff from TWFP. It's kind of cool that way. I mean, obviously results may vary.
Internet being
but, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just the internet being the that are going doing the thing, and Eric being the content.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a niche thing to bond over, watching host Eric's videos. It's like what a special bunch we are, It's very funny. Fly Guy says, imagine if there was a TWFP serial killer, wouldn't that be funny? Oh, geez. I know. Now it's going to happen. Don't say that. Now it's going to happen. No, but yeah. That would be crazy. Yeah, I forget. What do you think about C.S. Joseph, Peter? Yo.
Yep.
Yo, I was asking you, what do you think about C.S. Joseph, Peter?
Oh, he's marketing other people's work intellectually, kind of, but making it different, but different to the point where it's no longer proper, accurate, and
Yeah.
is confusing people. It's running adjacent what it should be saying, and so it's kind of right and kind of wrong, and that kind of seems like a business model to make that ambiguity where you still have your smoker.
Yeah, to make that ambiguity, what was that last thing?
So that you can maintain your customer base.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like, I don't know that much about C.S. Joseph, but it seems like he makes it, like, it sounds like what you said. He kind of overcomplicates it or something. He's like adding or
He
taking.
just sitting on top of Barons and BB.
What was that?
Linda Barons, her work.
Oh,
John B.
yeah.
His.
Yeah, she's like a true OG, Linda
He
Barron.
just put his on, gave her in like the Ranger or the Paladin Wizard.
It was mad glitchy, but then you just said I just heard wizard.
Oh well, like Ranger or Wizard or Paladin. You just gave them different like
Oh yeah,
names.
yeah. What the
Dungeons
heck?
and Dragons.
Yeah, for real. The weird ass like C.S. Joseph names, like it's fucking Lord of the Rings or something. Bitch,
Mhm.
please. Fly Guy says, Peter summed it up
And he used
so well.
Hmm.
God, oh boy, be there drama over there, Jonathan?
The guy uses interaction styles improperly.
I'd believe it. Jonathan, what? I don't know if there's no drama. We were just talking about C.S. Joseph, who honestly I don't know much about, but it seems like what Peter said is on point, which is essentially that he adds on to the lingo in a sort of overcomplicated way, and that he leaves some ambiguity. I think you said that makes it so he can market it better, and it's kind of derivative of other people like Linda Barons. And he uses these weird ass names like Paladin and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Changing the names to magic wizard fucking names.
He has DMT.
Yeah. I'm writing order. Oh, Eric is streaming. True. Yeah, no worries. You can check out head on over to TWFP. I might I guess
But that's how CJ switch talking about what we were talking about and trying not to talk about just talking something else is by doing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know what you mean. you can't, it's the only way.
I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, no problem. That's good timing anyway. Probably about to just have it winding down. Thanks for coming through, dude. We'll talk. We'll talk again.
Yep.
Peace out, bro. Noish. Oh yeah. We're chilling now. I gotta stretch. It's good to have Peter on. It's just too bad with the connection when I'm just like, what? Can you beat that? My God. It's happening a little bit with Jonathan, but we were able to keep it going for a long time. And then with Peter, I'm just like, oh shit. I feel like I'm like asking him what he's saying every 5 seconds. I feel bad though, because it's like it's not like the interaction that's like draining. It's like the connection. It's draining to like I feel like I'm like straining to hear what is being said, and then I feel like annoying asking, which is a whole bunch of like, I don't know if you can call it FE shit if you want, but I'm just like anyway, if I wind up being frustrated or whatever, it's not you, Peter. It's just and then plus of course we start talking about this nonsense again, and it's just like, oh no. But anyway, it's always good talking to you, Peter. That sounds bad, but I just mean a lot. I think you know what I mean. It's more the connection, honestly. That's a problem. Lady Lou says she's gonna hang out. I mean, head out. The opposite. And Lady says I'm gonna head out too. Nice to hang with you, DJ O'Connell, and guests on the Chill Island. Smiley. No problem. Have a good night. Yeah, it was fun to keep to have the lines open like that for a little while. Of course, now it winds up just being the same people again, Jonathan and Peter. But it was good though. But yeah, seriously, if anyone else, it's like not right now. We're done now. But it's like if anyone else ever wants to hop on Mike, then let me know. Of course, there like I said, and like I keep saying, the connection may be an issue, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, I don't know. The gang is over at Eric's. Oh man. Um yeah, it's sort of pointless to continue, but for me to muse on it, I guess, is just sort of like, I mean, you can probably understand my frustration when trying to see both sides here, where it's like, obviously, Bobby Brown has been fighty, but also Peter Dentici is being like diagnosing or something. I can't think of another word for it. I mean, but to be fair, maybe Master Bobby is right because I did say that I wouldn't be a good moderator, and now that he says I wouldn't be, or no, that I'm not, I don't know. It's just my like tendency to try to. I mean, what do you want? What am I? Well, he was saying I was like forgetting some stuff. I don't know. I mean, what else is there to? I mean, it's of course no one wants to be told like, oh, like diagnosed. I don't know. So like I says, no wonder the names are all fucked. I don't know what you mean. The names are all fucked up. Our tendency, Master Bobby. Yeah, I'm glad you're here, Master Bobby, because I'm down to talk. In fact, you haven't been here for mad long, or I guess you were earlier, but I haven't gotten to really like interact with you. What's good, my dude? Master Bobby says, bros. Oh yeah, right. Fly says Peter Dentich diagnosing Bobby B or Basant. Yeah, and then Master B. Then Master Bobby says, or Basanti. I was though when you said you ain't no Dr. Phil and you don't want to be. Yeah, it's true. You were the only one here for that, and then everyone came through, and it wound up being that was pretty wild because I was coming in hot that day, and that's why believe me, bro. I don't want to keep fucking harping on this. I don't even know how it came up. The work, play, blast, consume thing, though. I don't know. It's just like, oh, dude, don't do it. No, don't do it. As opposed when you're about right, but it's true. I don't want to be. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't like to. I'd rather just say how I feel about it. I mean, but that's why I got frustrated, right? That one day when you were here, Master Bobby, because I felt like I was coming off way more like conciliating than I want to be. Or yeah, uh and that's not really like my interest per se. Um Carmen's Pimp says, wait, hold on. Master Bobby says, Peter wasn't here for your rant. Peter just likes hearing the sound of his monotone, lifeless voice. I don't know, man. Peter's not that bad, but it's just like he's I'm not. I know you don't like that type shit, but I can see the INTJ thing. But yeah, it's like I hope he learned something. I mean, it just sounds bad. I'm just like, dude, do you not see the emotional attachment there? And brings in value, I guess. Well, whatever. Carson says that's why we need two people who just want to go at it over this stuff, so you can just kick back. Well, that's also the thing, though. I don't want to like just kick back. What do you mean by that? My input is important. I think I do a fairly decent job. It's just that I don't want to do. I mean, it's just that I just don't want to do that. I don't want to do. Yeah, I just don't want to do that because what I wind up doing is just sort of. I think that's what makes me a good moderator, but I don't know because I can see both sides. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like this argument's dumb, you know. Like, says, this is gossip. Do you not see? What do you mean by that? Master Bobby says exactly. He's emotionally attached, pretending to not be Lamau. No, I don't want that either. Best is for none of this to happen anymore. It's a joke on the stream. Yeah, thanks, bro. That's kind of the vibe. Like, moderator. Well, yeah, I guess there is a subtle distinction between a moderator and a mediator. Why be a mediator when you could be a mediator? So funny. Karma Spim says it is a dumb argument because Peter still wants to jump in here day after day on his horse. I don't know. I just feel like. Do you really think that like Peter is just like high horse? That's what I thought you meant. Yeah. Do you really think that like Peter is like getting his jollies from this? It's like doesn't sound like it. I mean, I will say though, the last thing when he was just like, "Oh, work, play, last consumer, whatever." Oh yeah, no, I know, Bobby. It was Master Bobby. It was coming close, you know. He to be fair, he changed the topic himself, which was good. I don't think it's gonna get anywhere. I mean, if the man says he's not emotionally attached, you just have to understand from my point of view. I mean, what am I gonna do? I basically did just tell him like you're emotionally attached, and he admitted it. Or at least that it started from an emotional place. But then Karma's Pimp was like, "That's not the problem." Which when I assume you were saying it's the diagnosing vibe. Which I get. Master Bobby says, absolutely, CJ. Peter knows what he's doing. He knows. I don't know. Because, yep, facts. Master Bobby says, he admitted to me before there was emotional attachment as well. Boba Fett. Yes, that's all good. It's just like some nonsense. Master Bobby says he's just backtracking and wants an ego boost. Yeah, exactly. Karma's Pim says, I agree with that. How are you supposed to even argue with him that he isn't coming from a place of bad faith? I am not. Well, okay then. Exactly. Master Bobby says Basanti was actually the more detached one. He didn't bring it up. I'm genuinely surprised. I've come to realize Peter is a touchy, resentful fellow with an ego trip. Noted. Like I says, emotions detected. Destroy. How about this? Maybe he's so emotionally detached that he doesn't even realize that he's emotionally attached. Whoa, hashtag big think. I don't know. That would just be the other side of it, I guess. But I know what you mean. Hopefully it doesn't come up again. But if it does come up again, I'm gonna shut it down real quick. Best believe. But that's the thing, like it's kind of hard. I'm not just gonna sit here and be like, Peter, you are emotionally attached, and then him just being like, no, I'm not. It's not even a conversation, you know? Obviously. Oh god, yeah, it's whatever, dude. But Karma's Pimp says, it seems all Basanti mostly wanted to do was call me out and tell Leaf to quit flatzing out of these chants, so it's whatever to him. Well, yeah, well, that one time. Who says, well, let's try to look at both sides, but more so with who is on the call. They got that voice advantage slash connection with you. Oh, dude. It's in most conversations with atheists. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, though, Master Bobby, I was like hoping by opening the lines that like you or someone different would come on. It would be pretty dope if it was just me and you. Or like Karma's Pimp. Or Fly Guy. Or Boba Fett. Or Winston's mom. It's like so many people. But all y'all's is lame. Nah, I'm just kidding. I understand. I mean, the voice advantage slash connection thing, though, it's, I guess, it can be true in the moment to some degree, but I mean, I don't think I'm being too favoritist or anything like that. But I mean, yeah. Karma's Pimp says, it is certainly at a disadvantage to being just in the chat. Karma's Pimp says, yeah, we understand, CJ. You just need a few more heads in here and it'll just happen. Yeah. I mean, that's the idea, is like change it up. And again, I'm not trying to have it be something that we do all the time. It would just be fun, for example, like for it, like honestly, ideally, unless it's like one of you guys, I don't know. It really just depends. Like for example, but I think ideally it should be like people call in with topics or like addressing topics. You know what I mean? I mean, tonight it just so happened that, you know, I mean, me and Jonathan Basanti can kill a lot of time going back and forth. So, and then it's like Peter hops on, at least just to test it, he said, but like still, it's just like, getting into this nonsense again. Yeah. Hashtag never again. Not with Peter. I'm down to talk to Peter. He can come on the stream, but it's like we're not talking. It's like we're not talking about this anymore. You know what I mean? But yeah. What's that noise? So weird. Oh, true. Carmen's Pimp says, I totally didn't catch that vibe of wanting new voices to come on. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. But nope. It was just Jonathan and Peter again. Hashtag Da Boys. Yeah, damn though. I didn't see it coming myself, personally. And then when it started, I was just like, how did this start? Whole bunch of bullshit. I mean, I probably should get a Discord, I guess. But I mean, what's the difference? I mean, no, I mean, why would Discord be so much better? I mean, obviously, a lot of people don't want to go on chat. I mean, go on voice or whatever. So that it wouldn't change. Actually, I guess it would get more people. Yeah, I know what you mean. I totally missed that, Master Bobby. I heard him say something about the reset, but I didn't even know what he was talking about. He said reset button. I was like, what? My goodness. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I wouldn't even know. Yeah, I'm sure you could think of something to talk about, Karma's Pimp. What are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can move over to Discord or something. It's just a basic. I just like this basic setup here. Yeah, I mean, if these guys won't go, you will just. If these guys won't go, you will just have to make new Discord friends instead. Lol. It just won't be the same without you guys. Well, it was fun going back and forth with Jonathan for a while. That shit was tight, yo. Jonathan's pretty chill. Not saying Peter isn't, but like with Jonathan, I mean, also I think the quality is I don't know. It was better at least earlier. I don't know, but it's still we just go back and forth, back and forth. It's pretty effortless and good. Master Bobby, it's funny. Yeah, that's true. You've been working, so it's you have there hasn't been there hasn't been any there haven't been any opportunities for you to really fight with anybody. I mean, um to be honest, it's been so long since I've seen like how like a quote unquote conflict between you and someone except for Peter that like I have tended to move away from like I'll say, "Oh, well, you can be pretty fighty," which is true, but then I struggle to think of examples that are um recent. So, you know, um yeah. So that's good. And like that's why it's not, that's why it's a moot point. It's fucking stupid. Um no, I don't really get it. I mean, I think I do get it, Karma's Pimp, but it's just like I mean, we can effectively say at this point like that um that if it comes up again, and especially if it's on Peter's end, then then it's a real problem. You know what I mean? He doesn't seem like a bad guy though. I do think you guys are I mean, I don't know him that well. Like I don't know him well enough to fully say, but I can definitely see the reality where he's not trying to be holier than thou. It's just how it comes off. You know what I mean? But he does seem to have this like failure to recognize it. I just tend to think it's like some weird INTJ bullshit where it's just like, okay, but you don't mind. I mean, it's like you're not being mindful of the FE atmosphere or whatever, or the way that words can be interpreted. Mhm. Yeah, well, there's no. It's Fly Guy says this is gossip. Carmen's Pimp says a bad guy. Like what? Like what? Nobody is saying he beats puppies. It probably was weird INTJ bullshit. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's not like he has like bad it doesn't seem like he has bad motivations or anything. Well, Flag Guy, it's probably why, I should just move on and talk about something else. But I'm not saying anything that I wouldn't say to him now. Like I pretty much was saying it like before, but he doesn't say that he does. What? Yeah. Yeah, true Flag. Oh,
Connected to Bluetooth.
sorry, that is just my speaker. But yeah, that is very true though, Flag Guy. No, and I do mind. I would say you know, we can like oh no, I guess I have mixed feelings about it, but I don't really care. I don't know. It's as long as it doesn't become the main focus. Um, to me, it's sort of a non-issue. I mean, I guess what we'll have to see from here on out is like if um all y'all can just coexist in the chat. I mean, it doesn't seem like a problem, but hmm. I forget what phrase I used, but I should mention talking down to, condescending, talking down to. I think it's a thing that but I do think again, it's like a quote unquote INTJ thing. But yeah, it's definitely not conceded to value FE. That's bizarre. Which is the thing that really got to me was him constantly being accusative of Bobby not getting what he was saying. I think it was more apparent in low FE. Yeah. It's, yeah. Well, if it comes up again on his end, I'm just going to say you're fronting and you're being emotional. But hopefully it won't come up again. But I know what you mean. Oh man, that chip bag beside the mic can be like the new talking with people blood or something. True. Yeah, it's just these saltines. My bad. I'm trying to mute the mic when I have it too close there. Well, like I was gonna say, if we can try to, no pun intended, detach this context from the conversation, to kind of depersonalize it for a minute here. It's just an interesting idea, like a different, an interesting topic. Like, what exactly makes advice condescending, or, it's all about the vibes and the presentation. You might say a lot of that is FE. So, he does need to be mindful of that. I mean, I said that, and I basically keep saying it. It's like, yeah, but this is how it comes off. I mean, that's literally FE, pretty simple. Connected to Bluetooth. Big booty bitches. That's what we need here on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. We have a sufficient shortage of what? we have a deficiency of big booty bitches. Okay. you would say, but then you and yeah, but I can still understand how you. Oh, but I still get what you're trying to say, though. So you kind of go around in circles on TBH. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that comes from my own desire to be understood or something, and to understand if people feel, misunderstood, then it can be a bad feeling, whether it's you or Peter or whoever. And unless I really don't, I won't say that unless I really don't understand. I mean, yeah, no, I will. I only say that if I really can understand. But I get, it's like, but I get what you mean, though, is almost like me clarifying that what the person's saying is not complete and utter nonsense. But if someone says complete and utter nonsense, I'll just be like, "What? Can you repeat that? Can you explain that better?" I think I actually had to do that with Peter a few times on our last and one of our other chats, but that also was sometimes I mean, it's like, and I'm doing it again, I guess, but it's like I get it. Sometimes you can get lost in the words. It can get convoluted, and um, essentially, if that happens, then I'll be like, "Can you put that some other way, or like explain that?" I don't know. Flag guy might be an ENTJ. I don't know. Did Fly Guy, what did you say? Have you ever said what type you think you are? I mean, I could see um Gamma Quadra. Thanks. That's funny. I thought I unmuted it. So weird. um, I was saying that I could see ISTP, but not it's not Gamma Quadra, but I could see it. Carlos Pim says you shouldn't type off chats. YSDB. Well, I don't have too many reasons. I mean, the thing about when we were talking about the guitar the other night, I literally thought to myself um I felt like what Fly Guy was saying was like what an ISTP would say to me about it. Just like you're not playing in the right way, so that makes you technically not a guitarist. And I was like, well, kind of, but also no, you know. I felt like that was a very like I mean, to be honest, I took it seriously, but at the same time, it felt like a little bit like what I would imagine. The exact thought that I had was that sounds like something that an ISTP would say to me to try to take me down a peg or something like that. But to be fair, you did say other stuff that was like, you know, more like complimentary. And then you also I understand that you were just working off of what I was saying, but I had the thought like that the thing of saying you're not a real guitarist because of how you play felt like what an ISTP would say to me to try to like criticize me. You know what I mean? And it's not invalid. It's just it just seemed very sort of like TI, just like I said. That's what I said in the moment, and that's what I'm saying now. And also, I guess SE, I don't know. And I kind of like, well, there are rules to it. It just made me think of like having like a not rigid necessarily, but like a very like adhering to the rules of the system. Like he was saying stuff like, well, the guitar was designed to play in this way, and it's like instruments are designed in this way to be played in this certain way. And I was like, um, I don't know. It's just one example though. Like again, it's like he was fairly addressing what I was saying. It was just like what, but I did think that, I mean, but again, it's just one example. Because it had to do with the properness of like of it. INTJ. Yeah. Well, like I said, I think I don't know. It's strange. It's just that I think to myself, okay, Fly Guy is probably Gamma Quadra, but then the exact thought that I said to myself was someone saying that I'm not a real guitarist because of how I play sounds like something that an ISTP trying to like give me a hard time would say. It's like you're not doing this properly, so you don't count. Like it doesn't count. But I don't really know what I really don't know what that is. It just occurred to me that like I could just imagine an ISTP saying that to me to like in a different context. Again, I don't think Fly Guy was being unfair, and he was literally responding to stuff that I said, which was like, "Oh, it can be kind of limiting. It can be a little insecure about it." you know, with professional guitarists and stuff, because it's like, well, actually though, it came up earlier, and Jonathan was saying he wouldn't see how it would be limiting. I mean, I just don't know how people think about it. Like how I don't exactly, I actually don't know that, you know. Yeah, I didn't argue with that. But yeah, I could imagine that under a different context, I just, for some reason, I felt like, yeah, I could see an ISTP saying that to me. If I don't know, but I also don't know that many ISTPs. It just, I don't know. It was just a thought that I had. Karma's Pimp says, "Are well." First of all, Fly Guy says, "Yeah, I didn't argue that thought." So yeah, that's cool. So that's interesting to know. Karma's Pimp says, "Are you Delta, CJ? What is the main focus, or however you want to put it, for each quadra?" Well, yeah, it's like if what Fly Guy says here, if he's ENFP or INFP, is Delta. Gen Xennial is ISTP. Yeah, I know that. But I also haven't. I don't know that much about the Gen Xennial. Funny enough, though, he thinks that I'm an ENFP, and so does Fly Guy. So that's funny, huh? But I couldn't tell you what the real focuses are of each quadra. I know the basic gist of them, but it's too much to try and like summarize, you know. And plus, I couldn't even tell you. I can't really think of, for example, what alphas exactly are trying to do. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one up to the chat. You guys can, try and whatever, but talk amongst yourselves here about that. Sending appears genuinely autistic. Yeah. Nothing for right. But Fly Guys seems pretty on point here about Delta's hierarchy ignoring and friendly and serious. I mean, they tend to like they're like clubs and stuff like that. Like Gamma seems to be interested in things like well, it's said that they are interested in power, but I think that would be too reductive to just, I mean, there's a lot more than that. I don't know enough to say more than that. I mean, I guess they would be interested in, they might actually be kind of like the opposite to Delta in that regard. Like they actually care a lot about hierarchies. I think that's true. Um, I think they're interested in moving up in the hierarchies mostly. Um, but I would say the least of which being the ESFP. It's an interesting quadra because they're pretty like. I mean, you can say pretty unequivocally that ENTJs are probably the most obsessed with power out of all the types, but the INTJ not necessarily. The ISFP even less so, or actually, yeah, less so, but maybe a bit artistically so. They might be a little bit artistically elitist. But then I think the ESFP is generally just here to have fun, right? So it's an interesting quadra. Like, I don't really know but ESFPs, I mean, I guess they could be pretty competitive, right? I mean, but what else do they do that's good? I mean, obviously at their best, they're very insightful, but it's like, um, I mean, any type can be insightful, but what else does Gamma Quadra do? I mean, anyway, Alpha Quadra. I mean, Alpha Quadra seems to be like they try to be the most balanced. Um, Beta Quadra, though, I'm not really sure how to describe them. Fly Guy says, they say Paris Hilton is ESFP and she is a cutthroat businesswoman. Very Gamma. Very interesting point. Yeah, that's true. She probably is ESFP and she does seem to be a pretty cutthroat businesswoman. So that's pretty Gamma. Um, What else, what else, especially with alphas and betas, what do they do? I mean, alphas seem to be maybe the most, again, I say balanced, but I think it's because they try to balance like ingenuity with teamwork. That's probably a good way of putting it. I mean, obviously you think of the INTP and the ENTP as being more interested in ingenuity, and then the ISFJ and the ESFJ being more interested in teamwork. But they all have a sense of one or the other. It's just depends on what order um, they have it in. You know what I mean? But um, and then as far as beta goes, I think they try to be logical more than anything, maybe. I will say that. I think what they try to do is they try to be both logical and accommodating in a different, again, in a different order. But they're not. I don't know what makes them. It's like, I guess it's pretty similar to alpha, but it's also like beta's trying to, maybe they're not seeing. Well, anyway, Fly Guy says beta respect hierarchy and want to climb it. Not serious. Alpha respect hierarchy, don't try to climb it. Not serious. Yeah, and then Fly Guys is accommodating. That sounds right. Yeah, right. Because it's like they can't. It seems like they don't care enough, or like depending on how you look at it. I don't know. They just don't. They're not going to be exerting in the way that like a gamma would be, for example, right? But they're also. But I'm trying to think of like what exactly makes them so different from alpha. Like I guess beta do. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like it is sort of part and parcel with the beta, the way people talk about it with beta and alpha. Like they want. Wait, hold on. What is Master Bobby saying here? Okay. Um yeah, I think beta quadra is the one I have the hardest time explaining. I mean, another thing about delta quadra I think is that they care a lot about individuality, which is kind of similar to gamma quadra. And then alpha and beta seem to prioritize community in many ways. Generally speaking, that's probably just an Fi versus Fe thing, though. You know, like pretty simple. But what else do betas do that are like unique? Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. I'm sure about Basanti's types. I'm using copy pasting. Flexible things it says. Okay. Um. Yeah. Um. The Fi versus Fe thing. I was just saying, like, you could probably explain it somewhat simply as just how like deltas and gammas seem to care more about individuality and alphas and betas seem to care more about community, and that it's probably an Fi versus Fe thing. Fly Guy says, I thought betas were kind of easygoing but competitive. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. It kind of speaks to like when people talk about, I hate to say it, but it does kind of, when you think of like a beta male, like you tend to think of someone, right, who like, I mean, I know this sounds bad, but it's basically kind of like it's kind of like betas want to be alpha, but like I'm not sure how to explain it, but it's like in real life though. Like when people talk about alphas and betas, like betas might be more logical though. I don't know. But it's like but it's like they do care about competition though, you know? Like low key. Like, I don't care about competition. I just want to get along. But then it turns out they actually like do care about it. And you know what they say? It's like, you know, beta males and stuff, like they like pretend to be nice, basically. It's like they're not, it's like you're not that nice. Well, I guess it's no, betas are alphas. Alphas are betas. Well, gammas are sigmas. Deltas are omegas. Hmm. I don't know. Connor Spim says those terms are kind of sus though, CJ. Individual versus community is not quite right, I don't think, and 100% is not in any political sense. I mean, what would you call it instead? Muddying the waters here. I mean, yeah. Well, that's why it's like whatever then, I guess. But I kind of thought that Flag Guy was saying that same thing. I guess not. Because I mean, you certainly don't really see that in. You might be right. Betas or alphas, because you certainly don't really see that in, say, like an ESTP. They will definitely point blank be like, "Oh yeah, like I'm aware of the hierarchy. Like I'm trying to move up it, bro. I'm trying to get about that paper, bro." I don't know. That's why it's just. But I would just imagine that, like, I mean, you just look at the types that comprise like delta and gamma versus alpha and beta, and I tend to think like, yeah, well, the Fi and Fe difference there is pretty notable because it's like I feel like a lot of deltas and gammas are perfectly willing to kind of just like go their own way and not really consider the crowd, and then alphas and betas. It's a broad generalization. I'm not saying, like I said, I don't really know that much about it, but it's like, but the alphas and betas seem to be more oriented towards like figuring out the best course of action for everybody. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I'm not. It's not political. I'm not making it political, but it is. But he said, Fly Guy said the thing about beta quadra, like caring about. It's like I don't know. They could be low key. They're low key trying to easygoing but competitive. I mean, is that not kind of an oxymoron? It just makes me think of like beta male nice guys. But it is very much true that I mean, I don't know. ISTPs and ESTPs aren't really like that, and ENFJs not so much another. INFJ could be, but is probably too aware to. So I don't know. No, beta male nice guys are not easygoing. They're hyper competitive. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like they pretend to be easygoing, but then they low key are hyper competitive. It's just an observation. I'm not saying it's true. Like it's just a comparison. They're all trying to get the leftovers from the alphas competing with each other. Yeah. Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, like I just said, it kind of falls apart when you really consider like how how all of the beta quadra really act. Like maybe it is the alphas are are more the betas, but I guess I don't know. Anyone could be quote unquote alpha and beta in that sense. But no, indeed, let's not muddy the waters, as Boba Fett puts it. I think right now we're all just trying to kind of come to like it's what's interesting to me here is really trying to make like clear cut distinctions between each quadra. Like what is it that one quadra does that one other quadra absolutely does not do? Master Boy says someone will spend years studying all these terms and whatnot and think they're masters of the universe once they're deep in it. Facts. Like this is amazing truth and reality. Goodness. But yeah, no, it shouldn't be political. The whole individual versus community thing in the beta quadrant don't seem like the internet idea of beta. They are truly easygoing. Fly Guy says, well, betas and socionics are truly easygoing, not pretending to be. Right, though. That's what I was that's what I'm figuring out right now in real time. I'm like, well, actually, they're not pretending like a beta male does. So, no. So that's why I'm just trying to think, okay, back to square one, kind of like, what is it that really makes, especially alphas and betas different? But you guys also disagree about the individual community thing? I mean, I guess true, but it's just like, meh. I would just have to think more about it and like get a better understanding of the quadras. Satchel of helpful goods. I forget the rest, but yeah, so good. I actually have Eric's stream open. James Carolus is like, I've visited CJ's live stream and I'm always lost. No idea what they're talking about because no context. Also, voices talking to him. No idea who they are. I mean, that's too bad. That seems like a bad reason not to stick around. He should come through and contribute. He's cool. We talked about movies at least a few times. James Carolus would be a welcome addition to the movies conversation. You know what I mean? That's a good. Jonathan Basante says, CJ, I just want to point out that if you're a conservative, it means that you're an alpha male. So fucking true, King. Indeed. Fly Guy says alpha and beta are supposed to be collectivists and deltas and gammas are individualists. Yeah, exactly. But Commerce Pimp says that isn't right. I mean, how else would you put it, Karma's Pimp? Like, again, these are just general, like, broad terms. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know how else you would describe it. I mean, it's true though that these days people will hear a word like collectivist and think that means something bad. But it's not inherently bad. I mean, if we didn't have if society didn't have people that were more collectivist, then it'd be all we'd be really in separate. We'd be super separatist. You know what I mean? I mean, because put it this way, like I said, deltas love their groups and clubs, so like that's how like they get um their individualism going. And to be quite frank, what gamma quadras do is they step on other people's toes to get ahead. So both are pretty individualist, but alphas and betas are a lot more balanced in that way, where like I think they're thinking more about the group as a whole. I guess what I mean is it's not so much split into factions the way that like the way that deltas and gammas can do it. Boba Fett says, just not well read enough on the quadras. Just have a cursory knowledge of it. Yeah, me too, basically. I mean, yeah. I think I know most about Delta Quadra though, because I that's what I thought, or that's what and that's what I kind of still think I am. Because it's like it seems to me like Delta Quadra is kind of like having their Chill Island oases of truth and reality, you know? Like I want my Chill Island oasis of truth and reality to go to, but then I'm a head out. But I don't know. How do you guys think it works? Because I feel like that's what deltas do. They're like, I'm gonna have my thing, my social thing that I do, but that's where I'm social, and everywhere else, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. It's not really like that, but kinda. Like I says, well, here, if ISTP is FE less, it should be, it should just be barely a collectivist. And if ESFJ is FE first, then it should be a strong collectivist. Deltas are INFPs, and who else? Deltas are INFP, ENFP, ISTJ, and ESTJ. Um, Fly Guy says, but then they say in the fourth slot, the function acts unlike its usual attitude. ENTJ with FI fourth acts more like a collectivist than a typical FI user who acts like an individualist. Maybe so could be more nuanced. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's cool, Boba Fett. I'm not necessarily. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna stream for that much longer, but sure, I'd be glad to have people hop on over here. Thanks for spreading the word. But yeah, let me think about that. What like ENTJ with FI fourth acts more like a collectivist than a typical FI user who acts like an individualist? Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Boba Fett says poach a few. It's funny. But I gotta stretch. Oh, my fucking neck and shoulders are starting to hurt. Hooey.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Boy. Yeah, boy. My longest yee boy ever. Yee boy. R.I.P. R.I.P. I just killed the club. That's, you know what I mean? That's what my grandfather told me. And that's what I'm passing on to you. Salud. He said on his deathbed. My grandfather said on his deathbed. R.I.P. I just killed the club. In reference to his entire life. I want to put that on my gravestone. Amazingly amazing. I don't know, and that thing about mine. No, that's bad though. The fact that on both sides, like on both sides, I have both of my grandparents. Knock on wood. Amazing, amazingly blessed. Amazingly amazing. But yeah, fuck death. Isn't that a hot take? Fuck death. Promote life. I don't know. Boy, oh boy. Something like that. Yeah, an hour and a half. All sweaty from his bike ride. Sounds very sexual. We'll just hang in the basement. I'm definitely down to jam and or chill with him. But that's why I was saying like, yeah, we could definitely make a day out of it though, since like fucking if you're gonna be biking an hour and a half over. Damn. Damn, son. Why don't you honestly, why doesn't he dude, it's like just get an Uber. Oh, Jonathan's here now. Jonathan, you should just Uber over. That is completely untrue. Karma's Pimp says that is completely untrue. Like I know a bunch of FI collectivists, and they aren't all a bunch of FI inferiors or thirds. Well, it's part of their individualism to be collectivist. How about that? I don't know. That's where it all gets kind of silly, though, doesn't it? Because it's just like FE. Well, then FE can be collected. They can be individualists. It all winds up being a whole bunch of nonsense. It's fake. Type is fake, basically. No, I'm just kidding. But Fly Guy is popping off. I wasn't suggesting lo-fi. I thought I read that as lo-fi. Nice, like music. I wasn't suggesting lo-fi. Low F. I did it again. Low FI only fourth, and not only, and not that only FI fourth is collectivist. Just that would be the general FE attitude, and the FI fourth would not be, and that would not be the usual attitude. Can you be sure they have FI and our high FI and our collectivists? Are the scholars wrong, or are you wrong about their type? Maybe scholars. Master Bobby says it's all a hoax, a mental construct. Putting people into boxes. Deluded folk who gain value from feeling like they bring value. I mean, I think at a certain point it does become like that. I mean, it's like it starts off. Here's how it seems to go for most people. First, you learn about your own type, and you go, "Wow, I'm this type," and I go, "Whoa, I'm probably this type," and then, "Wow, amazing, amazing." And then you start seeing other people's types, and you're like, "Wow, this is other people's types. It's so true. It's so accurate. Wow." And then suddenly, like some time goes by, and you're like, "I'm really into it now," and now I know like this is what I am, and this is what other people are. It's like you get more serious as it goes on, and then finally, you wind up like telling people if you let it get out of hand, right? You wind up basically just like telling people like what they are. And that can be a not so good. That can be a not so good. Plus, it's like, who are you? Who the fuck are you, Mister Typologist over here? Get the fuck out of here. And it's so easy for people to. You ever notice the hot takes? It's all just hot takes, you know? Someone says they're an INTP, then I say you're an. Actually, no, you're an ESTP. So honestly, it's like, who the fuck cares? Jonathan Basanti says, so my sweat smells like flowers, makes sweat. Uber, fuck that shit. That shit costs money. Bike is an initial investment. Fair enough. Too many miles on roads. I'm just gonna be Swagathan, swaggy. He's mostly watching for blah blah blah. Wasn't suggesting lo-fi as a pain. I said I don't dismiss that part of it. Galenko. Why did Fly Guy just out of nowhere say Galenko? Victor Galenko. Amazingly Galenko. Um What's up, Carrot? That's why you stay closeted about your type. Who? Based CJ. Yeah, I mean, I know that that's like a take. Um, I know that that's like a take that you vibe with, Master Bobby. Like, I mean, I guess I go back and forth. But I guess what I would say though is like if we're gonna talk about it though, it's like let's make meaningful distinctions, you know what I mean? Post Eric is here. What's up, Post Eric? Well, and like good example, like I mean that's why I like um what Eric does because he's making meaningful distinctions between what they do. Like, okay, so we were just talking about quadras and like basically just it's like how it has to be they have to be meaningful distinctions like it's hard to get attached to one's type, but yeah, it's probably best to not get too attached to it. I was talking about it with Jonathan earlier. Um, how he's fairly new to type stuff. I was basically telling him like, nice, because you're that's like don't get you won't get too attached to the label, you know. If you you know make sure to or whatever, make sure not to. Um, does Lejo really have the ESFP? I don't know. I don't really know what she is. It's funny, I haven't really checked out her content. I'm subscribed to her, but I haven't really checked out her content. She's really pretty. So she must be ESFP, right? But also she has glasses, so she must be INTJ, right? Or INTP. No, I have no idea. She does seem chill though. She comes through the TWFP chat sometimes. Um we find out indeed. Oh wait, okay, hold on. Jonathan says, Depending on what part of town he's in, it could be like 8 or 9 miles. Almost no hill is just another form of exercise. Yeah, it's like just don't break your back coming over here, my dude. Feel me, dog? Feel me, dogathan? Feel me, dogathan? Carrot says, yeah, when you find out you're another MBTI type and your fave anime character, so sad. Indeed. Magic? What? Connor Spim says, swept up by the magic. Are you talking about the type thing? Yeah, because we've literally talked about that. The magic vibes. Typology equals magic. There's a truth in that. There's 16 types of million. Indeed, Boba Fett. Boba Fett says there are 16 types, but millions of variations between those core 16. Ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. It's like, no. Actually, there can't. No. Keep it simple, stupid. That's why when we were talking about quadras and we were saying like, well, alphas and betas are more collectivist and deltas and gammas are more individualist. It's like it has to be that way. Otherwise, it's just nonsense. You know what I mean? Because then you just start getting into like distinctions within distinctions. It's like, of course, not all the time, but there has to be, it kind of does. I feel like it kind of does have to be a little bit black and white. You know what I mean? I'll just say it. I'm the glasses part. Just get those glasses for the fit. Yeah. My fourth grade teacher used kiss. He was a dick. Sup, Jeremiah Fix. I'm magical unicorn rainbow. Amazingly amazing. I'm just saying for the sake of like talking typology, it seems much more useful to be I mean, I don't know. It seems more useful to me to actually be pretty binary about it. Why even bother otherwise? You know? Is that a hot take? I mean, it just sort of seems like, okay, well, if you don't want it to be binary, then let's just talk about that's like what Mark formerly known as not host Mark would always say was about trying to just use not using the terms and just using the words. I'm saying if you're not going to be binary in the systems here about what quadras do, what functions do, like, then you might as well just say fuck type and just talk about the words then, because otherwise it's just meaningless. You know what I mean? No pun intended. It's like, of course it's complicated. But the magic, no pun intended, right, of type is that it's simple. Simple. Like And I mean, trust me, I say that after like years of being into type, and it just seems like the more complex it gets, it's like the less it really means, you know. You might as well just use the words then that you're trying to say. Instead of saying that it's bad FE, say it's bad social skills, you know? But for the sake of type, if we're talking about FE, it's a distinctly different thing from FI. FE is collectivist, FI is individualist. Simple. Not the full picture, but that's how it is simplified on paper. I just would say it's a game of is versus is not. What use of is it otherwise? You know what I mean? It's a way to classify things. I feel like the more I mean, this occurred to me as soon as I got into type. It's like, well, what if my FI motivation is to be FE? And what if my FE motivation is to be FI? It's like, well, then you're just getting away from what they really are, right? Which is kind of like prioritization of one's own feelings versus prioritization of the group's feelings. So it's one or the other. It either is or it is not. But then of course, if you want to get into like, well, they're a a in a damaged ISTJ or something like that. Okay, well then you're talking about something else. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like if you're an INTP who's gone through trauma, it's like, well, maybe something, you know, something else. But that's not type. You have to go outside of typology to explain that stuff, rendering it useless. So in some ways, I guess I'm just saying it might as well just be a game of what is and what is not. That's why it's helpful. Anyway, I guess that's just my rant on that. Eric says, that's the point, of course. Some things aren't real, like race. Most things are like that, but typology is real. It makes it unique among such things, really. Yo, what up, James Carolus? I was just saying, I was like, I need James Carolus to come through. We had some good movie talk. Because Teehee, I happen to notice. I did notice in the chat you said something like you have you tend to jump in and you don't know what people are talking about. I was saying, dude, you gotta come through, change the topic or whatever, or just ask, or just come up with other stuff. You know what I mean? Like like talk about whatever. This is the Chill Island Oasis of truth and reality, wherein we all dig for the treasure that is truth and reality together. But I mean, Master Bobby, the thing is that it's not a whole lot of nothing if you do what I'm saying and you keep it simple. But I think the more you break it down, the more that's exactly what happens. It falls apart. But it's true that it's Eric says that it's real. I mean, the race thing. I mean, I agree with that in like a general, more spiritual sense or something. But also, well, actually, that's actually funny though, because if you break down race, it kind of falls apart. Because you get into distinctions of distinctions, right? I'm not saying it's invalid to like make more out of type than super simple binary stuff, but it just sort of seems like, well, why else? What else is the, what else would be the benefit? Like, here's what I'm saying, okay? Like, personality is very complex, and the reason that we go to these systems is because they're simple, And so it's just a lot of times people get into pointless arguments, I think, about like what functions do and what they are. It's like it's simple. It's FE is working in the opposite direction as FI. SE is working in the opposite direction as SI. NE is working in the opposite direction of NI, and TE is working in the opposite direction of TI. I mean, that's what I've thought since day one, and it hasn't really changed. James Carroll says, isn't TE/EI the same though? Like TE collective logic matters, TE individual logic matters because I know better than the collective. Mm, I would say you're right to an extent, but TI tends to be more put as objective logic as opposed to subjective logic. I don't know if I always agree with that though. I do think though that if you were to frame it that way, that FE is like collective emotion and FI is more like individualist emotion. So yeah, kinda. But I don't know. Eric says so, well, that's funny. Fly Guy says, well, Fly Guy says saying race isn't real is like saying gender is a social construct. Cognitive functions, if nothing else, does allow us to describe how you're paying attention when you make your dismissive claim. Yeah, I like how Eric describes it as manners of attention. You know, another way of simple of how it's another way of, in a way, simplifying it, which I think is good. It's like, what do you most pay attention to? What do you prefer to use? Like, how do you navigate life? How do you approach life? Well, everyone uses all 8 functions. It's just a matter of the order. There's only 16 types. Choose one. That's what I always say. It's like, just choose one. Choose one that seems most like you. I mean, if everyone is telling you that you're not that type, though, well, maybe you should consider another type. However, if most people agree or most people like give you variants of similar types, then yeah, you're probably not far off. INTP. It's all arbitrary in the end. And that's why you definitely aren't an INTP. I just don't like it. Fly Guy says race is a lot more real than typology. You can get a blood test, look at a person's skull, their face, and know their race. Could be, I don't know. With typology, you have to use a crystal ball. I don't know about that. I mean, this is the thing, right? I guess what I'm saying is like people are complicated. Typology is simple. How about that? What do you guys think about that? It's like that's why we go to that's why we go to typology. It's like, life is so messy and chaotic. I wish there was a way to order the chaos like Jordan Peterson. Oh, there's this thing called typology where there's 16 types and you have to be one of them. Oh, there are these things called cognitive functions where one has to be this way and one has to be the complete other way. Nice. That's such a neat and tidy categorization for me. I think I'll choose one and leave it at that. Unless everyone is telling you otherwise, which in that case you should probably consider being something else or whatever, you know? Like, yeah, a lot of people think that that's where it gets very interesting, you know? Like if you're an ESFP who thinks they're an INFJ, well, you would say that person's in some sense delusional. But that's also where it gets interesting on the end of like how there's the person type it's like there's the person typing themselves and then there's other people typing them and there's where that other person comes from and so on. But it's not useless. The precise use of it is to simplify something as complex as human nature. And it's helpful. TN19, this side doesn't worry about how to, in other words. Observe people, CJ? What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean, Boba Fett? Observe people, CJ. There are clearly different types. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying in order for it to be true, things either have to be in the category of is or is not. It's like there need to be clear distinctions. I feel like you can't just waffle about it and be like, well, sometimes an SI person can be really active and care about power. And it's like, no, and like extending their body and they do lots of SE things. And it's like, true, yeah, but they're working in literally opposite directions. No. You know what I mean? Because at that point, you're just making distinctions within distinctions, and it just doesn't work out, honestly, it seems. It's like, no, there are very clear differences between an SI person and an SE person. Saying it's not that tough, but that's what that's what I'm saying. I'm saying personality is complex. Typology is simple. You know what I mean? That's why we go to it. To help us understand something as complex as basically human nature. And I feel like the more you dilute the language with well, it could be this way and it could be that way, it just diminishes the point. The point is to give you a general idea of how someone is most apt to approach life. You know what I mean? That's all it really is. Of course there are going to be distinctions within them, you know? Not every not every ESTJ is going to be the same as another ESTJ. We're all beautiful, unique snowflakes, right? But the point of typology is to say, no, we're not all unique snowflakes. It's actually the opposite. You know what I mean? Typology is basically saying this whole idea that everyone is a beautiful, unique snowflake is really confusing and chaotic. I wish there was a way to neatly organize them into oh, I don't know, maybe 16 types. And then you do it by using the 8 cognitive functions that Jung came up with, and it's like you in coming up with 16 different orders of the functions, you know, it's like, yeah, maybe it is a little bit arbitrary, but they work in opposite directions, you know? Like each function works it's like 4 ideas with an introverted and extroverted directionality of both. It's very simple, but it's like they're all different though, you know? You can't have your cake and eat it too and just be like, "Well, I'm an ESFJ, but I have super strong FI convictions." It's like, mm, maybe, but if you go by what the ESFJ does, that's not what it is, you know? ISFJs like that's hold on, Eric is saying some good stuff. Yeah, it's like stereotypes are not I mean, but that's the thing, stereotypes. Right? But yeah, exactly. Eric says ISFJs are perceived by others as nicer than they are. That's because right, they use FE. Like they're not it doesn't make them nice. It just makes them accommodating. It doesn't matter if you have FE or FI. You can be a nice person or a mean person. You know what I mean? That winds up no pun intended, but that winds up being that's more of like a real life distinction. That's more like a personality distinction as opposed to a typology distinction. There is no nice or mean. Those are value judgments. In fact, you might even say they're FI value judgment of these things. And that's what I'm saying. They have to either be one thing or another. They have to be distinct. Otherwise it's meaningless. You know what I mean? Again, no pun intended. Fly Guy says, I agree, CJ. The less strictly and strongly, quote unquote, types are described, I feel weakens the whole concept. That's what I mean. You can't be like wavering about it. James Carroll says, and nurses, and they're such hard workers and they care more about others than themselves. They rarely drink or use drugs. As Robert says, law, CJ. Boba Fett says, it's all very fluid, but they default to their unique meaning in the long term. If you don't bake percent Karen says, if you don't bake cookies for your friends and send cute cat pictures, you're not ISFJ. I'm sorry. Boba says, do you mean the normal evil ones? ISFJs are ISFJs at their best are full of drugs instead. But Boba Fett, that's what I'm saying. It's not it's if it's all fluid, then there's no point to it. It's not fluid. But they do default to their own unique meanings in the long term. I mean, I know what you mean. But saying deviations are normal, even wild ones, I mean, it depends on how wild. If you're if you're a so-called FE user and you're constantly acting against the group's interest, then I would say that probably ceases to make you either an incredibly unhealthy FE user or not an FE user. So it's like it depends on how wild the deviation is. And again, that might come down to something more complicated than type, like if someone's been through trauma or something like that. But again, that would still wind up being that would be an unhealthy that would just be an unhealthy type, you know? Even there's a binary. There's healthy and there's unhealthy. Simple. Well, put it this way. And a healthy ESFJ does, is essentially here to serve, but an unhealthy ESFJ feels like a martyr, like wronged for everyone always putting too many expectations on them. And they might actually be right, but that might cease to make them unhealthy though. But like an unhealthy ESFJ or ISFJ, I think most commonly would have probably some kind of like victim complex because they feel like they're not appreciated and stuff like that. But that might not be true. It definitely depends. Like an unhealthy um ISFP could theoretically, be caring about not much more than like rising in the hierarchy or something. But a healthy ISFP is an individualist. You see what I'm saying? I mean, true. It's cognitive functions, not just personality, but I'm saying typology is cognitive functions. personality versus typology. I don't know, but I don't think that sounds like rubbish. I mean, it's so typology making research is making Master Bobby asks. So is typology also making reaches into psychological evaluations, unhealthy and healthy types, SMH? Well, the functions, like, okay, if you're using your fourth function all the time, you're probably stressed out and like in some kind of they call it the grip, you know? It's not like Enneagram though, you know? It's its own kind of thing. Like it's not rocket science, dude. It's like if someone's healthy or unhealthy, I'm saying that like if there there is a distinction between healthy and unhealthy, but I think it falls more outside of type than anything. But it is true that a so-called unhealthy type will, they'll be relying on functions that they don't want to use theoretically, or you know what I mean? It doesn't even have to be healthy. It could be like in crisis, or it could be like, you know, in panic mode, or in just like the worst case scenario or something like that. But you could say that. Carrot says, wait, hold on. Um, Fly Guy says, yeah, the health of a person is usually used to justify some sort of skewing of type. That is true, though. I'm actually going to say, it probably is best to try to just look at what someone does more. If you're going to engage in the system, right? Like, try to go by data that lasts over time, like, so it's like, what is the most true of you throughout your whole life, you know? You might even say that being healthy and unhealthy doesn't even really enter into it. Like I said, it's sort of an outside judgment. I'm just saying theoretically, if you were in a bad state or something, you could be using, it makes sense to me that you would be using, functions that you don't usually use and that you're not really good at. And so it's just like, you know, um like resorting to like last resort functions and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yeah. Carrot says you have to take psychological evaluations into account, makes it so difficult to read a person. Well, yeah, basically, it's a separate thing. Master Bobby says it's not rocket science, it's garbage. Fly Guy says at least rocket science would be a hard science and be provable and knowable, lol. That's what I'm saying, just to keep it simple. James Carrot says I don't like this healthy/unhealthy talk about types. I mean, why is this triggering people? It's like it's it 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 I guess it should be separate, you know? I think you should just go by what type you most manifest as over like throughout time, like throughout your whole life. You know what I mean? So yeah, true. Maybe health and whatever. I mean, healthy slash unhealthy maybe isn't the best way of describing it. James Careless says, Every ISFJ I've ever met was less creative than me. They could never write a novel like I'm working on now, but they had better habits." Facts. I picture ISFJs loving to throw dinner parties and stuff. I hate that shit. I mean, yeah, but it's like you guys really, I mean, you don't think there's any validity to like when a person of a type is quote unquote in a bad way? Like, I mean, I could imagine an ISFJ becoming incredibly NE, but like in a really weird, like crazy fourth slot NE kind of way if they were not well, you know? Like making all sorts of random connections that like aren't there. That's what tends to happen with ESTPs and NI, you know, like I really like this guy, but like EJRND, he went full NI, but I think even he would say that he was having that he was going through some mental illness. But he types ESTP and he probably is an ESTP. They, you know, they call it the grip, being in the grip. You know, if you're stressed out, then you go to your lower functions, which is, you know, inherently not what you're really good at. So kind of makes sense to me, but I do think that it's like you start venturing outside of type at that point with health, with talking about health. It probably should be like a separate matter. Like I do agree about that. But Fly Guy says all dogs go to heaven, all dogs are ISTJ. I always think of dogs as being like kind of like, and I hadn't really thought about it that much, but kind of like ESFPs or something like that, like completely opposite. But yeah, true. All golden retrievers are ENFP, right? That's true. That's more like what I'm thinking. Yeah, a lot of cats are pretty ISTJ, though. I think. Cat says, "Excuse me, dogs are actually ESFJ." Also very true. You know, here, master, I got you this frisbee. Throw it again, please. This is fun. I'm having fun with you right now. Master Bobby says, "No, you're all wrong. Dogs are all ESTP. I've studied this for years. I am learned. I know the way." Yeah, I can see that too, but I'm pretty sure you're just being funny. So it's like I know the way, of course. Fly Guy says EJ R&D switched his type and disappeared from the community, which is usually the case of MBTI tubers. What did he switch his type to? Like INFJ or something, I'm sure. Dude, his videos are a lot of his videos are very based. Is that bad to say though? Because like I'm sure he probably was going through some mental illness. But like some of his videos are pretty badass and based. Like when he's just like talking about like the one where it signs you're a loser. That's good shit. He's kind of not wrong. Is that irresponsible of me to say? Fly Guy says, when I experience a grip, it's a very brief amount of time. I don't imagine my personality would seem different to other people. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I would imagine, again, it would have to, it goes back, it's, if you state, that's what I mean, like over time. If it was, but it's like, you have to judge it on like the longest period of time. Like you have to judge it based on honestly your whole life. You know, it can't just be like, well, I was sad for a few months and like I was in the grip and and I became a different type. It's like no, you didn't become a different type. You're just going through a bad time or something like that. You know what I mean? But it's like, but if you are the same way for years and years, then okay, it's like, yeah, maybe your type did change. You know what I mean? I that's the only way I can think of, like being trying to be accurate about it. You know what I mean? Um, James Carolus says, any in a bad way making all kinds of connections that aren't there. CJ, but they are there. So that's saying ISFJ shouldn't be created, but I don't know how to do anything else. Oh, that's funny. I wouldn't have immediately pegged you as ISFJ, but um I guess it's not super far off though, because I mean, actually, I hadn't thought about it very much, but I could definitely see you being Alpha Quadra though. Like I could even see you being an INTP. But I don't know ISFJ. It's not saying ISFJ shouldn't be creative. It's just that like, I mean, okay, so I don't know what you guys think, but I think like Pam from The Office is probably an ISFJ, and she does art. Um, Now I will say it's kind of a mean or like bad example in a way because she does get criticized for being like unoriginal in her art. But she act but to be, but honestly, she makes very like when they show like there's her when they show her art in one episode, it's like it's very accurate art. Like it's not that it's I don't know, it's probably a bad example, but if you thought of art as being if you think of art as being more like NE or something, I don't know. But that's not it's just interesting how it works though, because it's like she couldn't help but to make the art as her like SI impressions, of these things. Like she just draws she just paints the office like as it is, and like the main like emotional part at the end is when everyone's like shitting on her art, but then Michael comes through and like ENFP, and he's like, wow, there it is, there's our office, oh my god, it's like you nailed it, and it's like she did nail it, and then like she like hugs him, and it's like a cute moment because she like tears up, and it's like finally someone gets it. But um I guess it any type can be creative, you know? But she does if you thought hold on. What if there are two separate afterlives, and in one afterlife it's healthy, so everyone makes salads and gets proper exercise, in the healthy, and the in the unhealthy one, everyone's partying and fucking? I'd rather go to the unhealthy one, I guess. I mean, that right there doesn't sound very ISFJ to me. Like itself. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Spielberg, really. Close Encounters of the Third Kind is good. E.T. is pretty good. He has some good stuff. But we were just talking about this. I think he's pretty overrated. Overexposed and overrated. There is a lot of weird stuff with him. Master Bobby is right. I honestly think that that's what's kind of ruined things for me. Like, we were talking about The Goonies the other night, and it's like, I'm sorry, I just didn't have that attachment to it, and nowadays it's I see it as just kinda weird. Corey Feldman. "Do the truffle shuffle." You get a kid, like, lifting up his shirt and, like, shaking his body around. It's kinda weird. And it's very, like, crude. I don't see it as being very, Spielberg is, like, very it's pretty surface level. I watched Jaws recently. I thought I was gonna really like it. I thought it was gonna get deep, and it just never really got deep. No pun intended. I mean, the waters, deep waters. And Drew Barrymore, that would be nice if that's true, Ellis Jiva. I've never heard that. He encouraged, Drew Barrymore to get out of that crazy Hollywood bullshit. I don't believe Spielberg is bad. That would be pretty dope if that's true. Um, Master Bobby, how is Pam oh, wait, maybe not. Wow, you guys are going wild on the in the chat. It's so funny, like, I say some shit like that, and everyone's like, "What?" Oh, yeah, Jurassic Park is good too. I just haven't seen Schindler's List. I mean, that's clearly, like, his, like, best movie, right? I didn't realize he did Jumanji? Jumanji's good. Is that true? You sure about that? Jumanji? I mean, he does have a million fucking movies, but oh, man, some fucking I don't see anything about Spielberg here. Jumanji's pretty good, but, I don't think, Spielberg has had anything to do with it. Art is more FIIMO. Yeah, art is a lot of things. It's probably especially the intuitive and feeling functions mostly, though. Rumors about the darkest ones. Yeah, I mean Poltergeist. And like the girl from Poltergeist, that shit disturbs the fuck out of me. Very much. I don't even want to get into that right now, but it isn't like Jazzy's fucked. I didn't say I don't like it. I thought it was gonna get deeper than it was, and instead it was exactly what it is. It's just a shark hunting a shark movie. It's entertaining, but it also is a little long. Why does it have to be so long? I really wanted more vibes. I wanted more depth. Richard Dreyfuss is pretty good in it though. I just felt like after I watched it, I was like, "Yep, that's the shark movie." Shark. Jurassic Park is good too, but even Jurassic Park is a little bit like that. It's just like, "Yep, dinosaur movie." Amazingly dinosaur movie. Amazingly shark movie. Amazingly dinosaur movie. Good cast though. Jeff Goldblum and Laura Dern. Fuck yeah. Fuck yes. Jeff Goldblum just gets to be like, yeah, I'm fucking it was fucking dinosaurs. I'm just kidding. I need to rewatch Jurassic Park though. I think the thing with Spielberg that I notice is that it always seems like it's like just a lot of action and like big budget stuff. That's why I like Close Encounters and stuff like that, because it's like literally like, Richard Dreyfuss like sees some UFOs and goes fucking insane. And he's like modeling shit out of like mashed potatoes. And like he has like a whole family. And then there's like the mom and the kid. And then there's Francois Truffaut like being the guy looking for it. And then there's the music. Like it's just like all these memorable things. And it's like, but then like, I don't know, Jaws is fine. And I'm from New England, so it's like I get the it's like a beachy vibe, but I don't know. I might have to watch it again. But at the end of it, I was just kind of like, oh man, I was I was hoping to get more involved in the characters, and I didn't really care. I didn't feel like I really cared about any of the characters, to be honest. And yeah, you can miss me with like Hook. I don't even like wanna. I'll probably die never seeing that movie. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't have any. I don't really have any rhyme or reason for that. But it probably is weird. I can almost guarantee it. And oh, true though, the Indiana Jones movies. I do need to watch the Indiana Jones movies, okay? True. That is weird. I don't even know why. How is it weird? Like what? Like I've just never been. I just have never been blown away by a Spielberg movie. Not even when I was a kid. I mean, I guess again, I guess I kind of liked ET when I was a kid, but honestly, I thought it was kind of like disturbing. It's kind of gross at times too. Remember, like it's just like ET's gross. Gremlins sucks. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't suck, but it's just basic as fuck. It's like I just all of these movies have one thing in common to me, and it's that they just never go any deeper than like than surface level. But I guess the acting is pretty good though. Yeah, in Jaws. Like I said, I especially liked Richard Dreyfuss in it as like the kind of scientist type, and he's pretty funny. But yeah, Indiana Jones though. Gotta watch. I need to watch the Indiana Jones movies. Master Bobby says, "Base CJ, I was thinking about that poltergeist thing, but didn't want to bring it up." Yeah, who does want to bring it up, right? It's like the worst fucking thing ever. It's fucking terrible. I mean, who knows about Spielberg there, but still, it's like shit ever. Sure, no pun intended. Horrible, but no, like thing ever. Because I mean, I just like because it's just so graphic and it's just like really upsetting. But basically, yeah, that girl from Poltergeist like dying. You guys can look it up if you want. I'm not talking about it. It's just too much. Right. Spielberg didn't do Jumanji. He wanted to make a dark ass hell sequel to E.T. where it's like rated R and Elliot is like tortured. Is that true? I bet. It's always a bunch of weird shit with these types of movies. I mean, if any, I mean, the pizza, though. Flyguy says, "Lol, I like that you guys are turning Spielberg into some Illuminati hot dog party pizza pedo." I mean, if anyone's, there's probably pizza involved, you know? There's sadly a lot of pizza involved. No, I don't know that for sure. I really don't. I don't know enough about the man. But I will say he essentially makes big budget blockbuster movies that are usually pretty simple in surface value. I mean, remember that one shot of like E.T. like he's like basically dead, like in the gutter? Gremlins is okay. How is Gremlins anything more than like just an okay movie? Again, it's like you watch like 5 minutes of it and you just that's it. You get it. They're all like that. I know I've noticed. Most of them at least. I need to watch Blade Runner though. Master Bobby says it's boring. James Carlos loves Jaws. Oh yeah, totally would get an R rating. Again, I don't know. That's weird, kind of weird. Super violent. Super shark, like anti-shark. I think in that movie just came out today, we're getting RPG movies just don't look like that anymore. They're all puppies and kids. Master Bobby says he talking about ET. He says he was shaped like a slimy brown poo who liked touching kids with a shiny finger. And it's like, dude, people way over glorified, way over romanticize like Spielberg movies. What is it? You guys all really just take the bait on the Spielberg stuff? I mean, really? Really, CJ never liked a Spielberg movie? I never said that. It's just they don't fucking grab me like that. Honestly, I do you guys have like a nostalgic attachment to to these movies? Because I could definitely see myself feeling differently about his movies if I had more nostalgic attachment to them, but for some reason, I guess I was just fucking autistic and wasn't raised on Spielberg movies really. Like I saw E.T. when I was young, and I don't know, it kind of like I thought it was like weird. I thought it was weird. I thought E.T. was ugly and like gross. Didn't make me feel any real feelings. I love that moment though. I love ET phone home. I guess it's pretty it's definitely cinematic legend vibes when, they're biking went up to the with like in front of the moon and stuff. That's pretty cinematograph. That's some good cinematography. Amazingly iconic. He does bring him home. Amazingly pro alien film. Pro alien, but like being in space. Don't be here. He just wanted to go home, you know? I feel him. Also, yeah, I guess it's pretty crazy when he like finds him, and he has to like hide him for a bit. And he probably has to do some funny bullshit where he's like wearing a hat and stuff. And like people, it's like, oh no, fuck, you have an alien? And then it's like, oh shit, what do we do with it? Don't tell anyone. It's ET. No, honestly though, it's not bad. But it's just like meh. True. I should probably check out Munich. Yeah, exactly. Fucking Close Encounters is pretty awesome. Okay, to watch Schindler's List. Master Bobby says Ridley Scott is overrated. Oh yeah, definitely is. I just watched Matchstick Men though. That was a pretty good movie. Carrot says I saw Casablanca for the first time today. I actually recently watched it too, and it was pretty good. Definitely. What did you think about it, Carrot? Oh yeah, true. Carmen Smith says Back to the Future is all right. Yeah, I mean, there are so many. I don't even understand though the flag. I think, it's a beach shark movie. They talk over each other. Yeah, legit though. Where's the depth? Being hipster criticism is flimsy. It's not flimsy. It's factual, and I'm sure there are plenty of people that agree with me. I might need to watch it again though. But yeah, true. Back to the Future is decent too, actually. I will say that. But even that has some weird shit. Why is he like he's it's like the stuff with him and his mom weird. And I know people feel me on that one. Shit's kind of weird, TBH. Sus vibes. But yeah, fuck yeah, Karma's Pimp feels me. I think you're right. I think you're onto something there. I think things that he produces tend to be better. I need to look at his filmography, but I've seen that. I'll be like, oh shit, he produced that. Well, nice, but he didn't. It's not like a proper Spielberg movie, you know. But yeah, I guess, yeah, I mean, but yeah, Cameron Pym says, "I'm 100% on your side here, CJ. Speak it." Yeah, exactly. I don't understand. Fly guy says, CJ, who created you? What YouTuber do you watch the films with all these shit takes? What shit takes? Why do you suck Spielberg's dick? Like, who fucking cares? I've never watched a single Red Letter Media video in my life. We need to watch Roger Rabbit. I need to watch Roger Rabbit though. Because yeah, obviously, what? And then Fly Guy says, "That's a lie. You're watching some sort of Anthony Fantano of movies." I swear to God, I'm not. Nice though, yeah. James Carolus, Matchstick Men is good, but Ridley Scott is really so overrated. I like Black Hawk Down by him, but Blade Runner and Alien are really his two classics. True, I need to watch, especially Alien too. Yeah, it's like amazingly alien film, amazing alien explosion film. No, yeah, I've seen RoboCop. It's pretty good. It's pretty badass. Paul Verhoeven though. I've seen 3 Paul Verhoeven movies and it's they're RoboCop, Showgirls and Starship Troopers. And I mean I think RoboCop is easily the best of the 3. It's but Verhoeven is very flashy, you know? I mean, I need to watch more of his stuff, but it's like I mean, it's interesting because I guess he's trying to be like like high tier schlock or something like that, but like at least with like Showgirls and Starship Troopers. RoboCop is actually pretty genuinely good. Like it's a great action movie. Karma Spam says, I could not make it through Blade Runner and I love David Lynch's Dune. That's amazing. Nice. That's a pretty hot take. I still haven't seen all of Terminator. Well, I guess I shouldn't say I haven't seen the Terminator, honestly. There are a lot of big movies that I haven't seen, like it's not I don't like claim to be like a movie expert. I just generally love movies. Terminator is probably pretty good though. I tried to watch it recently and it was glitching, and so I was trying to watch it on Amazon Prime, and it was like fucking glitching, and so I couldn't watch it. But I could definitely see I feel like that's probably genuinely good. Trying to watch Total Recall too. Yeah, it'd be great doing group watches. That would be pretty fucking dope. I can ruin your first viewing of great movies with my biting spoiler-filled commentary. I mean, no joke, that actually sounds fun. Good stuff in the chat here. Total Recall. Yes, I need to watch Total Recall. Basic Instinct. Yeah, I need to watch that too. I mean, boobs. That babe with the power law, babe. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, James Carroll's. The thing about Showgirls is that it is basically trash, but um it's like I'm somewhere in the middle on it, even though just because the satire, I mean Kyle MacLachlan. The satire, Kyle MacLachlan, it's like super flashy. It's like fucking dumb, but yeah, Elizabeth Berkley is hot. Um there are a lot. It's definitely not good though. No amount of retroactive, like retrospective appreciation will change my mind about that, you know? It's just like everything else nowadays. Like Showgirls is actually good. Like, no, that's a stretch. I think maybe it was a little bit misunderstood when it first came out, definitely, but that doesn't make it good per se. It's just decent trash spectacle cinema. You know what I mean? But I don't find myself really watching it. I mean, I haven't gone back to watch it or anything really. Like, it doesn't appeal to me that much. You know what I mean? But yeah, James Carroll says, so is Basic Instinct. Frankly, the reason is both Showgirls and Basic Instinct were written by Joe Esterhaus, a horrible screenwriter and major scumbag. That's crazy. You actually dipping, Fly Guy? You dip because I said I had to see these Verhoeven movies. It's like, whatever, man. Verhoeven doesn't seem to really be my vibe. Except for mostly RoboCop. Master Bobby says, I need to be objective though. I do think Spielberg is a good director though, and I did grow up with his movies, so I do have that nostalgia CJ talks about. I'm just aware of it and I can compartmentalize. Yeah, like fair enough. Minority Report. War of the Worlds. Oh yeah, Catch Me If You Can is pretty good. Oh yeah, I mean Jurassic Park is one. I think it is one of the best blockbusters. Without a doubt, it's like that's one of my favorite Spielbergs, definitely. And yeah, Catch Me If You Can is pretty good too. Yeah, I guess Peace Out, Flag Eye, Peace Out, and Peace Out, Carrot. Mrs. Bobby, I have to get up just to work at the hour 5 a.m. What I do for you, CJ. At least, hey, as long as you want to be here, you know. But wow, that's crazy. Um, 10 Cloverfield Lane was pretty good, yeah. Cloverfield's pretty good for what it is. And 10 Cloverfield Lane is definitely a little bit better. Fucking Mary Elizabeth Winstead and John Goodman. Good performances. Good performances. AI. It's a nice Kubrick. I know Kubrick is involved, but that's Spielberg, right? I saw most of it at least when I was pretty young. James Carroll goes, CJ, I knew where you were going. It's trash, but Berkeley is hot in Showgirls, and Gina Gershon's even hotter IMO, so let's get that going for it anyway. Yeah, it's like that's what anyone says, you know what I mean? I mean, that's what everyone says, you know what I mean? Gina Gershon though, she's not really my type. I don't know. But like, yeah, I mean, Berkeley is just objectively hot. Um, Watch AI. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. Somehow robot propaganda, pro robot propaganda. Master Bobby says, yeah, it was Spielberg. He finished what Kubrick envisioned or at least attempted it. Nice. He says, I didn't like it. Amazing. Fuck yeah, we got to see Elizabeth Berkley naked. Yeah, I mean, she's like very naked in that movie. Like, so, you know, nice. But still, good to be consistent, you know? It doesn't make it a good movie. It's like James Callis gonna get up at 5 a.m. It's 4:59. I want to catch a minute of sleep before I get up. Oh my god, R.I.P. you guys. Karma Spim says it was Kubrick's project taken over by Spielberg, so I didn't want to watch it. Yeah, it makes sense. mm. Elise says, yes, the foundation of good cinema, tits, Slim Fow. Indeed. It's not just tits, though. She goes all out in that movie. I mean, we see everything. It's too bad, though, because it effectively, like, ruined her career. But of course, in retrospect, now she's, a feminist icon or whatever, right? But no, I mean, but in all seriousness, I think like just like with the movie, it's had its proper day and revisionist, being considered on a more genuine level, but it's still not good. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I think Elizabeth Berkley was pretty unfairly derided for what might have otherwise, or what might, at least especially nowadays, would be probably lauded as brave. You know what I mean? But even then, I don't know if it's like I don't know if I personally would go that far to call it brave, but it's something. It's like she literally bears all for that movie. It's like for better or worse, depending on your point of view on it. But I mean, I'm pretty sure at the time she got she got a lot of flack for doing that movie that she might not have necessarily deserved. You know what I mean? Russ Meyer. Let me see. Fuck yeah. Large-breasted women, I guess, are a major part of his movies. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. I've seen some of that. I need to watch that full movie. Elise says huge tits are overrated, IMO. I'm actually inclined to agree. They are actually very overrated. I mean, it's like, don't get me wrong, they're nice, but quite frankly, sometimes I think super large boobs can be kind of garish, if you know what I mean. It's just like, I don't know. At a certain point, it just gets excessive. You know what I mean? It's just like, people, I don't know what it is. People really, really play that up. Guys, especially, really play it up. Oh, yeah, I want a girl with some big, juicy tits. Fucking, I'm like, really? Like, at a certain point, it seems like really just not my vibe. Like, yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, I mean, Elise says it first. Like, I don't want to sound like weird or anything, but yeah, she says all tits are great, but smaller and perkier tits are hot. Indeed, it's all about rocking what you got. I'm a medium, I'm a medium tit fan personally. I'm a centrist in all ways, you know? It's like, give me medium tits. Sensible. It seems sensible to me. I like a nice sensible pair of breasts. That's what I look for in a girl. But yeah, for real, she would be regarded as brave now. It's like, well, let's not get carried away. She's not brave. It's just like fucking. It's just not worth hating her for. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Mm. Faster pussy. Yeah, I've heard of these. Some of these Russ Meyer movies. Faster Pussycat, something. C cup. Small tits with a big ass. That's right. Karma's pimp knows what's up. Yeah, boy. Because I was just thinking that. Yeah, it's like big. It's like, you know, big asses are good though. Hips. Nice hips, nice butt. Again, though, it does all come down to like how you work it. But yeah, James Carolus, I don't get it either. CJ, big boobs aren't some kind of necessity for me. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a weird thing. And big butt, yeah. I mean, it's like I'm not. It's like huge butts. It's actually kind of a similar thing though. To be honest, like it's like if it's too big though, it's like what? Like there's a difference between this is gonna sound bad, but to me it all comes down to with boobs or butt, it really comes down to like um like big versus fat. Like, you know, or not even necessarily. It comes down to proportions. It's all about you guys. It's all about proportions. Again, it's all how a girl works it. It's all how the proportions add up. Oh yeah, but like the truth, amazing truth in reality, pretty face greater than body. And yes, I prefer her face over all of that. Indeed. That's the amazing truth in reality of the situation to me. Oh, face? I hadn't even thought of that. No, I'm just kidding. It is funny though, because we're just like talking about boobs and butts. But yes, her face most of all, heart. It's not necessarily nice though, because it's like if you got a busted face, bitch, get out of here. I'm just kidding. No, it's more like, yeah, it's just interesting face, because then you get into like weird like stuff about like symmetry and like all that stuff. It's like who even knows? I think it's just a personal preference thing. But yeah, these goes lol. Exactly. It's like, well, yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I love um a girl's eyes. I'm a real freak like that. I'm just kidding. Everyone knows that though. It's like, what? Measure Bobby says women are sexiest in a burqa. I know that's the thing that they got going for them over in the Middle East. Amazingly based. Well, it's funny because they actually keep the eyes showing though. Yeah, eyes are the hottest feature, IMO. It's all about the eyes. And her nose and her lips and her ears and her hair. I'm just kidding. What about a girl's hair though? Hair. Like just like what the fuck? I'm just gonna lay it. We're just getting real here. Well, okay, no, not always. Well, okay, but seriously though, guys, short hair on girls, kind of a turn off, to be honest. It's rebellious as fuck though. Mad rebellious. Also, some girls can really work it. But even then, I think there's volume to it. Like I think of like Chloe Savini or Sevigny, Chloe Sevigny from like back in the day, and it's like her hair was pretty short. She's still hot. It honestly really depends, but I don't know. I like a girl's nice, long, flowing hair, you know? All depends on what you're into, though. You see serious proportions. I'm thinking of Selma Blair's John Waters movie, A Dirty Shame, where she's tiny, but she has boobs that are like grotesquely large and is played for laughs. That's funny. Hold on, I'm trying to put this on real quick. Background colors. Yeah, I know what you mean, Master Bobby. I like a girl in a nice sweater. Oh yeah, bare knee. Sweater. No, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but it is funny though, actually, because like I don't like modesty is attractive, you know. That is, I actually think that that's pretty true. Like speaking of hair, my hair is being crazy right now, as usual. It's annoying. LSU says, I don't think so. I've had a mohawk, shaved my head. Some dudes loved it. Oh, I'm not saying, I'm just speaking on personal taste. I don't know. I guess I guess I'm just a sucker for the long flowing hair aesthetic. The like something out of a painting. There's something very classic about it. Like a lioness's mane or something like that. Mad corny though. Forget I said that. No, I'm just kidding, but it's true. I mean, like I said, but there are a lot of things like that can outweigh like that. It's just a preference thing, you know. So I'm like, wait, hold on, James. But how hot her eyes? She licked people's eyeballs. Ew, that's a lot. That's too much. But yeah, eyes are like they might even be number one for me. Um, well, not always, but do you guys feel like? I mean, I feel like part of it too is like it's gonna sound weird, but like smell. Like a girl's hair usually smells good, and I feel like it's like I don't know. So I'm thinking like the more the better or something like that. You just take a girl's hair and just be like, ah, mm. amazingly, amazingly, the touch of a woman. Imagine that. Imagine having that, you guys. One can only dream here on the chill island oasis of truth and reality. Dude, what is up with my hair? Speaking of hair, seriously, it's crazy. But yeah, I don't hate short hair on girls. Depends on how you define short too. Like Josh is. It's funny too because I have a friend named Josh. I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, but he's like a friend of mine growing up, especially mostly, and I still consider him my friend, but I just haven't seen him in a while. But yeah, his name's Josh. But yeah, it does. It's something about proportions. It's something about the beauty of like it's. But what is it about hair? It's almost like the framing of a face. So like if a girl's face is beautiful, it makes up for the. Well, again, this is just my preference, I guess, but it's just like long hair. But if a girl is beautiful enough, it's like doesn't necessarily matter. Some girls are super lucky like that. They can just like do whatever they want with their hair, and it's just like, man, it's not that big of a deal because you're so fucking beautiful. Why James Carroll says, why is that? Why is it that women when they get older go with a short haircut? I don't really know why that is. That's true too. No one else though. You guys don't. Long flowing hair vibe. Not correct. Not crazy about it. Take it or leave it. I would say it definitely depends, but I just tend to like longer hair on a girl. It's just interesting to speculate about it. I mean, beauty Wow, look at that. Look at that piece of hair just sticking up. It just refuses to go down. But yeah, it's just interesting to sort of muse on beauty in general. Um, do girls lose their hair like usually? Because maybe that's why it just naturally gets shorter, so they just rock it. I mean, I don't think it's as common though. Maybe it's for uh I don't know. I really don't know why. Other than that, for a more modest look, for a more understated look, and they think I'm older now, so time to time to cut my hair to be like mature. I don't know. Enough of these games. I'm sure, or it could be, wanting to like break away from that sort of wanting to be independent in some way. Asserting independence. I'm gonna start wearing my hair like this. Um insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Wow. This is how I'm gonna get a girl looking like this. Hey, how are you doing? Crazy. James Carroll says, I don't get it. James Carroll says, I saw pics of my mom with long hair like 5 years before I was born, and then she got this grandma haircut. My dad wasn't too thrilled about it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there are like several reasons for it, several possible reasons for it. Um, in the membrane. I have this open here. Hmm. I just wonder how much of it just has to do with women losing their hair and then just rocking it, rocking what they got, which they should. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I guess I have short hair now. It might just naturally happen. Yeah, it looks like exhaustion is set in among the chat community. Understandable. It is 5 a.m. where I'm at, and I'm going on 10 hours here, so I'll probably stop around like 10 hours. That's long enough James Carroll says, I'll stick around, but it might be time to call it a stream. Do these at night. I'll definitely show up. Sweet. Yeah, sounds good, bro. Thanks for coming through. I knew it would be dope. Fuck yeah, dude. It's always dope here on the Chill Island Oasis of truth and reality. Of course. But yeah, it might be about that time. This might be a good time to stop. I guess I will. I'll go to 10 hours, but yeah, we're doing a wind down right now. This is the true winding down. It's the three phases. We've entered the third phase of the final act of the chill session. The third and final act of the chill session. What up, Boba Fett? Yes, sir. We still popping off. We still stay popping off. Popping off all night. We're gonna do it right. Reaching for the light. We gon' shine. Oh, so bright. Everybody here on the chill island of truth and reality. It's cool for you and me. Oh yeah. Alright. Oh yeah. Amazingly truthed and reality. Nice. James Carroll says, yeah, man, really enjoyed this. Yeah, glad to have you here, bro. Do good fucking, contributor. Like you're a good chatter. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I believe you when you say ISFJ, maybe, but I don't know. You never know, do you? It's just like, but yeah, like you provide a lot to the like chat though. I don't know, maybe that's FE, but sometimes it can seem like NE. I don't know. You have good NE otherwise. I mean, that's just in type terms, obviously, though. Just to be fucking annoying about it, right? And talk about type. But Oliver Linehan types, doesn't he type ISFJ? And he's a lot like that. Like he's really funny too. Oh, word. Good night, Boba Fett. Take care, my brother. Thanks for being here. I mean, how do you see your relationship to NE? Because you touched on it earlier, and I just thought it was an interesting topic. But I mean, it's like you don't have to get into it now, but it just goes to show, right? Like, I mean, the whole type system, man. It's just like shit. Sounds bad. James Carroll says, I think Eric's going on his theory of the functions. He's a lot like me, so if I mistype, he is too. Oliver Linehan, that is. Mm. SI is just so associated with routines. Yeah, it's it's a lot of things, right? Routines, time management, memory, uh, you know, um, organization of kinds, bodily, you might say bodily awareness, maintenance. Um, but that would have to be, I mean, if you're SI Dom, that would be all, that would be everything that would be your bread and butter. So, do you feel like that's true? Jim says, I've just felt like my type isn't one of the 16 types, but I like ENTPs. I respond to their stuff. Whereas ISFJ is not so much. Well, have you considered INTP? Because you kind of seem, because like I said before, and now I still think so, like, you do seem kind of INTP-ish. But it is interesting that, because I mean, I don't know TI, how you would feel about being a TI Dom. TI seems like it can be. I don't find it to be personally. I don't know if I see TI as being particularly easy to spot. Like, I think NI is pretty hard. Is like the hardest in a lot of ways to spot. Just by nature of it, of how mysterious it inherently is. But TI, I find at least to be somewhat harder to pinpoint to. Probably the second hardest uh, um, cognitive function to pinpoint. Right, but that doesn't mean I'm not ISFJ. Cleanliness. Um, well, if you're an ISFJ, you're probably pretty well integrated with your NE. I don't know. You were saying you're very creative, and can definitely tell. That's why it's like, but yeah, it's like also like typing online and like chat, like literally typing. I mean, like chatting. Like that's a different vibe. Like maybe you can hop on voice one of these days. I was doing that earlier. I had a I have a whereby link, and I don't know if you ever want to just hop on and voice chat. You'd be someone different because it's only been Jonathan, and Peter that have come through so far. Want to try out some, but also Mike. I can't promise my connection being great. But anyway, that's not to put you on the spot. It's just better. You can then. It's um like Eric. I mean, I assume Eric typed you like out on a thing, like on a video or something. Like you look like an INT. Cleanliness. Someone commented on the typing session. I look like an INTP, i.e. a slob. Eric said I wasn't an INTP. I don't think INTPs. I mean, I don't. What's there? Slobby. What's the word? Slobby. Eric said I wasn't INTP. I mean, I guess they're polar SE or whatever, right? But like, I don't know. Eric said I wasn't INTP. I told him I seemed that way. He didn't think my TI made the grade. Well, it is interesting. Yeah, maybe you're just like not one of the types. Because it's like, because you also, it's not like any, that's what I mean. That's what I was basically getting at about the TI thing. It's not like you say anything where I'm like, whoa, like the TI is like really jumping out at me. Like this guy is super like Mr. Logical, consistent, like whatever. But I do think though that it's harder to spot. So, but that's not to say that you come across as the opposite. No, you just assume there is that assumption with an INTP that they're gonna like. I don't know. They can kind of be like sticklers in a way or something. I don't know. Like they won't let something inconsistent, like logically inconsistent fly. I don't know, maybe you do that more and I just haven't seen it yet. Because what are the functions? FI is values, but if your values are to have fun and be politically incorrect, does that still make you FI? Um, I think I kind of think so. I mean, that's how I've conceived of it. I mean, I tend to think that I use FI, but I don't know. Some people think I could be um INFJ or something. Um which would be dope, but I don't know. But yeah, I'd be interested. Maybe in the future, I'd have to know how to activate the voice. I'm not sure to message you on that though, because I missed the link you just said. Well, now it's probably activated the like countdown. It activated the countdown thing, but like there's I have a room. It's just not. I don't pay for it, so. Yeah, I've gone back between INTJ, INFJ, INFP, ENTP, and INTP, and I got ISFJ. Okay, if you're more like an ENTP troll. I could see ENTP. I mean, that. I like to provoke the do-gooders. That sounds pretty ENTP-ish. How do you feel? How do you find yourself doing that? Like, Q whore? Only doing it for virtue signaling? What? Oh, who are only doing it for virtue signaling? Yeah. Well, I mean, I tend to. I don't know. I wouldn't say I go out of my way to do that, but I don't think anyone really likes virtue signalers unless they are a virtue signaler themselves. Plus, it depends on exactly who. I mean, if you really know that they're doing it to try and look good or not. It could be that they genuinely believe in that thing or whatever. I don't know. I always got ENFP on tests, and then, but always sort of like barely, like always right in the middle with introverted and extroverted. And some people have said that I'm INFP, and I started to feel like that, more like that in recent years. And I also relate more to polar SE than polar TI. And but there have been a few. I think I could be any NF type really. And what was a few people have posited INFJ, even one person INTJ. Some people even have gone as far as to speculate about ISFJ, but that seems much less likely. But pretty consistently, I get, people. I think people generally tend to agree with me that I'm at least some kind of NF type. Did I say one at least? Yeah. Did I mention at least Winston's mom wonders if I'm an INTJ, but I don't know about that. She actually thinks that I somehow could be either INTJ or ENFP, which is funny because it's like I know exactly what she means about myself. What a aggrandizing thing to say. At least in my opinion. I don't know if it's necessarily self-aggrandizing. Some people might say it's a terrible thing, but I kind of like that. I'm like, yeah, I know what you mean because like I'm pretty easygoing, but I can also be pretty like shrewd, like FITE. I mean, I don't know. I think I have good FE, but I do make a lot of like FITE judgments. A lot of SI in there too. And I do think I have good NE, and I don't know. It all kind of checks out. Some kind of NF. But anyway, okay, well, on a Facebook ENFP group, this girl posted about an app that allows people to identify Black-owned businesses so they can shop there to show support to oppressed people and all that. Honestly, I think a lot of social justice warrior types are FE users. I'll just say it. I mean, there are a lot of that's why I tend to think of myself as being a pretty if I wanted to be flattering to myself, I'd say I'm kind of a rogue ex NFP because I'm a lot more conservative than most. But like I don't really know. I really don't. It does seem like a lot of NFPs get caught up in the social justice warrior game. I think it's just a way of championing of championing causes. I mean, I think I understand it. I just didn't take that route. You know, I'm more interested in like the arts and stuff, but I have always been more like I don't know. I guess more conservative than most NFPs, but also at the same time, I guess in ways more liberal than a lot of SJs and stuff like that. I don't know. Something like that. James, so it's I don't know, but I see this a lot and it's like, you know, it almost makes me not want to identify with the NFPs because I really wonder. I'm just like, is it really enough to be NFP? Anyway, I don't mean to dwell. It's just like this is a major thing that I run into, you know. I'm like, well, if it's a fucking like qualification that an NFP be a social justice warrior, then I guess I'm not an NFP. But I just don't think that's the case. Like, but it's like, nope. I still use NE and FI. I just came to a different conclusion than them. You know what I mean? But anyway, James Careless says, well, let me just read the whole thing so that it makes sense and full context. Because I already read the first part, but I didn't read the rest of it yet. Sorry, I got on a tangent there. But James Careless says, okay, well, on a Facebook ENFP group, this girl posted about an app that allows people to identify Black-owned businesses so they could shop there to show support to oppressed people and all that. I commented, this is great because the next time rioters destroy cities, they'll know which businesses not to burn down. People got pissed. One guy went into my Facebook pics and photoshopped a Ku Klux Klan hood on MW for that comment on I don't know what MW means, but like basically um, but that's crazy. I mean that is fairly inflammatory though. Nice. James Carroll says your description of yourself sounds like me a lot. Because of the arts especially. I love the arts. I mean, I would say like then maybe don't put NF off the table either. I mean, I've always thought that it's an FI value to like not get into the social justice warrior bullshit, you know? I think a lot of people like I don't I it's like I'm just willing to be humble about it though and say, well, that's just, not I don't think that I'm FETI correct. I just think that like that's how I feel about it and this seems to be the result or whatever and like this or you know I have these like values and these goal or in these even you could even say like goals in mind and like those but I do come to a lot of like FE type conclusions, which is what I think is very personally I've just always thought is very XNFP of me. Like it's not like um I don't get I'm definitely not very extreme, you know. Like I mean I have pretty I'm also probably like Enneagram 9, so I mean when it really comes down to it, I do just want good vibes with people, So, like, I'm not gonna go out of my way, for example, to like if a trans person like says that they're whatever gender, I'm not gonna be like going out of my way to like misgender them or something. It's assuming there's someone that assuming that there's someone who's worth the time, who's like good, assuming they're a good person, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I would think differently about it if they were a bad person somehow, but like you get my point. It's like James Carroll says, so you're kind of going through the same thing I am with the ISFJ where the stereotypes don't make sense. Yeah, like I've always noticed that with the NFPs, like especially the ENFP, which was another reason for me gravitating more towards INFP because I'm like, I mean, for one thing, I'm definitely, it's like I'm not I'm sort of keeping to myself about it, and I also think that I have access to TI. Plus, Polar SE makes a lot of sense for a lot of problems that I've dealt with in my life. Um, like I would say, like SE, SI, and to a lesser extent. Well, I don't know. I guess I would just say I actually think that like SE and SI are my weakest functions. But it's at this well, no, the most problematic functions, the problems that I mean, the functions that have caused me the most problems in life so far, it seems, would be SE and SI problems. But no, I mean, there's lots of conservative NFPs though. I mean, Milo Yiannopoulos is probably he types in ENFP and he probably is. Gavin McInnes he kind of seems like an ENFP. They're out there. INFPs, I mean, um, it's funny though. I actually am struggling. I actually can't think of as many for INFPs, but um, oh yeah, I guess Morrissey. He's pretty conservative, and uh, I mean, yeah, and like people that I mean, I'm just saying I could go on and on. It's like, but it's they're people who have FI values, you know? It's like creative types, for lack of a, to put it simply, it's like, so-called quote unquote creative types who have strong personal values. And like, I mean, that's always kind of how have seen myself. So, I mean, it's broad, but like it, but that's why I always thought like NFP was pretty much just the way it was, the way it is for me, But I do have pretty good FE, and I don't think I have terrible TI. I do think SE is a problem though, and I do think I have pretty weak SI. But I actually think my NI is good. But basically I think I'm good at all the NF functions and not so good with all the ST functions. That's how it seems to be for me. And it's not like I just like want it to be that way either. I mean, it seems like I would probably have a much better life in many ways if I had better um ST functions, but everyone uses the functions. It's just a matter of like to what degree. I mean, personally, it's been helpful for me to conceptualize it that way as uh I mean, maybe not that bluntly but that is kind of that is a way of thinking of it though. But my point being like these are this is what I'm good at and this is what I need to work on. And it's something like I'm good at the NF functions and I'm not so good at the ST functions. Like work on those. And that's been it seemed to have been like a fairly accurate conception for me, you know, like so far. I guess you could say that, like that's what it is. You find out your your strengths and your weaknesses and you work with your strengths and you try to improve your weaknesses, right? But anyway, good stuff in the chat here. Boba Fett is back. Amazing. Well, yeah, I already said this, but yeah, nice. Boba Fett says stereotypes generally don't make sense. Not like this type stuff defines one anyway. James Careless says the thing I think Eric doesn't quite grasp is that typology is based upon rules, but rules are made to be broken, and this can create behavioral crossover amongst different types. So you'll have an INFP who might sound like an ENTP even though they have FI instead of TI, but those are rarities and are forgotten about in the mainstream typology community. I mean, like that's kind of how I feel about it, but I mean, I don't know. People sometimes will say things though, like for example, like a lot of people I've heard it said before that like Louis C.K. is an INFP, but he manifests as an ENTP like on stage, like that's his like persona. But and I think that makes a lot of sense. Um, they have the NE, both the NTP and INFP, right? But they are, yeah, Duels and Eric are a real study in contrast. Flow state is about as ESTP. Oh yeah, exactly. Though, by the way, about self improvement, Boba Fett is on point here, saying reasonably helpful tool too for self improvement, etc. Shine a light on your blind spots and so on. Like literally exactly what I'm saying. It's like um work with your strengths and improve your weaknesses yeah. No, yeah, and improve on your weaknesses. Work on your work on your strengths and improve on your weaknesses. Flow state is about as ESTP as they get from within the TWFP fold. Yeah, he's very ESTP. The biggest reason to think I'm not AINFP is TE. I'm fairly certain that Eric is right about my TE not being great. Whether it's polar, I don't know. Maybe. You could be the well, if it's not. Spacey, Mr. INTP. Yeah, I've talked to Spacey. He would go on the whereby back in the day. He's pretty INTP. He's pretty quintessential INTP. His nasal voice, the works. Amazingly INTP. James Careless, ISFJ also gives me the TI, which I do seem to have. INFJ women, 690J. So they're probably just unconventional versions of our type. Not every member of a type is the same. Indeed. Totally what you get was saying, DJ. Jules is what I imagine to be the quintessential INFP. Eric is super ENTP, comically so even, lol. Yeah. I've really never doubted Eric's type. Some people like to come through with hot takes and say he's like an ISFJ or something, but I feel like that's just people like it's like first of all, it's in the same quadra, so it's less far off than, you would think, but it's also like I feel like it's just people like trying to give him a hard time or something. Like I don't know, it's weird. It's like trying to say he has like weak NE and stuff. It's like no, he clearly has good NE. Here's an idea. Every type has two types of members: those who reinforce the type and those who challenge the type. Maybe we're in that latter category. And they write that off as healthy, reinforce, or unhealthy / turbulent challenge. How's that right there? I just pull out of my ass. Healthy, reinforce. True. I mean, I know what you mean. What was I gonna say though? Something about. Oh yeah, right. Like, yeah. It's like typology is a good tool to. What was it? Oh, whatever. I'll say it. I'll get back to that in a second. Well, if it says ISFJs are kind of low key, I think. Like they're very unlikely to be the loudest voice / person in the room. Very stoic. That guy Club ENTP, also super ENTP. Yeah, a good longtime friend of mine typed ISFJ, and although a lot of times he seems more like an ISTJ, but he did become he's literally a nurse. He's a male nurse. And not that that's particularly unusual, but it is like sort of very typical ISFJ kind of behavior. But like it also makes sense though in a way. It's just yeah, he's super SI. Super SI. So it's like yeah, the FE isn't super pronounced though. I mean, that's the thing is that like James manifests as pretty vocal in the chat. Like that's why I'm inclined to think like, oh, he's got pretty good NE. But also, it is interesting though, because my ISFJ friend, he could get pretty NE when and when it was like just me and him. It was kind of a bond that we had actually. It's funny. It's weird how how type like hey you can use the language like so to describe these things because it's so true that like what a lot of people wouldn't see in him that I would see as a close friend of his would be his NE. I mean, he's very quiet. But yeah, I mean, James, the thing too about it is like, and I don't think an ISFJ would be very likely to do what you described, for example, right, and go on to like to comment something like that on a um um the black owned business thing. But also, I mean, you did it on purpose. It does sound that sounds more ENTP ish. I mean, you could just like I would say you're probably either alpha quadra or gamma quadra. There I guess maybe there's a chance that you could just be a rogue INFP like I tend to think I kind of am. Cuz like put it this way too, like INFPs are FE ignoring. So like if they're feeling particularly feisty, like you might get some fucking hot takes, you know? I mean, that's what's so odd to me about the NFP thing. Cause to me, I'm thinking like it's more like about individualism, but see, and this is my inkling about it actually, and this is part of why I feel like some kind of rogue NFP because I feel like I see the game and I get it. Like and I've been in the arts like you have said. I don't know how involved you've been with stuff, but I wouldn't say I'm like super involved in whatever, but I mean just throughout my life, it's just been a major part of my life. And I know what what a lot of these people are like and a lot of like these NFPs are like. And I think that's what made it so frustrating when like because with the social justice thing, right? It's like I hate to sound people think I sound cynical or like not like an NFP or something when I say stuff like this, I think kinda, right? But I it's because I know the mentality. It's like they're attached to these things because they want people to think they're a good person and stuff like that. And, promote quote unquote good causes. Um and ironically, a lot of what they wind up doing is like succumbing to this like a lot of FE like beehive nonsense. It's really, really weird. But I think it's a lot of like what like hipsters do, it's like let's all let's all be the same in how different we are. And I mean, I have been saying this. It's not something that I made up. I don't know who said it first, but I think it's true that, like counterculture has become the new culture. So a lot of times I tend to feel like something like the last true NFP standing or something like that. But again, even that might just be me trying to make myself feel special or something. I don't know. I just, I mean, there's like it is good to have like to promote justice, right? Like but it's like I mean, I'm very like, I try at least I try to be like fairly serious about that kind of thing. But It's just all the nonsense, like the social media nonsense. Like, it's just so transparent to me. It's like you're just doing this for attention. I know it's like not everyone is, but attention though, trying to get attention. James Carolus says does not think he's in STJ. She's probably be the least likely to be interested in typology. ENFPs are possible because T is lower, although TI polar and ENFP gives me serious pause. Yeah, exactly. The ENFP thing is like, what? ENFPs are very expressive and answer the R's, not exclusively, but Captain Obvious, yeah. Facts. NFPs are strong possibilities, but the FI would have to. I'm just gonna read these to myself. Hold on. Yeah, ENFJ I think is the least likely NF type for me. Yeah, James, like, I mean, I don't know if that's exactly how FE works, but I know exactly what you mean. Like, I mean, I feel like that when, you know, I don't know, like, because James Carroll says, but if I was FE, I would think I'd like movies because they were popular. That's far from the case. It's like, people think I'm like earlier, right? I don't know. Sometimes it comes off bad. Like people think I'm being pretentious or something, but I just like that's it's just people. That is what FE people do. Like I that it literally FE people literally do care about movies being popular. Like FE people will say like I've never heard of it as an insult, you know? FI people say I've never heard of it as a compliment. You know what I mean? Picking up what I'm putting down. Because that makes it more special. But FE people say, well, I haven't heard of it, so it can't be that good. Like people aren't talking about it. It's not in the mainstream lexicon. Like it must not be that worthwhile. I'm not saying they're all like that. I'm just saying they're probably more inclined to. FE DOMs especially. James that they're way too conciliatory to the needs of others. A duels vid? Let's see what he's like. Hold on. Oh yeah, amazing.
For you today, it's about FE versus F. Hi there. I think I've got an interesting one for you today. It's about FE versus FI, I think. And I would love to hear your comments on it because I'm not sure if I've got this right. It's just a guess on my part. What I'm referring to is that in the past couple of months,
Hold on. FE takes FI. INFJ is being too conciliatory to the needs of others. If I was FE, I would think I'd like movies because they were popular. Those two, James. I think FE people do care about it more, though. Nice, my girl Lee Joe.
Hey internet friends, welcome back to my channel. My name is Lindsay or Lijo, and today
Or
we're going to be
Lijo.
talking about some of the
So I
language.
keep calling her Lijo. Oops.
Hey internet friends, welcome back to my channel. My name is Lindsay or Lijo, and today we're going to be talking about some of the language differences.
It is duels though, right? Is that how you or duel? How do you pronounce that? Duel seems mad chill. Amazingly chill duels film. The word KAD.
People who have FE versus FI. Now, this is related to the axis.
Oh,
With
nice.
FE, TI axis.
She's literally using a four-tet song. Whoa. Whoa. I love you, Lijo. I love you, Lijo. Using Fortet's Lush on this video. Such a good song. Dope. Immediately dope.
It means FE could be a dominant or inferior function, and the FI-TE axis, FI could be in either spot as well. If you'd like to talk to me more about this subject or your brain, things like that, things you're trying to work on, achieve, you can book a video session with me below on my platform, Snug. So let's start this video and talk about the chemical things of the emotions, the feels. Here we go. All right, and just a quick overview of these functions. With FE, value is established when it is referring to the collective. So when
immediately.
FE,
what was I just talking about earlier? It's like, sorry, it's about the collective, not the individual.
The FETI axis is looking outward at the world. They are looking at the significance of where value is placed by the collective. This is different from FI. A person with FI is saying, I establish what is valued. Who cares what everyone else thinks? The baseline for the significance of value is coming from the essence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really need to watch the rest of this to get it, but I wanted to see this duels vibe real quick.
Maybe up to a half dozen times now, it's happened that I'd either give a response or provide some unsolicited but fairly neutral, unbiased advice to somebody. And the response to what I write is, how dare you speak to me like that? I can't believe you would have the gall to do this. You should be ashamed of yourself. You are a terrible person. You're a horrible person. I can't believe that you would do something like this. You should apologize to me and to everybody else, and so on and so forth. I mean, up to 435 words worth of that sort of thing. To me, it's a little bit like being yelled at in a foreign language. I sort of look at it, I'm not really clear what's going on or what they're trying to accomplish or what the point of it is. I'll sort of absorb it, I'll process it for maybe a couple minutes and be like, okay, my intent was good. They're misreading my intent, they're misreading my statements, they're misinterpreting the effect that I'm trying to cause. and then there being all of those nasty things that they're accusing me of being. However, so basically it's like this is junk information and I'll just throw it out. But should I respond to it? Well, generally, I'll either just completely ignore it, especially if the effect has been achieved. The effect often is just, I needed to say this, and once it's been said, it really doesn't matter what their response is. They've heard the message. The other potential thing would be to re-review, and it's happened once or twice that I'll look at it and say, okay, I actually got a factual detail incorrect. And I'll go back and clarify, like, and the thing that I wrote to you for unsolicited advice, I said this is actually an incorrect detail. All good.
It's weird that he said that, unsolicited advice. See, at first though, he almost sounds like an INTJ. He's like
somebody.
Because does he not just say,
what I write is, how dare you speak to me like that?
when
Like,
someone says
the
these
response
things and
to,
he's
well,
just
I'm
kind
a
of like,
terrible person. You're a
you're-
horrible person. Do something to 400. It's a little bit like being yelled at in a foreign language. I sort of look at it. I'm not really clear what's going on or what they're trying. Generally, I'll either
I mean, does that make me FE? I mean, if someone says I'm a horrible person, I definitely care. It's just, but I mean, if they're overreacting, like they probably are. I mean, almost definitely. If they're, I'm the best, right? I'm amazing. No, but like, I've just always thought of it as like, well, that ruffles my FI because I feel bad. I don't want my intentions to be misunderstood or something.
just
I don't
completely
know.
ignore it, especially if the is
He's
an
kind of-
expression of
Literally, he says ignore it. I don't know. Maybe that's FE ignoring, right? Because I was thinking that too. Like, it could just be an INFP vibe too of like just kind of being. I mean, he's also like older, so he's probably pretty like self-assured, you know what I mean?
unhealthy FE or of FE that's that with
I mean, I feel like that's what happens. What I can only imagine happens with most INFPs. It's like you just kind of, because they're already pretty stubborn, but as they mature, I think it becomes like a confidence. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a quiet confidence.
FE on the front stack and this kind of response, it would mean that FI is in shadow. And that would mean that the person who's doing this kind of gruffing back at people isn't really fully aware of their own emotional motivation, their own intents behind what they're trying to say. So they don't actually know what they're trying to accomplish other than, well, they said this, and so I had to respond. Without knowing, like, I had to respond because I felt upset or because it was unjust. I felt it was unjust. And that seems to me such a strange thing that someone would get into an altercation without knowing what motivated them into the altercation in the first place, other than saying, well, you said this. And it's like, well, it took you to be offended for you to respond with this attack. And I just don't see the point.
Yeah, now I get that, and I agree. But it is funny though. It kind of he kind of sounds like it's kind of like, I mean, it's very different in mannerism, but definitely. But is this not sort of similar to what, like, the kind of stuff we were talking about earlier with like Peter especially? FE critiques, you know? And FI is just kind of like take it or leave it. And it's like, and plus it's like when people get riled up, people tend to not see their They're FI. So he does sound like an INFP in that regard, right? Because he's like conscious of that. Like I totally get that. Like I can relate. It's kind of like it's like, come on, there's FI motivations going on here. But still though, he is making the distinction between them as like
something completely different in MBTI has got nothing to do with it. All I know is that it happens in MBTI forums, and I come across it more frequently than I would expect.
and just that. Yeah, it is an FI attack. An FE attack on FI. Yeah, the affect is different. Geek psychology. I think I've seen this guy. Ah, cracking my neck here. Damn. Yeah, he seems like a pretty like soft spoken, kind of quietly confident INFP. I can see that. Yeah, literally. He's saying exactly what I'm saying now, which Boba Fett saying exactly what I'm saying now, which is Jules is particularly soft spoken, very gentle soul, that guy. I could maybe eventually be him if I just get super zen with it. But yeah, I guess you could say he seems very INFP. Oh yeah. It's the chill island oasis of truth and reality. Going on 11 hours now. Trying to probably at least gonna stop pretty soon. I've been messing with my hair so much that like my scalp hurts. That's not good. I gotta leave it alone. Um, Matt Sherman. Oh yeah, this is that guy. Yeah, I'm gonna check out I'm gonna check his stuff out later. He has a video, Help for INFP Enneagram Type 9. The Path of Transformation. Amazing. Maybe check that out, because I'm probably a 9, and I think it's at least pretty likely that I'm INFP, but that's cool. Goal, because he's talking about goal setting here. On some, like, getting on that TE shit. I totally feel that. It's like, that's what you gotta do, dude. Some TE in this bitch. How to improve sleep schedule problems. Want better sleep? Good idea. Again, for me personally, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of... I'm not gonna subscribe to this guy. James Careless says, I just want to go into the party of snooty people and kind of lampoon them, but not really attack them to the point that I'd be kicked out. Although there may be a risk of that. I mean, yeah, it's odd because Boba Fett says, lol, that sounds like an FE thing to do. And it really is, like, that's why I'm, like, curious, like, what exactly the vibe is, you know? FE tool. Yeah, because I can't help but think, like, you kind of sound like maybe like you could just be an ISFJ and you're just like you just want to disrupt, because like it sounds like you want to disrupt the vibes, you know? But like but the way that you're saying it doesn't sound like particularly, like, no offense, but it kind of sounds like the way like an ISFJ would say it or something. Like just be kind of like I well, okay, so let me ask you this. Do you find yourself to be a generally pretty disruptive person in, like, in real life? Like I know you commented on that thing and like that's like, you know, and like you want to like disrupt the party of like snooty people and stuff, but like do you think you really are that guy in real life that's like going to crash the party, or like are you more willing to, go along to get along? Because I mean, even an ENTP is usually willing to go along to get along. But I mean, I'm just curious for the sake of more information, like what, like how. I guess how much of an FE disruptor you are in real life or something like that. You know what I mean? Go into the party of rap. Go into the party. James Carroll says, "Go into the party of rap heavyweights and be like, go into the party of rap heavyweights and be like, it's about helping the less fortunate, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, hell yeah," but with booty shaking, crying, laughing emoji. That comment is my answer to your question, CJ. It's so funny. It sounds like that's like that gives me Bobby Brown vibes, or like Master Bobby vibes. Like I relate to that, you know. Um, Boba Fett says FE is more likely that FI to not be phased slash hurt slash shocked by watching war footage. Say, mm. Yeah, well, if it's any indication of my type, I like get very impacted by real life horror footage type stuff. You know what I mean? I always considered that to be pretty fi. Like, I you know, when I was like a teenager, I had like a morbid fascination for like, I mean, I mean, basically put it this way, I saw a lot of shit on the internet that I shouldn't have seen and that I regret seeing to an extent because I mean, it's not like uh I learned very quickly, like my dad put it pretty well when he said like essentially that stuff is bad for the soul and you know, after having that conversation with him, I pretty much never would look at that shit again, but it's like sometimes I'll see it and I'll be like, ah, or something will come up and I'll be like, ah. Like, I feel like I've always seen it as being very like FI, SI impressionable. Like, so I just think it's pretty simple. Like things makes general I've always felt as though I generally things generally make a pretty strong impression on me, especially like I mean, I guess whether they're good or bad, but like sadly, probably maybe especially if it's bad, you know. I don't know what that means, but I've always been very sensitive to like images, like but that also kind of go that could like go outside of like personality, like because I do kind of like deal with the OCD stuff, so like you know it'll be like getting images and stuff and just not wanting to be and just being just disturbed by certain images. I mean, but that's how I mean that's also just something that happens. So it doesn't need to be, I guess, pathologized, but I do but it is a more OCD type thing. Like I but it's also just an or it's just an impressionable kind of sensitive type thing too. Like um yeah. Boba Fett says, OMG, those people got bombed by versus OMG, I just saw some people get bombed. There's a distinction. Yeah, like to be honest, and like it sounds selfish, but it's more, but in like a sort of self perverting, like what? No, but like self preserving way. It's like yeah, fuck. I don't. It's the opposite of self perverting. It's self preserving. Like I just don't want to see that shit. You know. Um, I mean, but it's pretty fucking fi. Like, I mean, that's what people that's also something else that people get wrong, I think, is like if FI is gonna be anything, it's reactive, you know? Like it's like I'm disgusted by that. Like I mean it is it does get existential, but like first and foremost, I am very, like, shocked and, like, disgusted by, like, gore, you know, and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, and I mean if I it's like, even in movies. But, like, especially if it's real though, you know? Like, I've always been very sensitive to that stuff. James Carolus says, "Okay, so I'm FE Boba Fett." James Carolus says, "I might be profoundly affected by it, but I'll watch it. Even if I'm disturbed, I'll still seek out more." Not me, or at least not anymore. Boba Fett says there's stuff that'll shock slash horrify anyone. Indeed, doesn't matter who you are, really. I think the true test is if you're more sensitive than most. Like, I don't know, but I'm not a fucking pussy. I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. Um, Stereotype. Uh, yeah, the stereotype of FI is they're sensitive to human misery. I'm not. Hashtag edgy. I mean, I think I definitely am pretty sensitive to human misery. Like, I mean, um, I don't know if that's FI or not, though. You know. Boba Fett says, not an exact science, must be kept in perspective and not lock yourself down to quote unquote, I'm a yeah, don't do that. Indeed. Oh yeah, Boba Fett says, most humans are imagine. I don't know. I mean, but James Careless says, I won't be like, I won't watch that. It involves pedophilia or it involves torture of women. Those are the movies I sought out as a kid. I want to be shocked. Whoa, hashtag edgy again. If it says tickling one's fifis is also a thrill, lol. There's no clear black and white way of explaining this. Yeah, I imagine. Oh, most humans are, I imagine. Yeah, sensitive to human misery, right? Like, yeah, like what? I know, right? Like, I don't think that's just FI. Um, I think I sought out being shocked in particular more when I was like a teenager, but um as I've gotten older, that desire has diminished. I sort of feel like real life is horrible. Can I'm to be honest, I'm like I've used this example before. I've probably mentioned it a few times, but like for example, like I hate to say it because it's like I hate to well whatever. I honestly I'll just say honestly I just don't think I've never the whole thing of like, oh, like there's a car wreck on the highway and you can't help but look. I've always thought that was weird. I'm like, I'm gonna look away. It's like, I'm like basically afraid of seeing something like that. You know what I mean? Because I know that it will haunt me. You know what I mean? So I don't know what that is, but I I definitely take it very seriously. I mean, and movies. I mean, movies are different because they're fake. Hopefully, most of the time, but but even there, I do tend to harp on stuff about like responsibility and art and everything. Like I was talking about that with like Jonathan earlier and stuff. Like moral, like I do tend to think that there is moral responsibility in art. Was it you, James Carlos, who said, yeah, because it's funny because Jonathan brought it up too. The movie Man Bites Dog. Did you say you like that movie? Because I like it too, but it's because it's literally evil. And what I mean by that is like it's actually a really good study of evil and how filmmakers and audiences alike become complicit in evil. But I don't like it because there's a ton of gore. I like it because first of all, I like it because of the style and because of the and the overall message, you know. I mean, and you know how that movie ends. It's like, you know, black metal is fucked up. All of it. All of it's black metal as fuck. All of it. It's just but even that, I'm like, yo, true, like hardcore. Okay. You know what I mean? But even in spite of itself, I feel like the aims are somehow somewhat good. Um like there was a quote from a reviewer that I read earlier about how the movie is about like what the movies have done to our souls. Inherently implying that it's not good, you know. It's like inherently implying that what makes the movie good is that it's like calling into question what the movies have done to our souls, you know. It's like violence, you know, the desensitization to violence, you know. I mean, you should talk to Master Bobby about this. I mean, he loves movies too, but he said one day, you know, he was watching Seven, and he thought it like he had thought to himself that it wasn't gory enough, and he realized just how far his desensitization had come. And I totally get what he means by that, you know. But anyway, James Carroll says, "Oh, the other thing about Man by Sog is that it's like a litmus test. You know, it's very cleverly constructed. Like there are three distinct things in each act that test the viewer's ability to watch the rest of it. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, if you didn't stop watching it here, then we're gonna do another. It's like then something else happens, and it's like, okay, if you didn't stop watching it here, then another thing happens, right? It's like." Of course, by the time of course, by the time it gets to the third act, it's like you're just in it for the, you know, for the long haul. We're just watching it until the end. It's not like it's a very long movie anyway. It's just, but it just winds up, you know. Well, yeah, no, there is the third act. No, the third thing that happens is the worst. Fuck, so bad, so good though. That's why it's good. Like it's crazy. It's somehow, in spite of itself, honest and good. You know what I mean? But anyway, well, at the very least, yeah, I guess honest and good, but also true and good. But not exactly an easy movie. Not one I would recommend to most people. It's just like, but it's kind of on point and accurate. Anyway, James Carroll is, yeah, Boba Fett says that most people would be. James Carroll says, I like being haunted, in some way at least. Boba Fett says, I can't handle animal slaughter / torture. Me neither. That's like somewhere that I definitely draw lines with in movies. James Careless, I wish more people were haunted because then they'd have that moral responsibility you mentioned, CJ. Yeah. Well, to be honest, it's I don't know. It is probably like it's just my reaction to it, you know. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily even good though. I think you do have to like develop some I don't know, you gotta toughen your, you gotta, whatever, right? Fucking Jordan Peterson, that shit. Gotta arm yourself in life. I mean, it's like, right though, most people will be bothered by that shit. Yeah, I can't. I love how people say like, oh, like psychopaths only care about like animals and children. I'm like, okay. Well, I guess I'm a psychopath then, because I definitely, the things that bother me most, even in movies, are stuff with like children and animals. You know what I mean? Um, James Careless says, wait. Um, James Careless says, I love that movie because it's so bold. It's hilarious at times. But that one scene where I forget he kills a couple after sex or something and the gore is disgusting. I didn't love that. Yeah, that's like one of the most disgusting parts. It's basically the worst part. I didn't want to necessarily give it away, but whatever. Um, yeah, but the scene where he kills a black guy and says, "Now is the time to find the truth about his size." He looks down and says, "My God, he's huge." I find that hilariously funny. Well, yeah, he says a bunch of shit that's like totally on PC. My favorite part is probably the birthday party scene. He's like, they're just chilling and like then and he just shoots the guy and he's just and they just all move on like they're just so used to him doing this shit. Well, it's like I guess he's dead now. And it marks the transition into them being like afraid of him, you know? Like the woman like calls him sir and then he's like, "Why do you call me sir?" And then she's just like, "I don't know. I didn't whatever." It's like starting to walk on eggshells around this guy. He's watching the footage and everything and he's like, and don't make face he's like, "Don't make faces." Oh my god, it's so good. He's like, "And I see you guys making faces, like, don't do that." Like, oh my god. He's insane. So evil. Was his but yeah, it's this movie Man Bites Dog. James Carroll says, I haven't watched Cannibal Holocaust. I know, I need to well, I guess I should say I don't need to watch Cannibal Holocaust. Because the real animal killings, even I have limits, but if a friend brought it over and we were drinking, I don't know, I'd probably give it a shot. Yeah, I guess I forgot. You reminded me. I guess that's why I probably don't. I'm not crazy on watching it. It's like things like that don't make a movie good. They make them worse, if anything. It's just like, come on. The animal killings were real. Yeah, that's insane. Oh yeah, right. The woman on the pole. I do know that part. So disturbing. Yeah, I think I've seen that still. Like the still image of that. Yeah, that shit's scary, but I definitely don't need the fucking animal stuff. Fuck that. I mean, I'm not saying I like need the the woman on the pole either or whatever, but I think it's like I at least kind of draw a line at having the fucking real animal killing. It's like, damn. I don't know. Shit like that used to be more okay though, to be honest. And like it one thing that I think is like good in terms of like progression has been society's lack of tolerance towards that, you know? I mean, they kill a snake for real in Friday the 13th. Um, I saw a Jean-Luc Godard movie recently that I didn't like very much called Weekend. That was insane, and it's actually they touch on cannibal stuff in the end too. It's fucking insane. And he fucking there's a real pig getting its fucking throat cut in it, and I was like, ugh, terrible. It just makes me not like it. You know what I mean? James Carroll says there. James Carroll says, "I love Weekend." Well, at least you know Weekend. That's hilarious. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an edgelord in the chat. Confirmed. Edgelord confirmed. But I do love that you know that, and that first of all you know Man Bites Dog, and that second of all you know Weekend. That's pretty dope. Yeah, Weekend is just batshit insane. But for example, like V versus V is one of my favorite movies of all time. But it's hard to even it's like it's to me though they're not even comparable, whatever, right? They're not even comparable. It's like fucking trash versus art. Weekend is pretty funny at points though. It's a dark comedy. Nice. James Carroll says V versus V is wonderful. Indeed, that's a good word to describe it. Yeah, it's pretty much a night and day difference, but yeah. Anna Karina's so good on that one. I know she's beautiful and just so good. I'm just looking at what you guys are saying, but yeah, Gora as an as he Dom thing, facts. Something like that. Something where you don't get as impacted by it or something. I don't know. Maybe they filmed a real tribe killing animals for food. What that's about? Well, yeah. Well, I didn't like the Godard. I didn't like the pig and stuff. And then in the end, this cannibal stuff is kind of gross, right? And then I don't know. I was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, yeah, yeah. The uncontacted tribe put together. Yeah. Yeah, I actually thought it's like Breathless is really good, but kind of overrated. V versus V is the best Godard I've seen so far. Just so good from beginning to end, like totally my vibe. Amazingly philosophy. And just like so many good fucking like what the like when stuff like pops off when the fucking guy gets like shot outside and stuff and she like runs, just such good camera work. And like I just love how it's constructed. It's like fuck you, we're talking about this for a long time, and like then it just plays with the form in such like amazing ways, you know? It's like amazing cinematic potential vibes. James Carroll says this is why James Carroll says this is why CJ, this is why the ISFJ thing. It's like let's clean off our dinner plates, and I'm over here like Let's watch movies about French prostitutes. And crying. The thing that's very interesting actually to me about V versus V is that like I almost forget that I'm watching a movie about a prostitute because it's so like classy and good. Like I mean there's that one scene of course where the guy literally gives like an instruction manual as to how to be a prostitute. And like even that, like, it's like, remember and it's like that one dope scene where they just, like, go through and they show, like, the different rooms and, like, it's still somehow artsy and classy, like, they just show, like, oh, you just see, like, real quick, like, a little bit of, like, a woman's butt, like, it's, like, nothing, like it's just, like, amazingly tasteful. It's like, I forget that I almost forget that I'm watching a movie about a prostitute, like which might even be a flaw of the movie, but to me, it just makes it better. Like, to me, it just makes it almost perfect. I mean, because that can also be what it's like. It's not just like it's not all like fucking, you know, smeared makeup and like people and passing out in the gutter. It's like it's just going into a room and having sex and getting some money and then leaving in like a very escort like fashion. I mean, I'm sure. Hold on one sec. Sorry, I don't know if you guys heard that. My my mom is just leaving for work. I'm like talking about fucking Anna Karina, French prostitute, and V versus V. But I'm telling you, it's fucking classy. You don't even remember. I mean, you don't even realize you're watching a movie about a prostitute. But yeah, I was just saying bye to my mom. She's going to work, so she just said she's like bye and I love you, CJ. And I was like, okay, have a good day at work. Bye and I love you. But anyway, Anna Karina is just so good in it. Like, um, yeah, but like just sometimes it's not. I would say maybe it's not necessarily a flaw because it's just like, um, it's in some sense honest too. Like, yeah, it's not always gonna be like the most fucked up shit. It's just like a service, but the ending is amazing. Right, James Carroll says, "Breathless, a bout de soufflé," is dated, but was so influential for 70s American filmmakers. Yeah, I mean, I thought the first 10 minutes of it were badass, and then the, like, annoying American chick comes through, and then it just winds up being like, eh, it's good still, and I kinda liked how long, like, the bed scene is, you know? Um by the end though yeah, no, it's good. It's definitely pretty good though. It's kinda based. You know, I saw a Rate Your Music review that described, Man Bites Dog as, Breathless meets Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, and I thought that was a really good, um, description of it. 'Cause it's very funny. Even the first 10 minutes of Man Bites Dog kinda reminds me of that, you know? 'Cause at the beginning of Breathless for, like, 10 minutes, like, it's pretty fucking badass and based, like, he literally like, he shoots and kills a cop, and then he just, like, comments on a bunch of women's looks, and he talks to the camera and he says some funny ass shit, and then he fucking goes to see a chick. They talk about some shit, but then she goes and meets the fucking American bitch, and she's just like, New York Herald Tribune. And it's like wicked fucking annoying. Terrible like dubbing, I think. And then I don't know what the deal is there, but it's just like really jarring. And they're talking and whatever, and then it just becomes, you know, all about their weird relationship. And then I mean, because he's on the run and everything, and like, well, I won't spoil everything, but you get the idea. It's just kind of like fucking. And in the end, it winds up being kind of base, still badass and based, but just like not as amazing. It's not as amazingly truthed in reality as I expected. Because everyone talks about it. It's like it's it's like basically Godard's biggest movie, so it's like everyone always talks about it, but like low key, it was the first like Godard I watched, and I was kind of underwhelmed by it, and I liked V versus V way more. And I thought two or three things I know about her was interesting, decent but not great. And I thought Weekend was just like, yeah, totally mixed, total fucking mixed bag. Like not good, like kind of not good, kind of trashy and not good. But I can understand some people liking it more than me. It's definitely more of a shock value experience, you know. But I do still need to watch Pierrot Le Fou. Am I missing another Godard? What other I think that might be all I've seen from him so far. Oh yeah, I do really need to watch a band apart. I don't know how you pronounce it, but yeah, like that was what inspired Tarantino's production company name. If anyone recognizes that, a band apart productions or something like that. Um, it's funny though because Tarantino actually said that he was like first of all he apparently loves or he man he apparently loves Man Bites Dog, and he also said about Godard, but it's really funny. Like I don't know if he's just trying to have a hot take or something, but I kind of do get what he means. He said that like he thinks Godard is important to. It was really important for him to get into him at a young age, or no, sorry, as a young man, but that like you kind of grow out of him after a while. And he said that like by the time he got to Weekend, like he didn't even really like Weekend, which I thought was kind of funny, right? Because it's Tarantino, but at the same time, like I totally get it. But it's like again, like hot take, right? Because you would kind of think, well, why Weekend? Because where's the consistency? Like, because you would think he might really like that, but on the other hand, yeah, it's pretty weak. And I also would wonder if what he thinks about Man Bites Dog nowadays. Because I can't help but think of like his own work with Natural Born Killers, which was like its own commentary, much more obviously much more mainstream and palatable, even because his attempt at like commenting on the media and violence in the media and sensationalism. Um, of course, and to debatably even kind of garish effect, even at times. It's mostly because of that Oliver Stone direction. It's like this like relentless kind of like music video uh direction that I mean, and it makes no I mean, apparently I bring this up because apparently I haven't found it yet, but at least my friend said that the Tarantino kind of said something to the extent of like, yeah, like fuck that, like yeah, Natural Born Killers, like fuck that movie. So I don't know. I would just wonder if maybe his opinions have changed on Man Bites Dog, because that movie is a pretty fucking brutal black metal film. Comment. Well, have you seen? Did I ask you? Have you seen either? Speaking of which, right, like Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, or either version of Funny Games. Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer is pretty disturbing. Contempt, true. I need to watch that. 30-minute scene in one take. Brigitte Bardot, gorgeous, amazing, amazingly truthed and reality. He hated what Oliver Stone did with NBK. He thought Stone ruined his script. Oh, true. Okay. Oh yeah, facts. Yes, that bedroom scene in Breathless is so excellent. It just pulls you right out of the plot. It's just spending time with these people. Yeah, that was like high key my favorite part, other than the first 10 minutes, and then I guess the ending, right, is pretty memorable. It's a damn good movie. It's just yeah, I was much more into V versus V, but that's interesting though. He wanted it to be a rollicking Bonnie and Clyde style movie. He hated how Stone turned it into a media critique. That's sort of strange because like, hmm, okay, well, okay, yeah. So then he probably still likes Man. Well, no, Man, Man Bites Dog is definitely a media critique. It's just not super overt like that. You know, this just has me curious about like how Tarantino feels about the violence and the media stuff in Man Bites Dog now, especially if he didn't like that Oliver Stone turned it into a media critique. Like, if he doesn't like that, then like, why does he like Man Bites Dog? You know what I mean? Does he like it for the wrong reasons? Does he just like it because it's violent? I mean, he's obviously not a fucking idiot. Like, it's very clearly about like the filmmakers and the audience getting involved in movie violence. You know what I mean? I mean, but in the movie, of course, it's framed as real life, so it could be the news too. I mean, a movie like Nightcrawler explores that. I mean, it's much less. It's not nearly as. I don't know. I don't think it's as good as Man Bites Dog by any means, but it's it's interesting. Jake Gyllenhaal is pretty decent in that movie. It doesn't really grab me though in terms of style or anything though. I don't think it's 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 basically I think it's just a decent movie overall, but it kind of goes in that there's that kind of vibe. Yeah, I don't know, it just makes me think of that movie a little bit. I think there's even a YouTube video where someone says they do a video. It's like it or love it or something, or I don't know. But it's like they liked Nightcrawler and they loved Man Bites Dog, and I'm like, that's right, dude, because it's like because Man Bites Dog is definitely better. But Nightcrawler is still pretty good. I've seen both of those movies you mentioned. What were they again? Haha, I'm a little inebriated. Oh, I don't know. Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer and the Funny Games, both versions. Fucked up movies. Funny Games though. Oh, we talked about Funny Games. Now I remember you said that you felt like it was that it's too lectury. It's like lecturing you on watching movie violence. I'm like, exactly, that's why it's good. So funny. And again, also amazingly not graphic. Amazingly truth and reality. Yeah, Funny Games is still pretty brutal though. Different vibes though, for sure. Cause like Man Bites Dog is actually pretty graphic and like kind of pretty vulgar. The thing about, but I'm more, I Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. I actually recently rewatched, and oh boy, yeah, it's a tough one. Like, and the thing I noticed is that it does border on a bit irresponsible. Like, I mean, it kind of makes me think of like what someone could watch if they were like, it's like the equivalent of like going on GTA just to like kill a bunch of people, you know what I mean? Like I can imagine that like some not so well people might watch Henry Portrait of a I mean, it's very stark though. Like there's nothing, I guess I'm just saying like it doesn't really make it very clear other than I noticed watching it again recently that there's nothing really telling you that what's going on is objectively bad other than the ominous, like the stark way in which it's shot and the ominous music, you know? But in fact, in some ways, it's like that guy Otis is like worse than Henry, you know what I mean? And like, there are moments where Henry, the titular Henry, the who, we are literally, and also what's fucked up is that it's based on real people. Henry Lee Lucas and Otis something. But I wonder about that one because it's like it is a little bit it does kind of flirt with the irresponsible. I mean, it does kind of flirt with the morally irresponsible just because I feel like it would be way too easy for someone to like watch it and again, it's just there's not much telling you. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or I don't know. It's a complicated issue, of course, but I just feel like what makes it tough is that there's no it's kind of just being it's just telling you like it's just showing you like here it is. It's Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, you know? It's like here you go. It is what it is. Like the only thing here telling you that this is evil is your own morality and just like the stark way that it's shot, the ominous music and the generally uh negative vibes. You know what I mean? Oh my god, literally. That's like that's what I mean. Damn, bro, that's kind of chill inducing how you just put it about Henry. James Careless says, Henry is such an ugly movie. It feels like a day in the life of a denizen of hell. It's like I'm just a regular guy living here in hell. Do you kill people? Yeah, this is hell. Disturbing. It is like that. And that actually touches on what I was going to say, which was that like my like favorite aspects of the movie, that movie feels uh like just tumbleweeds passing through, you know what I mean? Like um it's like transient. It really is unexpectedly deep in that way. Like it's there's something very scary about it, the like no joke, like not to sound pretentious, but like I guess you could say the transience of life. Um and it just feels like they're just like passing through like tumbleweeds, like these like Otis and this fucking that and his sister. And you know, it's just moving on from one place to the next, like literally it's like hell. um so scary. But like the fact is that also, yeah, I love the I always just think of like the driving scenes. Like my favorite parts of it are just like how scary the fucking like just looking at the highway. Like bro, fucking like so good, to be honest. Even though it's so evil. It's a fucking evil movie, but it's like what is it about it? It's that thing of the driving and the transients and like it's just like so fucking raw. So fucking I guess I don't know what it is. That's the thing. That's why I feel like it's almost a little bit irresponsible because it's pretty nihilistic, but it's interesting how like Otis is even worse than Henry though. Like God, and that fucking videotape scene, I'm like, oh God, no, why no? Amazing horror. Wow, that's yeah, that's I know what you mean. James Carroll says people said that The Exorcist was evil, but Henry, that's evil. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. The Exorcist is pretty fucking bad in a different way. Or I mean, it's pretty fucking evil, and to honestly, I think in a different way, it's pretty fucking vulgar in a way. But um, mm, wow, yeah, I don't even think I I I would I would have to think about that. Like, there is something though that feels even worse about Henry, though. I do know what you mean. Like, it's undeniable. But the fucking like Exorcist with the it's just so vulgar. But I mean, I know what you mean, and most of it is pretty Wow, that's funny. James Carroll says, "You've identified a movie that I really choose not to rewatch despite loving Michael Rooker. Exorcist is such a drama. It's not a horror film." Well, that's the other thing too. There's a lot of it's actually mostly a drama, like with like a bunch of, you know, horror scenes thrown in. Like in their particular and it just so happens that they're particularly vulgar and shocking. But the fucking oh yeah, well, I like the there are like scenes in it too that are so good, and like where like the priest having like the dream about like his mother and stuff. Like what the and it does I don't and it's like, yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but it's like it does have a bizarrely almost kind of positive ending. But yeah, Henry is pretty relentlessly bleak, you know? It's like at the end of that movie, it's kind of just like the same thing. It's just like tumbleweed's gonna tumble, you know? Because, you know, it's again, not to spoil it or whatever, but it's like he just kind of moves on. It's just like, oh well, on to the next place. It's fucking just horrible. It's good. James Carroll says it's good versus evil, and how they do it is great. Yeah, I do feel you. It's like, I mean, it's there are elements of it that are just like very well crafted. Like, I mean, it's it's surprisingly smart. Like, I noticed all sorts of interesting things, like how Ellen Burstyn is like an actress, and like I noticed she's like she takes like the the Lord's name in vain like a bunch, like early on in the movie, you know, like they're filming a movie and it's like at a church, you know. And then meanwhile, of course, um she's like, you know, seeing like a new guy, and then so it like adds this like layer of like psychological, you know, stuff going on with the girl, and then she like takes so long for it to be taken seriously too, like, but then when like shit gets evil, it gets fucking evil, right? But still, the end winds up resolving in a somehow good way, which is like a positive to it. I do still find myself mixed on it in the terms of its like in terms of its like just more blatantly sacrilegious elements, but it is true, like, it's it's good versus evil for sure. It's just very, very, explicit in that way, but it's it's a strike it's definitely it's that's what I was gonna say at first, but I'll finish saying this, it's a striking film. For better or worse, you know what I mean? I would still say it's a pretty good movie overall. Mostly because of like, the end, the it's like the story and the characters are good, and, like, it has it I mean, I think it's very flawed and honestly overrated, but, yeah, it does oddly have, like, a good and I guess you could say fairly positive message by its end. And, yeah, like, that priest character is just amazing. He's so good. The demon is James Carroll